Thank you for what you do, bro. "28 months with no brain rot, let's go, love you Arjan Hassel." Live and alive after 26 months, Pog. Syria. Let's go back.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because it's Monday, February 6, 2023. Now, of course, there's an elephant in the room I'm going to mention immediately right before we get started. For those of you who don't know, this is a Twitch stream that covers news, okay? It covers American news. It's an English-speaking Twitch broadcast. I am, of course, going to speak about the events that took place, the earthquake last night in a little bit, but I'm going to go through my run of show as I normally do. I'm just letting you know before you guys freak the fuck out on me. Türkler, size Türkçe söylüyorum. Bu benim işim, haber, anonsu, yani ben haber cover etmeye devam edeceğim. Türkiye ile ilgili konuşacağım tabii ki de. Depremle ilgili konuşacağım tabii ki de. Ve aynı zamanda da şu anda bağış yapmak için link, Amerikalılar için bağış yapmak için link açmaya çalışıyorum. Şu anda Soft Giving diye bir tane grupla beraber Ahbap ve Akut'a para gönderebilmek için. Bütün sabah bunun üzerine çalışıyordum. Bunu devam edeceğim ama bütün gün boyunca deprem coverage'ı yapmayacağım. Haberiniz olsun ve İngilizce konuşacağım. Bunu size söylüyorum önden. Sonra kızmayın bana. Laf etmeyin. Çünkü benim yani işim haber sonuçta günün sonunda. Okay? For people who are wondering, first and foremost, we're gonna do regular coverage. I'll just get a couple things out of the way. I'm sure people will ask me regardless. No, I do not have family in the region, even though technically my grandfather's, on my mother's side is from Kilis, so it is technically in that area, the area of devastation, absolutely. But I do not have any immediate relatives in the region, so no, I've been getting a lot of people asking me, what's going on, what's happening, do you have family out there? Thank you for your well wishes, but I'm fine. My family's fine. They're in Istanbul. So, that's not... But things are not fine overall in Turkey, okay? They're not. They're really bad. I know that because I personally survived, alongside my family, the massive earthquake in Istanbul in 1999. Now, I saw that devastation of the city firsthand. 17,000 people died in 1999. I was there. I don't really remember too much of it because it was like really traumatic. But this was even larger than that. This was a bigger earthquake than the 99 earthquake. Now, of course, when you compare it to when you compare it the earthquake that happened in Istanbul or the earthquake that happened in Kahramanmaraş to the earthquakes that happen in Japan, what you need to understand is that The devastation and the death toll is directly related to the devastation and the death toll is directly related to the infrastructure. And unfortunately, there is no good infrastructure in Turkey in many of these regions, in many of these areas. So, you know. Ülkedeki fay hatları daha yüzeye yakın olduğu için Japonya'daki depremlerden çok fazla hasar veriyor maalesef. We also don't have the same we do not have the same kind of development either. And also what you have to understand is like the earthquakes that took place, it's partially a consequence of poverty, it's partially a consequence of not having enough not having adequate resources, but it's also the length and frequency and magnitude of the earthquakes. You have to remember, like, when an earthquake happens, not all earthquakes are the same. Some could happen for, around a minute. Some can happen for 30 seconds. It can be a very devastating one, but it can only be for like 5 seconds. Sometimes in California, we live on fault lines. I sleep through earthquakes regularly. Sometimes I wake up as a consequence of earthquakes here in California. And they're like fucking, they'll be like 4, 5. That's obviously tiny in comparison to a 7+ magnitude earthquake. But like, it doesn't even do anything usually. And that is also because it's short. It's brief. This one was not. Okay, this one was not. It was devastating. People felt it from what I understand, people felt it in fucking Karadeniz, which is the northern part of Turkey. This is like people felt it miles and miles, like hundreds of miles away, thousands of miles away, thousands of kilometers away. They felt it. So that was, and it went on for, Karadeniz is like the Black Sea, exactly. And basically that is fucking insane. You know what I mean? I don't know how else to describe it. Now, people were saying they felt it in Lebanon, which is insane. Okay. I mean, that's crazy. Understand. It's like the distance and there's sea between them. You know what I mean? The distance and the fact that there's a sea, it's like fucking, I don't know what the exact, I don't know what an equidistant length would look like. I guess there's not too much sea, but like it's the coastline. You know what I mean? Like, look at this. Like, it would be like having an earthquake in like, let's see. It'd be like having an earthquake in America, in like a fucking northern part of America, and then fucking feeling it in, I don't know how to like describe it. Let's see. Let's look at a map here. Like a Canadian region that's like equidistant. Yeah, Montana versus California. I guess that's good. Yeah. Yeah, it's like having an earthquake in Texas and feeling it in Alaska. I mean, it's like it's a little bit, it's not as far, I don't think. But anyway. This area is massive, for the record. Okay, it's populous, but it's also massive. I will look at some Turkish coverage. I will look at some Turkish news broadcasts. I will potentially talk to some Turkish content creators as well. So what I'm working on at the moment, this is what I've been doing with my family, with some of my friends that are in Turkey. What I've been trying to figure out is identify where you can have the most impact. Ahbap is one of the groups that you can have a lot of impact with. The unfortunate problem is that like a lot of these fucking charity groups are like not well equipped to receive foreign donations. So I'm trying to build like a bridge between that. You know what I mean? Like Ahbap has a donation, like a wiring service. Okay, Ahbab is one of the groups that I recognize as like a good one, and Akut is another one. It's like the government organization, I guess. But like, the problem is they just don't have like they don't have. It's not like a one-click thing. You know what I mean? It's not set up for. It's not set up as like a. It's not set up as a one-click easy. You just put your fucking credit card information, and you can actually give money type situation. You have to figure out like a wire service, like a wire transfer or whatever, which is why I'm trying to build a separate like third party soft giving style charity link that you can immediately give money to and then have it go through that so they can potentially wire it. You can use Swift, yeah. That is what I'm trying to set up so it's as easy as possible, okay? Oh, anyway, I mean, this is absolutely fucking devastating. I don't know how else to describe it. What? This guy predicted the earthquake 3 days ago? He's a researcher. He said sooner or later there will be a M7.5 earthquake in this region, South Central Turkey, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, deprem. Fuck. I mean, this guy is Research Institute for Monitoring Geometry Between Celestial Bodies related to seismic activity. Is it fake? Is this like a fake thing? Is it one of those things where they just like always fucking claim that, you know, different regions are going to have... Was he actually analyzing fucking fault lines, or was that just like one of those things where one of those Twitter accounts that just make shit up? Ülkenin depreme karşı önlem için kullanması gerektiği vergiler saraylarına gittiğinden zaten az kaynak var. Yeah. Okay, so that's another big part of this as well. 99 depremi 17 kilometre derinlikteydi. Bu deprem 7 kilometre derinlikte gerçekleşti. So, this earthquake happened at a way higher depth, way closer to the surface than the one in 99, which was 17 kilometers deep. This one was 7 kilometers deep. It went on for more than 2 minutes, and then the second seismic activity was also additionally devastating. So all of that compiles on top of one another. It has no scientific value. Earthquakes cannot be predicted. And I mean, right now, as we're speaking, the way that earthquakes work, especially in you know, all around the country, but especially in places like fucking Turkey, what you have to recognize is that like while we're having this conversation, there are hundreds of thousands of people that are under rubble right now, some of which will never be recovered, you know? And that is what's really fucked up. Anyway, the thing is, what ends up happening is with accounts like that, the one that you just showed me, okay, people will make predictions over and over again, and then when one of them inevitably hit, they delete all the other ones. So then everyone gives them clout. It's just stupid. Sometimes people do that. I don't know if that's one of those, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Sıkıntı ve dünyada nadir olan iki fayda 8 saat arayla deprem olması, bu çok nadirmiş. Yeah. I don't know for certain, but multiple people in the chat are saying a place called Hatay is gone flattened. Yes, that's this right here. This is Hatay. This happened. That's the reason why northern Syria was also devastated, because a lot of the earthquakes are right in this region. The heart of the problem is right in this region, which my uncle and my mom's family is technically from this region. I don't have any immediate relatives in that area, and no point of contact there. But that's, yeah, that is technically where my family is from as well. Yes, from Kilis, which is right at the heart of the seismic activity. There are areas where yes, there is a fuckload of people living there. Gaziantep is a big area. Kahramanmaraş is like decently populated. From what I understand, I mean, the numbers are going to keep going. I'm letting you know. What experts have speculated is that the Istanbul one, the 99 earthquake, the one that I was in with my family, that one killed 17,000 people. They're saying that this one will also probably have a similar death toll. Just a record-breaking devastation. Yeah. I'm going to tweet about it now. I'm going to tweet that I'm live. I'm not doing a parasocial, like, personal news update. We'll just get right into it. I hit a PR personally. Not that it matters, but that's it. I will maybe in a little bit talk about some other stuff later, like some lighter stuff later down the line. Yeah, this is what Hatay looks like from a drone camera footage. Thank you, Michael. Just gone. Just entire blocks of apartments just leveled, reduced to rubble. Şu an sahadaki ekiplerin merkezlerle iletişimi inanılmaz zayıf. Starlink dışında tek yol HF telsiz haberleşmesi ve o da hava yağmurlu olduğu için çalışmıyor. Starlink reddedilmesi muhtemelen yüzlerce can kurtarabilecekti. Reddedilmeseydi. Niye Starlink'i reddetti Erdoğan? Hatırlıyorum, İlan'la beraber konuşuyorlardı. Fabrika falan kuracaktı İlan Türkiye'de. Bundan dolayı mı? Türksat yeter dedi. Live feed from different cities by CNN Türk.
O da şu anda oradaki çalışmaların sona erdiğini, buradaki çalışmaların ise devam ettiğini söyleyelim. Şu ara bölümden bir önceki yayınımızda oradan sağ olarak bir vatandaşımız kurtarılmıştı. Derinlere indiklerini, önce bir takım içeriye teknik malzemelerle arama kurtarma çalışmalarının yapıldığı teknik malzemelerle içeriye ulaştıklarını ve daha sonra da
orası Maraş, Hatay değil. Oh, sorry, this is not Hatay, this is Maraş, Kahramanmaraş.
Bekleyen bir emare varsa da
a different city.
O bölgeye ulaşıyorlar. Şu an genel bir sessizlik durumu hakim. Hava sıcaklığı da böyle yavaş yavaş artık kendini iyiden iyiye hissettiriyor. 80 kişinin olduğu bilgisini buradaki bölgede yaşayanlardan edindik.
Emrah, beni duyabiliyor musun?
Oluşuyor. Tabii
10 ili vuran depremde 12.068 kişi de yaralandı. So death toll at the moment in real time in Turkey alone is 1762. 1,762. That is going to increase, obviously. And they're saying 12,068 people have been injured. Okay. Hold on. Let me tweet out that I'm live. During the earthquake. Is Turkey an earthquake hotspot? Yes. Some of the best.
As well in taking care of.
There's a lot of fault lines in Turkey. Yes, there's a fuckload of fault lines. Yeah, there's is hot for earthquakes.
Turkey is known for its dams, very, very big dams that irrigate and provide hydroelectric electricity. So there was a lot of concern.
The Turkish government has announced 7 days of national mourning. Before we get to live coverage, I'm just going to give you a brief update. Okay, here.
Today's earthquake, and that can be.
I need people to understand how fucking devastating and how long this was. Is there any footage? No TOS, obviously, but is there any footage that you guys have that you can send me right now? That the 2-minute long footage of like CCTV. There's the 90-second one from Gaziantep, I believe. Is this it? Those are trafo. Those are. This is not what I'm looking for. The Turkish Twitch streamer during the earthquake. Wait, what the fuck?
Arkadaşlar çok kötü.
Was he in? Where was he? Where is this guy?
Aman Allah'ım. Arkadaşlar binayı.
The ones that are the things that are blowing. He was in Hatay. Hatay'da mı? O zaman bu adam büyük ihtimalle öldü. Yani. Oh no. Yok, iyi mi? Canlı mı? Oh, thank God. Holy shit. Okay, he's okay. Someone said in the comments, oh, thank God. Jesus Christ. Okay, so this is one of the fucking main areas of impact, okay? One of the cities that was absolutely reduced to fucking rubble. And this is him live streaming. And then he loses internet connection. He was under the rubble but survived. Thank God. Okay. He did the right thing, by the way. Part of the reason why he was able to survive is because he fucking immediately took cover. Dude, this shit is so normal too. Like earthquake, what you're supposed to do during a fucking earthquake is just like, it's just something you're taught. What is this? Oh, this is Civic Turkey. This is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like, oh, the inside of the store. This is the one I was looking for. Yeah, this is an antique store inside of Gaziantep, I think. Yeah, dozens of people are dead, hundreds more injured. This I think is the best video for you to like get a better grasp of like how fucking insane and how long it is. And it goes on. Like, understand how long. If you've ever been in an earthquake, you understand that like that shit is not supposed to go for that long. Okay? Like, it's not supposed to shake for that fucking long. The longer it goes, the more devastating it is. Okay? The hotel kitchen one is from 2020, chat. The hotel kitchen earthquake footage that you guys are showing is from 2020, okay? It's from a different earthquake. This is from a different earthquake. This footage, see, this is a CCTV video of an earthquake from 2020. This is not actually the earthquake that you're talking about. The earthquake that you're talking about, like the one from last night was late at night. Yeah, we had, I mean, growing up in Turkey, you have earthquake drills in school. Bu Gaziantep değil mi? Elazığ diyorsun da Gaziantep zannediyordum. Bu yanlış olabilir. A building collapse mid-interview. Malatya'da A Haber muhabiri canlı yayında deprem hakkında bilgi verdiği sırada peş peşe deprem meydana geldi. Binaların yıkıldığı sırada vatandaşlar koşarak uzaklaştı.
Son durumu götürüyoruz şu anda. Evet, arka tarafı gösterelim. Malatya'da artçı sarsıntı devam ediyor. Vatandaşlar hemen sokağın ortasına toplandılar. Sirenler çalmaya devam ediyor. Binalar da sarsılmaya devam ediyor. Hemen arka tarafı gösterelim. Deprem...
Saat kaçta bu? 13:25 diyor. Bunlar o zaman this seems like it happened after. Like this is in the morning. Or midday. This is the second one? Oh, okay.
Şu anda da deprem devam ediyor. Haber ekranlarında canlı yayında gösteriyoruz şu anda. Etraf tekrar toz bulut olmuş durumda. Vatandaşların sakin olması gerekiyor. Hemen binalardan uzak bir noktada, açık bir alanda toplanması gerekiyor. Bizler de şöyle geçelim.
This is like they're talking about the survivors from the first one from the night. First one from the night. And they're in the middle of the street. And then the second one that's like 7.6. The first one was 7.8. Okay, magnitude. The second one is 7.6 as an aftershock, which is incredibly. It's not even an aftershock. It's a separate one, right? It's like two in a. Like at first, the aftershock is supposed to be at least like reduced in its impact, but this one is also a 7.6.
Şu anda artçı sarsıntı çok büyüktü. Hemen çatının orası açık bir alana geçelim. Evet. Vatandaşlar toplandı. Evet, şu anda gel bana doğru gel sen de. Gel bana doğru. Malatya'da artçı sarsıntılar devam ediyor. Şiddeti oldukça büyüktü. Bulunduğumuz cadde binalar adeta üzerimize geldi diyebiliriz. Tabii bu anlarda sakinliğimizi korumak oldukça önemli. Binalardan uzak bir noktada toplanma alanlarında vatandaşlarla birlikteyiz. Şu an herkes yine telefonlara
Herkes buraya gel.
güvenli alana geçiyoruz bizler şu anda. Vatandaşları da görüyorsunuz. Deprem oluyor gene.
This is the second one. This is the second earthquake that happened in the middle of their coverage.
Evet, şu anda vatandaşı görüyorsunuz. Toz duman. Biraz önce bulunduğumuz alandaydı.
Bu taraftan gidelim. Arkadaşlar şu binanın önündeki
J Troop 55, thank you for the 50 gift to subs.
bir an önce durmuşken.
Hemen çıkmamız lazım. Bu noktadan hemen ayrılmamız gerekiyor. Bir dakika Esra.
Arkadaşlar gelin.
Bir dakika. Böyle bir şey.
Again, a lot of people think that like earthquakes are a lot of people think that earthquakes are devastating because like the ground fucking opens up and people die or whatever, but they're devastating because of the buildings that are on top of the ground. Okay, that's how people die. If you're in a heavily populated area, if your buildings are not up to standards that could withstand an earthquake, and then also on top of that, more people die in the aftermath during the relief and recovery efforts, especially when it's cold as fuck outside. People are now under the rubble. People are now under the rubble, and it's the weather conditions and not being able to have access to food, water. That is what ends up killing a lot of people. Hachiroku, the building code for reinforced structure buildings in Turkey, TS 500, is considered really good actually. However, it's very common for builders to ignore it. I'm an architect in Turkey. So now people are worried about what might happen. Now people are worried about what might happen in the recovery period.
Kimse yok burada. Herkes canının derdinde. Lütfen yardım edin. Gaziantep'in İslahiye ilçesinden sesleniyorum size. İnsanlar enkaz altında çıkamıyorlar. Yardım edin bize.
If people are saying I Show Speed is doing a donation here, I'll try to reach out to him through Aiden. I don't have a direct contact with him, but to make sure that it's yeah. Earthquake lights are a lesser known phenomena, but Chad is being brain dead. Is a luminous aerial phenomena that reportedly appears in the sky or near areas of tectonic stress, seismic activity, or volcanic eruptions. There's no broad consensus as to the cause of the phenomenon. It differs from disruptions such as electrical grids, such as arcing power lines, which can produce bright flashes on the ground. One of the first records of earthquake lights is the 869 Sanriku earthquake, described as strange lights in the sky. Some models suggest the generation of earthquake lights involved the ionization of oxygen to oxygen anions by breaking proxy bonds. I thought it was just transformers blowing up, which is usually the most common thing that happens in that situation, you know? Because, like, they break. Sabahki deprem sırasında gökyüzünün hali. Yeah, this is the footage from. This is footage from Turkey during the. Oh, that bright light might not necessarily be a transformer blowing up. Speed has up on stream. I hit up Aiden to link me with him, but if he's already donating to Up, that's a good thing. What is iShow Speeds like? He's banned, so I can't really show him. I'm gonna show him real quick.
Okay. I will. Yo, chat, chill, bro. Like I'm trying. I don't. Cause like y'all, bro. Cause like y'all confusing me right now. I don't. Okay, so name and username. I wish it wasn't. Okay.
Yeah, this is a big problem with Up. It's the most reputable charity, but unfortunately they take lira and there is no like easy way to do it. But fear not, I believe Jardine is working on it. I think Jardine is working on it. I have some other people talking. To Up as well to try to put together a link so that we can like immediately and raise funds as quickly as possible. Another 6.0 earthquake. Wait, what? A 6.0 magnitude earthquake just occurred in Doğanşehir, Turkey. Just now. Yes, you can Swift USD. You can use Swift. But guys, I can do that, okay? But I can do that. But what I want to make sure is that it's not just like, it's as easy as possible, okay? That's the point. My goal is to make sure that there is like a streamlined process for everyone. Do you understand? Because currently it's not it's just you have to use Swift, you have to use your bank account. That's not a very easy process. Do you get it? A 7-story building crumbled to the ground in Turkey's Malatya following another massive 7.6 magnitude earthquake which hit Kahramanmaraş. That's just fucking insane, dude. Yeah, I mean, it's common for additional earthquakes to happen, like aftershocks to happen, which is really, which obviously is what makes the recovery efforts all the more difficult because, like, when you have people in and around these buildings that are standing, but barely, it puts the rescue workers' lives at risk as well. I think you can donate with crypto as well, if I'm not mistaken, to Ahbab, for those of you who are wondering. But I don't wanna use like random people's links and shit. You know what I mean? Because it's really shitty, but it certainly is something, that people will take advantage of. You know what I mean? Like, there will always be people that are like, oh yeah, we'll give this to Ahbab, and then they don't. Mark Ruffalo, Antonio Banderas, and George Takei and others are imploring their fans to come to the aid of people in Turkey and Syria in the wake of a 7.8 magnitude earthquake on Monday morning. Immediately jumping to action, search and rescue teams from countries worldwide began preparing to send volunteers to Turkey and Syria. Here is a rescue team flying to Turkey from Taiwan. You can donate to OPUP directly if you want. But like I said, I'm currently trying to, like, if you're gonna make a one-time donations, whatever, but I'm trying to put together a link at the moment. And I think Jaren is working on that as well. There are two different active fault lines. First one triggered the second one from a different fault line. This is called earthquake storm and is a very rare event. It creates a lot of big aftershocks. Oh, so the OPUP officially said that they are not accepting crypto. All of them are fake. See, this is what I mean. There's like hella fucking, there are pieces of shit out there that are trying to make money off of this for themselves. You know what I mean? So I guess for everybody who says, for everybody who's asking, like, can you do a crypto donation? I guess you can't. Jahreyn 30 dakikaya hazır dedi Speed'e. Okay, good. According to Jahreyn, the donation link will be ready to go in 30 minutes. We'll see, hopefully. Gas explosion after the earthquake in Hatay. A whole gas line is down right now in the middle of a blizzard. Bro, of course the gas line is going to be down in the middle of a blizzard. If the gas line was still active in the middle of the blizzard, they would also potentially fucking die from suffocation, potentially die from additional explosions. Oftentimes what you're supposed to do before an earthquake is like in California, for example. In California, there are like houses will automatically shut off gas, or the cities, depending on how devastating the earthquake is, you're supposed to automatically shut off gas, specifically so that there are no leaks, specifically so that it's not exploding. 1,5 saat. Okay, not in 30 minutes, an hour and a half, apparently. Okay. This is the visual guide to earthquakes that hit Turkey and Syria. A video and maps of the impact and huge earthquake and aftershocks have killed thousands. This is what happened in Şanlıurfa. As you can see, an entire fucking building collapsed in and of itself. Electrical grids exploding. The earthquake, the 7.8 magnitude earthquake hit before sunrise, around 4 a.m. local time, I believe. Bir baba scam diyor, o yüzden atmıyor, inandırman lazım. Oh, Ahbap contact is ready. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Alpha is speaking live right now. Oh, they're updating. Okay. Is it on CNN Turk? This one is not it. Where's the CNN Turk link? Oh, here it is.
Teams of the military are on site, and many especially trained dogs are also taking part in the search and rescue.
This is live.
Activities on site. The AFAD volunteers contribute remarkably to the search and rescue activities from the onset of the earthquake up until now. 51,356 additional volunteers registered in the system. This is really important because this shows the great level of solidarity of our nation. The total number of AFAD volunteers.
Türkler, iShow Speed'e kontaktım yok. Aid'in üzerinden konuşmaya çalışıyorum kendisiyle. Aid'in ama büyük ihtimalle uyuyor şu anda. DM attım kendisine. Benden başka bir şey istemeyin, okey? Bana sormayın daha fazla. Yani ne yapayım bilmiyorum.
Transferred to those sites,
Yani $8.000 bir para değil amına koyayım. O kadar kafayı zorlamayın, emin ol. Daha fazla, çok daha fazla para burada şey yapacağız, raise
in order
edeceğiz.
to rescue our people. Of course, it's not very easy to have an access to every inch. However, there are places
Bu kadar kafanızı yormayın yani
where the
$8.000
rebels
için.
are known. The search and rescue activities have already started in certain areas. Some of them are just starting, but in a nutshell, I can say that search and rescue activities go on site. Thank you very much.
That was Orhan Tatar once again giving us an update then of the very latest numbers. He's the General Director of Earthquake and Risk. And the sad news he had to bear was this, that as we had been reporting, the numbers of dead number is increasing hour by hour. The latest total in Turkey alone is 2,316 lives have been lost. Some 13,293 people have been injured. That's what the official total is. Just seeing from other sources that the Syrian authorities are now putting their death toll at 1,356. So getting close to 4,000 lives have been lost in these extraordinary set of circumstances that we've been reporting on throughout the day. Now, after the 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck first, numerous countries shared messages of support. Let's give you a sense of that dialogue. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky shared a message on Twitter. He used Turkish language to express unity and solidarity with the Turkish people. Washington early on announced it would deploy its development agency called USAID that would help with the rescue effort and maintain close contact with Turkish officials. Pakistan's foreign ministry offered condolences to the Turkish people and said they stand ready to extend all possible support in the relief effort. The Israeli President, Isaac Herzog, extended sympathies to President Erdogan, saying he's deeply saddened by the tragic events. NATO Allied Land Command sent condolences and pledged its support to Turkey. And the US President Joe Biden offered condolences in a number of ways today. First, a message from his office saying to the Turkish people he sent his condolences and that his officials would monitor the situation. Now, we believe that either going on at the moment or to be started very shortly is a conversation between the two presidents. Certainly, the two countries have been talking at foreign minister level. Let's go to Washington,
this doesn't
DC,
work, bro.
and check on the situation there.
Okay, I know this. I understand this, okay? I get it. I know that this is how American Turkish people or individuals can make donations. I am trying to put together a streamlined donation method for everyone so they could just like easily fucking put their information in. No, a lot of people are not going to go through this process. Do you understand? I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. We're working on it. We are working on it behind the scenes. Everyone calm down,
each
okay?
To aid in search and rescue efforts in Turkey. Samantha Power, head of USAID, saying that to begin these efforts of USAID deploying those teams, that she has been personally coordinating with people on the ground here that prepare for disaster response. Two of those groups of people are in Los Angeles County, and the other right next door to Washington here in Fairfax County, Virginia. These are the teams that will be deploying as part of what they call DART, the Disaster Assistance Response Team effort from USAID. She says they're in the process of getting to Turkey, and that these two teams will be part of other responding organizations saving assistance. Now, in terms of northern Syria, this is something where Samantha Power says the U.S. will be trying to respond in any way it can. But of course, we know logistically how difficult that's going to be because of crossing the border, because of logistical issues, aside from, of course, weather conditions and the political situation in the area. So the U.S. is teaming up with what it calls its humanitarian partners in northern Syria to deliver assistance in that area as well. For now, that's all we know. We still don't have a timeline as to when any of these teams will get to their intended targets.
And of course, one of the confusions of trying to manage a worldwide effort to help the Turkish nation here, I guess, is just possible confusion or just being overwhelmed. Some kind of organization needs to get into this plan, doesn't it? But I guess America and Turkey have the NATO channels, so people are familiar with one another and they can use those on occasions like this.
Very much so, and you can sort of see that play out in the speed at which we did hear the U.S. respond to those first reports of the earthquake, which was Sunday evening local time in Washington. We heard from Jake Sullivan, one of the president's top advisors, expressing profound concern and condolences and pledging that there will certainly be assistance. This was also an issue that was top of the State Department briefing on Monday, as well as the White House briefing. And now you have the two leaders, President Joe Biden and President Recep Tayyip Erdogan of Turkey, who will have that phone call to coordinate on exactly how best the U.S. can assist. I should also add that on Wednesday, the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is expected to be here in Washington. He will be meeting with the Defense Secretary, the Secretary of State, and members of Congress. And you will certainly see this issue prioritized on that day. Members of Congress, I should add, from both sides, both parties, have been expressing profound regret and very much urging the administration to step up its response, disaster response, and aid Turkey.
Yasmin El-Sabawi in Washington for us. Thank you very much indeed. Let's just go up the road from the White House. Let's go to the State Department, because they've been talking to their Turkish equivalents as well. Ned Price is one of the spokespeople there. He gave us this update.
I would like to start today by echoing the President and the Secretary and expressing our deepest condolences to the people of Turkey and Syria following the devastating earthquakes in Kahramanmaraş and southeastern Turkey. The Department of State is in close contact with our Turkish allies and our humanitarian partners, and our initial assistance response is already underway.
Speed is saying he can't talk to me because he's a banned streamer on Twitch, and I'm a Twitch streamer. That's why he's saying
by
that.
These earthquakes, Secretary Blinken just got off the phone with his counterpart, Foreign Minister TLOU of Turkey, to reiterate the same message. And we stand in solidarity with our allies, our partners, and the people of Turkey and Syria affected by these terrible events.
Well, that was quite an interesting conversation. Let's bring in Yanis Paksoy, because we hear from Antony Blinken. He just said to the Turkish colleagues that he could have, just pick up the phone, ask us what you want. That's quite a big offer.
It is indeed, and I was in that State Department press briefing in the past hour, and when I asked Ned Price a question about what's on the table, because we know that 2 79-person rescue and recovery teams are being dispatched to Turkey as we're speaking, but what's on the table, because this is the initial phase, this is the early hours of this disaster that is still unfolding in Turkey across the southeastern and eastern parts of the country. So Ned Price said that we are NATO allies, allies, and just like allies do, we're ready to offer any and all assistance that our Turkish counterparts might need. So he said to me that all Turkey has to do is just pick up the phone, call the United States, and whatever is needed, the United States is going to try and provide what might be needed by the Turkish public. He also said that this is the first phase of rescue and recovery operations. That's why those teams are being sent there. And after that initial phase, there's going to be the rebuilding and reconstruction of those cities, those flattened neighborhoods, entire neighborhoods and cities in the southeastern and eastern parts of the country. So he said that that's why the United States President Joe Biden directed his team and also USAID to look at what funding they might have available that they could dispatch to Turkey. So we're not only talking about rescue and recovery operation teams, but we're also talking about funding for the reconstruction and rebuilding of all those areas. So the message from the United States is quite clear, and it is that as allies, as two NATO allies for the past several decades, we're ready to offer any kind of assistance that Ankara might need.
And while we mourn the dead, we've got to look after those who survived too. I mean, this is the middle of winter. We're hearing reports from our colleagues on the ground near where these earthquakes took place that the weather is turning particularly nasty. There's going to be people sleeping in the open air tonight.
It's absolutely heartbreaking, and it's quite grim what we're seeing out of southeastern Turkey. And the United States said that was also quite interesting during that press briefing, that the United States has a military base in Adana, and Adana province is quite close to the disaster area. So the U.S. State Department spokesperson Ned Price said that they might be available to host other countries' search and rescue operations teams. So he made it quite clear that that Incirlik Air Base of the United States, that's a NATO air base, that might be welcoming pretty soon the other countries' search and rescue operations team. So it's kind of an rescue operations team. So it's kind of an international effort, just like you said when you were talking to my colleague before me. It's an international.
Yes. Türkler, evet, Mr. Beast'e mesaj attım. Susun artık, yeter amına koyayım ya. Mr. Beast ne yapacak kendi kendine? Bekle. Çalışıyoruz şurada. Çalışıyorum, evet. Tamam.
All those search and rescue operation teams, they are ready to offer any kind of assistance.
Yunus Paksoy, thank you very much indeed. Let's go now to the United Nations, shall we? Let's go to New York. Antonio Guterres, a little earlier, conveyed his condolences for the victims of the quake.
I want to convey my deep sadness about the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. I extend my condolences to the families of the victims. The United Nations is mobilizing to support the emergency response, and so let's work together in solidarity to assist all those hit by this disaster, many of whom were already in dire need of humanitarian aid. During my tenure as High Commissioner for Refugees, I went several times to work in that area, and I will never forget the extraordinary demonstration of generosity of the people of the area. It is time for all of us to show the same solidarity that I've witnessed in the area in relation to refugees fleeing one of the most difficult conflicts of our time.
While this is ongoing, additional aftershocks are occurring over and over again in Turkey as well, from what I understand.
Things can the UN help with?
Like literally in the process of this.
What we're hearing now is that the UN and its humanitarian partners that are already on the ground have launched what they call
5.3,
assessment
4.4,
teams
4.4.
to the earthquake-affected areas. Now, the International Organization for
this is a
Migration,
constantly
the
updating
IOM,
list
and
of
the UN
earthquakes.
Refugee Agency
Another one
have,
that was
a total
6.0.
stock of right now some 2,000 tents and approximately 1,700 non-food item kits that were already pre-positioned just inside the
The
border of
aftershocks also
northwestern Syria.
displace. The aftershocks, unfortunately, also displace like already fucking buildings that have been devastated, making it even harder for rescue operations to occur. So it's just a calamity. That's the word to use here. It is a calamity, much like the 99 earthquake was considered a calamity. Yes, my family is okay. Like I said, like I don't have any immediate family members in the region. They live in Kilis. Like my extended family lives in, I think still some of them live in Kilis, but my immediate family members live in Istanbul. So they're very far away from the main area. Okay. Were there aftershocks? The initial earthquake was followed by more than 100 aftershocks, including a magnitude 7.7 tremor during the day on Monday that interrupted search and rescue operations. The European Mediterranean Seismological Center said the preliminary data showed the second large earthquake occurred 67 kilometers, 42 miles northeast of Kahramanmaraş, Turkey, at a depth of 2 kilometers, which is like, I mean, that's pretty fucking high. 2 kilometers is like basically surface. Which only makes it, or not high, like shallow. Like it's literally fucking near the surface, making it so much more devastating. More than 14,000, 1,400, but now the number is, I believe, 2,500 have died across 10 provinces of Turkey, and at least 7,000, just so much more than that. This is older information. In Syria, 430. This is all old information-wise. The first quake damaged a historic Gaziantep castle, which has been in use since the Roman times. That's another crazy one. I don't know if there's a video of that, by the way. Do you guys have a video footage of the Gaziantep castle? Because I think there was, 2,300 are now. And the World Health Organization estimates that 20,000 will be the final tally. The Gaziantep castle in Turkey collapsed after the recent earthquake. Look at this shit. I mean, dude, this has been around for fucking hundreds of years, okay? Built by the Roman Empire between the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD. Thousands. So to understand, like, Gaziantep Castle, which was built more than 2,200 years ago, collapsed during the earthquake.
Depremin nelere mal olduğunu görüyorsunuz Gaziantep Kalesi'ni. İlk kez bu kadar deprem oldu, bu kadar sallantı oldu. İlk kez Gaziantep Kalesi yıkıldı. Görüyoruz felaketin çerçevesine.
But I guess it was a reconstruction is what people are saying, which would make more sense if that's the case. It wouldn't make sense. That's the restored part. Oh, okay, that makes sense then.
But that apartment building had survived quake number 1, only for quake number 2 to hit with those awful consequences. And you can see the dust in the air.
No, the reason why I'm saying that that's okay is because, or that makes sense, is because, like, Roman castles are built to withstand earthquakes and everything else. We still don't even fully understand some of the architectural marvels of, like, Roman era structure building. I remember seeing a video about it where, like, Roman concrete utilized volcanic lava within its concrete that basically would activate at the site of water. Like it would react, or volcanic ash, sorry, that heals itself and ends up closing at the site of water, closing up further and becoming more firm, which is part of the reason why you still have, like, this is our understanding of Roman concrete is a relatively new phenomena. Roman concrete has been around for thousands of fucking years. We are just now fully understanding what it were or how it worked. Yeah. This is new research from Harvard and MIT that basically found how Roman concrete is capable of healing itself. For those of you who don't know, the chemical reaction inside of Roman concrete was something that people just could not comprehend, could not understand how, because water damage would only make it stronger. Yeah. To ascertain the origin of the class, the team expanded their shape and crystal structure. The examination suggested the deposit had been formed at extreme temperatures, as would be created by preparing the concrete with quicklime, calcium oxide, a process that releases a lot of heat known as hot mixing. Does anyone have the video of that, actually? I don't care about people predicting the earthquake ahead of time. Not just that reconstructed parts are easier to collapse in every building, you know, yama yapılan yer daha kolay yeniden delinir. Fatma Şahin 60 bin nüfuslu ilçenin yarısı yok belediye başkanı söyledi Gaziantep'in. Okay.
Burada modelimiz var, evet. 3 tane levha var. Yeşille gösterilen.
So this is Dr. Celal Şengör, who is describing how this earthquake happened. Okay, I'll try to translate it as best as I can for you.
Anadolu levhası.
He says there's two big plates.
Dur abi. Lacivertle gösterilen. Gelsin de kamera tam göstersin. Tamam. Gel, evet. Görüyor musun? Tamam. Bak. Bu kırmızı Arap levhası. Arap levhası. Yeşil Anadolu levhası. Lacivert Adana levhası. Şimdi Doğu Anadolu fayı dümdüz devam etse, tek bir fay aşağı kadar gelecek. Değil mi? Devam ediyor. Kayıyor. Malatya'da da o deprem oldu. Gördün mü ne oluyor?
He's talking about the different fault lines and how they moved.
Boyunca bir graben meydana geliyor. Var mı?
Okay, I mean I can't fucking describe it, dude. Anyway, he's basically trying to simplify how the different fault lines move different plates, and when the second Malatya earthquake happened, it basically created this major gap in between the I guess the Arabic plate, Adana plate, and the Anatolia plate.
Böyle bir graben şu anda yok. Demek ki bu model doğru değil. Peki şimdi,
and he's saying that that's not what happened. Sorry, he's actually showing what didn't actually happen.
Eğer şu levha, bak Doğu Anadolu fayı geldi üçlü ekleme. Evet. Ondan sonra böyle devam eder.
I'm sorry, I'm fucking giving you real time translation. Evet. Shut the fuck up.
Böyle devam ederse bu böyle olacak. Bu sefer burada başka bir graben oluşuyor. Açıklık olmayacağına göre bu buraya gelecek. Gördün mü? Şu. Burası Kahramanmaraş. Maraş Ovası. Maraş Ovası. Atımı görüyor musun? Bu 4 metre. Kendiliğinden ortaya çıktı. Yani şöyle oldu. Bir daha basit bir daha yapalım gerekirse. Bu Arap levhası buradan aşağı doğru kaydı. Ve bir deprem yarattı. Ve o deprem burada oldu. Evet. O deprem şurada oldu. Bunun üstünde bir yerde oldu. Ondan sonra bu aşağı doğru kaymaya başladı. Burası. Bu boşluğu kapatmak için bu aşağı doğru kaymaya başladı. Ve yanalatım yapmak mecburiyeti. Bu 7.6, bu 7.8. Evet.
That was the first one is the 7.8 one that moved the plates from Adana and the Arabic plates in that direction, and then the second one happened while the Anatolia plate was compensating for the move.
Burası şimdi burada böyle bir çöküntü alanı oluştu.
And that area, the site, like the most devastating site of impact would be Kahramanmaraş, which is like where a lot of the devastation occurred.
Kahramanmaraş Ovası.
Ders kitaplık bir örnek bu. Bir üçlü eklem etrafında deprem nasıl incelenir? Ders kitaplık.
Herkes tek bir fay diye düşünürken aslında bu şöyle, önce bu böyle kaydı, sonra bu boşluğa bu geldi. İlk deprem şu fayın üzerinde oldu, bu aşağı doğru, yani şu aşağı doğru kayarken burada bir deprem meydana getirdi şurada. Sonra da bu kayarken bu da burada bir.
Yeah, the first move of the first move of the Arabic plate caused the first impact, or the first earthquake, and then in an effort to compensate for it, the Anatolia plate moved in the direction of the Arabic plate, which then created the second earthquake.
Deprem meydana getirdi. Ve burada da bu oluştu.
Nereyi yükledi? Burayı yükledi.
Yani şu anda Doğu Anadolu fayının üstünde yeni bir yük var.
Yeni bir yük var.
Peki Adana üstünde yeni bir yük var mı?
Var. Çünkü şimdi bu güneye doğru kaydı ya, bu da bunun üzerine geldi, bindirdi. Bunun üzerindeki hareket devam ediyor. Adana bu hareket yüzünden hem sıkışıyor hem doğu batı açılıyor bu istikamette. Biraz önce gösterdiğim mekanizma.
Another one occurred, 5.4 magnitude in the process. So the abi Archie hala devam ediyor. Durmuyor amına koyayım. 5. More earthquakes are happening right now. As all of the fault lines are, or all the tectonic plates are trying to resettle.
İlgili olarak. Dolayısıyla Adana, Akkuyu falan filan oraların hepsinde tehlike var. Yani
I know I'm following what's going on, and two new ones happened just now. Bro, I don't think that this is real, man. Abi DAO sayfası kuruldu Türkiye için. Baksana bir götüne koyayım DAO'nun abi. Ne bu cryptocurrency olayları? Ahbap almıyoruz biz kripto demişler. Sen hala bana burada DAO mao diyorsun ya. Kafayı yiyeceğim yemin ediyorum. Abi bu kriptoya scam parası verin hadi bakalım. Stop. Cryptocurrency manyakları ya yemin ediyorum. İlla kripto olsun abi. Scam olsun ama yine kripto olsun amına koyayım. Hadi bakalım. Zaten kriptocular hep scam yapıyorlar. Onlar için fark etmiyor o yüzden. Yani bir tane daha scam olsun. Ne fark eder amına koyayım. Zaten parayı hep scamledik yani. Götümüze girdi para zaten.
But nobody can say that they're ready for something like this because at the end of the day, the power of
also there's no PayPal. There's no PayPal. I don't think PayPal is allowed in Turkey. I think it's illegal in Turkey if I'm not mistaken. So do not fucking donate to PayPal either. There's a lot of shit. There's a lot of weird shit. So there are scumbags out there that want to fucking make money, okay, off of the horrifying circumstances of others, which is why I am desperately trying to put together a streamlined process that is valid and legitimate, okay? I'm sorry that you're getting bored of this, man. I know, but people want updates about what's going on, okay? I know. One day we will not talk about America for one fucking day. I know you're losing your shit, but...
Number 5237. It is important that our citizens do not give credit to this content and follow the official
Abi
statements
ahbabın
for
linki
valid
nasıl, kim
information.
nasıl ödeyecek abi bundan? Şuna bakar mısın bu linke?
Well, now the
Bakar
earthquake has
mısın şu
also hit
anda?
northern parts of Syria.
This doesn't
We know
work.
that at least
I mean, it works, but like it's so
1,389 people have
complicated.
lost their lives there. That's according to official reports. A little earlier, we spoke to Nur Kormush, brings you the latest from Idlib.
The catastrophic disaster that hit the areas in northwestern Syria is
This is the real link. This is ahbab. This is how you can donate. The unfortunate reality, though, is that if you're from America or if you're from Europe and you want to do a donation through European with a euro, or if you want to do a donation with $1, you have to use like your bank. You have to go through your bank, which is why we're working on a way to streamline that effort. Okay, it's gonna happen.
The civilians that are still currently stuck under these rebels, and of course also evacuating the civilians from dangerous
I have to pee real quick.
Officials stated
I'll be back in a second, okay? I'm gonna pee. I'll be back in 1 second.
Statistics have been published due to the continuation. The death toll is still unknown. The widespread damages across the areas of northwestern Syria made the response even more complicated for the civil defense and other NGOs. We're currently moving from one area into another to cover the latest updates on the damages that hit these areas.
We spoke to Bahir Zikrem, who's a policy and advocacy manager for the Norwegian Refugee Council's Syria response. She told us the situation in Syria is very dire, and the earthquake has only added to that.
We're talking about a country that has been going through 12 years of, almost 12 years of war, and who has already been experiencing the worst humanitarian situation and crisis since the beginning of the conflict. And now this earthquake is adding an additional layer of suffering in people's life. We're speaking about whole neighborhoods that have been destroyed, people who have been in their cars since yesterday at the beginning of the earthquake, children who has been, of course, out of school, but also just staying in their car or staying outside in the streets, waiting for afraid of going back into buildings, afraid of everything. And so the situation is really, really bad.
And we know, don't we, that in this border area, over the border, Turkey is hosting thousands upon thousands of Syrian refugees, displaced people as a result of this a decade or more of war. Have you heard from those camps? Are they okay? Or there is another human emergency panning out there?
We're still assessing the damages, both in urban areas and the impact on displaced populations in IDP camps inside Syria and everywhere in Syria. The situation of the camps, while we're still assessing, will definitely worsen for many reasons, and one of them is that more people might be displaced because of the earthquake, and so those camps might have to receive new displaced population. Also, we know that the humanitarian organizations and the humanitarian response that is on the ground right now needs to be able to respond to the crisis and to the emergency and support the people who have been directly hit by the impact of the earthquake, while continuing responding also in the camps, even if because it's camps and people are living in tents, we are talking about less maybe infrastructural damage, immediate damage, but those people will need support and will need increased support, especially with the weather conditions as well. So the humanitarian community will need to stretch themselves to be able to respond to all the needs at once.
But in terms of getting supplies in, I'm thinking maybe above and beyond the rescue efforts and extra people to come and help with that, but regular supplies of foodstuffs and water, those supply chains are going to be disrupted now. That will present additional hazards?
it will represent additional hazards, and we are really asking the international community and the UN response and coordinated
Yes, I'm
response
talking to Speed on
to make
Discord
sure that
alongside
the
Jahrein, okay?
disruption of distribution and crossing of
finish
aid
setting up and they're waiting for
does not
soft queuing,
continue too
FYI.
long.
Well, in the last few minutes, we have heard that the two presidents, President Biden and President Erdogan, have been speaking about the very scenes that you can see on your screen right now, the aftermath of not one but two severe earthquakes, both over 7 in their magnitude, which have caused such destruction and such death. The death toll still climbing inexorably higher. We believe combining the numbers of known to be dead in both Turkey and in Syria, we are approaching 4,000 lives have been lost today. We'll have all the reports that our team of correspondents and journalists have gathered for you at the top of the hour.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad break here as we continue through this coverage. I think that... hold on, and I'm going to give you guys the latest numbers that are coming out of Turkey and Syria as well. Okay. I know Speed is banned on Twitch. I know. Abi sordular mı ama Erdoğan'a kontak kurmadım. BBC did a decent job covering the things you've been talking about with earthquake history, starting at 5:01. Okay, we'll do this as well. Here's some historical.
The number of people known to have died following a series of earthquakes and aftershocks in Turkey and northern Syria has now risen to more than 2,300 people. The quake, which struck in the early hours of the morning, was felt as far away as Lebanon and Cyprus. The epicenter was here near the Turkish city of Gaziantep and measured a magnitude of 7.8. The second earthquake measured at 7.5, which hit near Kahramanmaraş. We've just received these pictures from
I know
there.
death toll is over 3,000 now. This is older, but this gives you historical background too.
How much was created by the first tremor, which was stronger but further away. Turkish officials say there have been 120 aftershocks during Monday. There are fears the number of dead could rise sharply as rescue teams reach people trapped under rubble. Turkey has declared a state of emergency and appealed for international help. Well, some 45 countries have now offered their help to Turkey. Our diplomatic correspondent James Landell gave me the details. Have a listen.
Those are all promises. There is some substance. In the last hour or so, the British government has announced that today a plane will leave the UK and arrive in Turkey this evening, containing 76 search and rescue specialists and 4 dogs and an emergency medical team as well.
I think Erdoğan is mostly focusing on Türkler. Erdoğan Türkiye için içerik yapıyor. Türkiye'de para topluyor şu anda. Ben Amerika ve Avrupa'dan para toplamak için arka planda çalışma yapıyorum. Anladınız mı? Yani o yüzden şu anda benim alakam yok yani onunla bu nedenden dolayı. O Türkiye içerisinden para toplamak çok daha kolay bu prosede. Çünkü bunlar Türk organizasyonları. Maalesef Türk organizasyonları olduğu için ve Erdoğan'ın gerizekalılığından dolayı bir çıktı yani hani ondan dolayı PayPal işte ne bileyim yasaklı. Bu nedenlerden dolayı daha zor bir proses Amerikalıların direkt olarak para vermesi, direkt olarak para yatırması. Okey? Abi Silver'i sok. Silver'i sikimi sokayım yani şu anda. Salak salak konuşmayın. Okey? Biz global olarak yani global çalışma yapmaya çalışıyorum şu anda. Anladınız mı? Yani Türkiye içerisinde daha yani Türkiye içerisinde de zor para göndermek doğru düzgün ama yapmaya çalıştığım şu anda benim international audience için düzeltmeye çalışıyorum o prosesi. Maalesef Ahbap'ın bağış Ahbap'ın bağış portalı çok zor yani. Hiç kullanılabilir değil yani. Anlatabiliyor muyum? Yani bunu Amerikalı olsan, Türk olsan yani bunu nasıl böyle bağış yapacaksın? Bunu klik edebileceğin bir link olması lazım. Bu nedenden dolayı arka planda bununla ilgili çalışıyoruz şu anda. Okey? Ben sabahtan beri bunu yapmaya çalışıyorum. Yani ilk bu olay olduğundan beri ilk önce when I caught wind of what happened in Turkey, the first thing I did was immediately look for the best charities to help, okay? That's why it's taken hours and hours. But I wanted to figure out which were the most reputable charities. Ahbap is one of the most reputable, if not the most reputable one. But unfortunately, due to logistical problems, due to like political problems and whatnot, it's not as easy to donate to Turkish charities as it would be to donate to American charities or any other charity that usually works globally. So I wanted to create a streamlined process so that we could raise funds with ease. Okay? Me being able to donate is nothing. I mean, I'm going to donate obviously, but on top of that, if we can build a streamlined process, more people can donate with ease because a lot of people right now do not know how to donate. Okay? So that's what I've been working on this entire morning. Once I identified what charities that I want to work with NGOs are good, then we need to create a streamlined process. Soft Giving already has a streamlined process that is ready to go. But that streamlined process did not feature, okay, that Soft Giving link did not feature Ahbap, which is why I held. I didn't want to go live with it before I also had Ahbap in it. Because right now, as it stands, the Soft Giving link was going to donate funds to Care Turkey, Care Syria, Al-Quds Search and Rescue Association. Okay? But I wanted to also add Ahbap into that link as well. Because I talking to all my friends and family in Turkey and people with more knowledge over the situation, they said that this was the best NGO to work with, the one that immediately provides direct relief. Okay? Type TP Fund in Google and click Turkish Philanthropy Funds, donate with PayPal. PayPal is literally banned in Turkey. Okay? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This is what I mean. PayPal is banned in Turkey, brother. Do you understand? You're probably trying to help, or maybe you're a scammer. I don't know. Okay? There's like cryptocurrency scams out there. There's like PayPal scams out there. Motherfuckers are trying to literally make money off of thousands of people dying while they're literally under the fucking rubble. Okay? Please. It's a complicated process, which is why we're trying to set it up as quickly as possible. Okay? Anyway, here, let's continue with this.
Well, so we're getting some of the specifics now. That's just the initial sort of response. In other words, people who might make a difference could help in the next 48 hours or so. Then I think will come the broader humanitarian support, which will be about the rebuilding, about looking after people in the coming weeks. As we've heard, the weather in parts of this region is pretty poor, wet, it's cold. A lot of people are going to need a lot of shelter very, very quickly. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of people dying of exposure. So that's going to be the next phase. And then there'll be the longer term effort of how on earth do you help Turkey rebuild, and northern Turkey, northern Syria as well, because so much infrastructure. We're getting reports all the time about, not just buildings, but also just, the electricity, the gas, pipelines, all of these things. Huge devastation across an incredibly large area.
Yeah, and we've been talking on the programme about the fact that northern Syria has been devastated by war for so many years. And now they find themselves in this situation those relationships with Syria are also quite tricky about how, whether they work with the Kurds or the Syrian government.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Just in the statement put out by the British Foreign Office a short while ago, the British Foreign Secretary talked about, the amount of aid going to Turkey. And then he said, in Syria, the UK-funded White Helmets have mobilised their resources to respond. In other words, a hint there that the way the international community might get some of its medical and humanitarian support will be through proxies, NGOs, international charities, people like the White Helmets, who in the past have dug people out of buildings that have been destroyed by airstrikes. They're now going to have to do it from people who've been destroyed by this earthquake. So I think that's just one illustration of the complications of that region, where getting aid in will not just be hampered by the logistics, but also potentially by some of the politics.
And, Turkey has been an interesting player in the war in Syria, for example, but also in the situation in Ukraine. So at the moment, you get to see the complexities of the relationships that Turkey has. On the one hand, the Russians have said we'll help. The Ukrainians have also said they'll help.
I mean, Turkish diplomats, whenever I speak to them, they always say, look, Turkey is the centre of the world. I mean, every country says that about their own country, but they mean it in a sort of, we've seen, sadly, it's a geographic reality, but they also see it as a political reality. The Turks are desperate to be seen as mediators in the war in Ukraine. They have an active role in what is, let's face it, a continuing conflict in Syria. It hasn't ended, it's just lessened in intensity, and the world's attention has been focused elsewhere. So all of that is going to make it complicated, but I think the sheer scale of this tragedy will, I think, just trump so much of the local politics. Because it's just, when I was thinking this morning, what's the comparison? We all looked it up, and 1999, and 17,000 people died. Well, President Erdogan himself made so the comparison is 1939, when 30,000+ people died. So that's the comparison that the Turkish president is making here. And if that is the case, if that's, God forbid, the numbers we reach, then I think the sheer scale of this tragedy and this crisis will, I think, wash away a fair amount of the politics that potentially could complicate things on the ground.
That was our diplomatic correspondent James Landell there. Now, situated on or near several fault lines, Turkey is one of the world's most active earthquake zones. The country recorded more than 22,000 earthquakes last year alone. Many are dead. The worst on record, a 7.6 magnitude quake in 1999, which killed more than 17,000 people. Here's our science editor, Rebecca Morrell.
The desperate hunt for survivors after Turkey's huge earthquake. At magnitude 7.8, it's one of the biggest to hit the region in more than 80 years. But Turkey's all too familiar with these natural disasters. It's one of the world's most seismically active areas. The country sits amidst several tectonic plates, and there are two major fault lines where they meet. The East Anatolian fault line is where the quake struck. As the plates grind past each other, tension gradually builds up along the fault line before it's released, resulting in an earthquake. The East Anatolian fault line
the number has risen to 2,300 thus far, from what we know, but that is going to be significantly higher. Okay, that is going to be significantly higher than that. Okay, donation link and page, donation bar for resources. Okay, but does this have? Hold on. Okay, Care Turkey, Care Syria, Okuten Ahbab. I think I might have the donation link, chat. Hold on. I'm going to set it up right now. Nearly 4 large aftershocks in the last hour. It's crazy. Yes, that will be part of the donation distribution. I told Self Giving that I just had to connect with you direct through WhatsApp. Okay. Okay. One USD is 18 lira. Even small amounts are significant, guys. Yeah, hold on. I'm going to drop the link when it's fully finalized. Okay. The charities, the NGOs featured are going to be Akut, Care Syria, Care Turkey, and Ahbab. Okay, that is where the donations are going to go to. The link is not available yet. I'm not going to do it until we have it. Okay. I'm going to give it to you guys when it happens, when it's like fully ready to go. Ulusal kanallarda gösterilen çok daha kötü durum. Hasan çok fena biliyorum.
150 miles long.
Hiç deprem yaşadın mı? Oğlum ben 1999 senesinde İstanbul'daydım ailemle beraber. Ben Türkiye'de büyüdüm. İstanbul'da ve Ankara'da büyüdüm. Evet, hiç deprem yaşadım yani.
What's made the quake so deadly is how shallow it is.
Ayrıca şimdi de Kaliforniya'da yaşıyorum amına koyayım. Burada Amerika'nın en çok deprem gören bölgesi ama Türkiye gibi değil tabii ki de burada olduğu zaman.
What's made the quake so deadly is how shallow it is. It happened at a depth of just 11 miles. Since 1970, this region has seen 3 earthquakes greater than magnitude 6.
This is magnitude 7, nearly magnitude 8. This was a big one. This is an earthquake such as we don't get more than about 20 of every year somewhere in the world. So this was big, and it was also quite shallow. If the rupture is closer to the surface, you get greater shaking of the ground surface than an earthquake of the same energy that happens at a greater depth. So it is a particularly nasty one.
An earthquake of the same magnitude hit northern Turkey in 1939. 30,000 people died. And in 1970, to the west of the country, a magnitude 7.2 earthquake struck, killing 1,000 people and leaving many thousands more homeless. And in 1999, an earthquake in the east of Turkey caused monumental damage and around 18,000
This is the one that I experienced.
deaths. It was one of the most destructive earthquakes in the history of the region. In Gaziantep, as the rescue operation gets underway, aftershocks are the main concern.
Ankara'nın dikmeni, bir daha gidersem sik beni amına koyayım. Ne sorup duruyorsun? Ankara'nın neresi abi? Ankara'nın neresi? Dikmen amına koyayım. Oldu mu?
Making already damaged buildings more likely to collapse.
Tövbe
And a second
estağfurullah,
quake
manyak
of
ya.
magnitude 7.5 has struck to the north of the epicenter, making a desperate situation even more challenging. Rebecca Morell, BBC News.
Dr. Stephen Hicks is a seismologist at University College London, and I asked him why Turkey and the surrounding region was so vulnerable to earthquakes. Have a listen.
Yeah, it's certainly no stranger to large earthquakes. What we have causing the earthquakes here is that we know Earth's crust, the outer layer, is divided into tectonic plates. And so one of those plates is called the Arabian Plate, so sort of the Arabian Peninsula. and that's ploughing northwards into Europe and Asia. And as it ploughs northwards, Turkey sort of has to get out of the way. It's sort of moving westwards. And that a collision is accommodated along two fault zones in Turkey. One is the northern Anatolian fault, sort of east of Istanbul, and in the north of the country, where we've had recent large earthquakes in the recent decades. But also today's earthquake was on the eastern Anatolian fault zone in the southeast of the country. But it's also, both of these faults are being caused by the same plate tectonic process.
We're just hearing there from another seismologist in our report saying that it is quite a shallow one and therefore nasty.
Yeah, I mean, when I was woken up by the alert in the early hours of this morning on my phone, and when you see that magnitude of earthquake, magnitude 7.8 at that depth, and then when you go to look at where that is on the map of Turkey, you just feel utterly devastated. And it's sort of, as a seismologist, we study earthquakes all the time. We know what their potential is, but until you have this sort of, awful combination of factors, of a shallow depth, being in a populated area without sort of buildings that can withstand this amount of shaking, it's just, it just is the worst case scenario. So it's an awful situation.
Okay. All right, let's go back live
These
to TED.
pictures of this is the medevac process going on. This is some fresh video of the rescue efforts that I was discussing with our defence correspondent in just the last few minutes. But Mehmet, thank you very much indeed for joining us today. The challenges of this rescue and recovery work have to be able to match the extraordinary, devastating effect of these twin earthquakes. Professor, let me try again. That was, it wasn't much of a question, but I'll try and bring you in. Professor Altan, you're hearing us okay?
Türkçe.
Okay, we'll see if we can sort that out and see if we can come back to that. Let me just explain the pictures we are showing right now, which is this medevac process. We believe these are patients who've been taken out of the disaster zone and they have been put into the belly of this aircraft. It has come, and we understand these pictures have been taken at
Bilmiyor abi İngilizce, Allah Allah. Tamam lafı ne alay ediyorsunuz amına koyayım herifle? Bilmiyor, ne yapsın?
Being taken in with patients who are standing by and fresh equipment being put back in that plane. Maybe it's just going to turn right round and go and get a whole bunch more patients who need their help from the east of the country to Istanbul. So we'll keep an eye on those pictures that are coming in through, and we'll bring you more guests with their analysis in just a moment. Let me just tell you about President Biden. He has been on the phone to the Turkish President Erdogan, and that phone call was scheduled for a couple of hours back. For more on this, let's talk to Yasmin Al-Sabawi, who's joining us from Washington, D.C. Yasmin, I think we can report now. I got ahead of myself and said the conversation had happened, didn't I, a while back? But can we report now that the two men have finally spoken?
Well, we don't have a readout from the White House yet. That was promised to us from the press secretary. But we do know that the Turkish presidency says that the two presidents did indeed speak. And as far as we're aware, we know that President Biden expressed his deepest condolences to the Turkish people. But that's all we have to go on at the moment. Of course, the most important details we're waiting on are those about logistically how those disaster response teams that the U.S. is mobilizing will reach some of the most devastated areas in Turkey, and how some of those also partner organizations that the U.S. works with in northern Syria are going to attempt to begin this tremendous cleanup effort. We know the U.S.
If you don't understand the exponential power of earthquakes, yeah, for those of you in the chat that understand, the difference between 7.6 and 7.8 is massive. The difference between 6 and 7 is not just one fraction. The difference between magnitude 6 and magnitude 7 is like literally entire cities wiped out versus not. The 1994 Northridge, California earthquake of 6.7 caused $24 billion to $93 billion in damages in an area with earthquake-prepared infrastructure. This earthquake of 7.8 is about 13x the power of that one. Incredibly devastating. Yeah, it's on a logarithmic scale. And also on top of that, there's obviously the infrastructure that's able to withstand that kind of damage. And let's be real, in Turkey is a much poorer country than the United States of America, than California as a state. So clearly that is an additional issue. There's also the depth of the earthquake itself, like and the duration of the seismic activity itself that makes it infinitely more damaging here. Okay. So as I'm still waiting on final confirmation, okay, from Soft Giving that that they have it ready to go.
In dealing with such natural disasters.
It was so important for the Secretary to speak to his foreign minister counterpart, Foreign Minister TLOU, in first instance to offer condolences and to make clear to Foreign Minister TLOU that anything Turkey needed that we could provide, they should pick up the phone and let us know. We stand ready, as an ally should, to help our ally in a time of need. Similarly, when it comes to the people of Syria, we stand ready as a partner and oftentimes a leading funding partner to the NGOs that are on the ground inside of Syria to be a partner to them in their efforts to alleviate the suffering of the Syrian people.
Well, you saw Yunus, who is actually in that press briefing. He's joining us in our studio now in Washington, D.C. Yunus, that's quite an offer, isn't it? Basically, whatever you need, pick up the phone.
It is indeed, and we know that Turkey and the United States haven't had much of an agreement on many issues, from Syria to wider region and also other issues within NATO. But when it's about a humanitarian disaster, all of that is put aside, and Washington, from the very early hours of this disaster, because we heard that there was this massive earthquake in Turkey last night around 8:30 in the evening, and in just a couple hours we heard from the White House and also from the State Department that the United States is ready to offer any and all assistance that Turkish authorities might need in the disaster area. Ned Price, the State Department spokesperson, said in that briefing that the Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Turkish Foreign Minister Mevlut Çavuşoğlu had just got off the phone, and during that phone conversation it was relayed to the Turkish Foreign Minister that they can ask for anything they need from Washington, the Biden administration, and that they are going to be working around the clock to offer any and all kinds of assistance. Ned Price also said in response to my question that this is the first phase of the initial assistance that the United States is going to provide. And in the second phase, there's obviously going to be a rebuilding and reconstruction of all those areas that were hit by the earthquake. So that's why the United States President Joe Biden directed USAID and also other federal agencies as to what kind of funding they might have available that they could dispatch to Turkey so that they could help out with not only with search and rescue operations, but also rebuilding and reconstruction of those areas.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's now consider the United Nations angle on all this. The Secretary General at that organization, Antonio Guterres, conveyed his condolences for the victims of the quake.
I want to convey my deep sadness about the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. I extend my condolences to the families of the victims. The United Nations is mobilizing to support the emergency response, and so let's work together in solidarity to assist all those hit by these
Havaalanı var, inemiyorsun. Yol var, gidemiyorsun. Şehre giremiyorsun. Binlerce insan göçük altında, yetkili yok. Otobanda karı küretmekten, yola tuz dökmekten bile aciz bir iktidarsınız. 20 saat oldu, hala arama kurtarma çalışmasını başlatmadınız. Bu insanların katilisiniz. Tip Hatay. Tip ne? Tip ne bilmiyorum ki.
It is time for all of us to show the same solidarity
Türk İşçi Partisi. Türkiye İşçi Partisi.
In relation to refugees.
Sosyalist Parti. Vay amına koyayım.
One of the most difficult conflicts of our time.
Well, more on this developing story. I spoke earlier to our editor at large, Yusuf Erim, who's in Istanbul.
It's a huge natural disaster.
He's saying there's an airport, but you can't land on it. There's a road, but you can't drive on it. You're not going into the city. There are thousands of people that are under the rubble. There are no officials. You can't even fucking. You can't even.
Energy and agriculture ministers all together.
You can't even salt the roads adequately. It's been 20 hours and you haven't even started the rescue operations. You are killing these people in Hatay.
Center being built. We heard about search and rescue teams. We heard about air support corridors, field hospitals, distribution of food. We also heard about the electricity and natural gas grids being negatively affected. At times, there are controlled blackouts throughout. Sometimes these blackouts are just due to the earthquakes and the natural disaster. He also talked about queues in front of gas stations, trying to solve that problem right now as well.
And it received extensive damage to its sole runway due to today's massive earthquakes.
But animals, of course, they are out in the cold. Many domesticated animals have no place to go. Livestock has no place to go as well. So animal shelters being built as well, and taking care of the animals in the area, and also the integrity of the dams in the region. Now, southern Turkey is known for its dams, very, very big dams that irrigate and provide hydroelectric electricity. So there was a lot of concern regarding the structural integrity of these dams earlier on in the day, because any type of serious damage could result in a second catastrophe. So we're seeing assurances earlier by the Vice President, Fuat Oktay, and now by the Agriculture Minister that the dams have been inspected. Nothing serious.
20,000 people.
No type of serious damage to these dams, but
20,000 people have tweeted about being in the rubble. Haluk Levent is the guy who he's a musician, I think, that who is like one of the founders of Ahbab. He says enkaz altında kalan yakınları için tweet atanların şehir istatistiği. Okay, this is a statistic, and it's a very grim one, of all of the people that have tweeted so far that they are under the rubble. Okay. They send funds, but the personal interest is going to take a while from them. They said lines are flooded. In Hatay, 20,000 people. Adıyaman, 6,000 people. Gaziantep, 2,600 people. Malatya, 1,188 people. Adana, 428 people. Şanlıurfa, 168 people. These are people that are like alive and under the rubble, and they're tweeting about their conditions. And there is nothing from Maraş for at this point, I guess. This was şu anda bugün atmış işte, biraz önce, 10 dakika önce. Yeah, from what I understand, like Hatay is Oh no, not people from under the rubble. Sorry, these are people that they've compiled off of Twitter. And yakınları için tweet atanların şehir istatistiği. This is people who have not. This is relatives who have tweeted about their relatives that are under the rubble. My bad, I misunderstood it. These are relatives that are still looking for their yeah, I mean my Twitter feed and my Instagram was like mostly shit like this. Öğlen attı diyorsun. Hayır, bu şu anda atmış işte 1.21'de. 10 dakika önce. There is no there is no estimation of how many people are. There is no estimation of how many people are missing right now. Okay, like the fucking the mayor or like officials in Gaziantep, one of the big cities, one of the major cities, said that in out of 60,000 people, 30,000 are not accounted for, but they don't know. Guys, this is my time zone. This is Twitter. This is like, he just 14 minutes ago, he tweeted this. Okay. I need to reach this dude somehow. I need to like fucking talk to this dude somehow. It's very frustrating that we cannot establish a point of contact from what I understand. With in order to create like a streamlined process. I can't DM him. They're saying that their lines are completely their lines are completely just full. Cahreyn'e mesaj attım direkt olarak. I know Vidoyan was working on it as well, and he gave me a point of contact which I sent over to the soft giving team, but they're saying now that they're not able to reach out to them. Yes, I'm going to post it everywhere once it's done, once it's fully established. Okay, this number, I'm going to give it to them again. Hold on. Okay, I think it should work now. Let's see. Twitch'in kendi destek sistemi yok muydu? Hasan abim konuşsana, onu aktive etsinler. Abi Twitch'in kendi destek sistemini yapana kadar kendim uçar giderim yani oraya. Yapmayın etmeyin arkadaşlar. Biliyorum ne yaptığımı. Çalışıyoruz. Kendim uçup götüreyim yani o yorganları. Okay.
That there are certain problems regarding to the cranes, and we have carried out the necessary activities. 4,250 excavators are on site, and there is the issue of the crane, 6 crane from Ankara, 1 cranes from Mardin and Kayseri has been sent to the region, so an additional number of 16 to 17 cranes are on the road. And including but not limited to the cargo planes of our military, all our planes are used, and the search and rescue teams are transferred to the site thanks to those vehicles. What about the issue of shelter? Some of our tents have already been dispatched to the region. Tents, beds, blankets, pillows, the kitchen sets, they are sent to the region, and many more are on the route. We are using the stocks on the region, and we are also distributing the beds, blankets, which are given to us as a donation, and we are sending them as swiftly as possible. If you remember, I have stated that some of our universities will be used, especially the dorms of our universities will be used as the places for accommodation. As you know, the universities will stop education for a while. Right now, 251,000 of our citizens have already started staying at the dorms of the Ministries of National Education. 251,000 of
Gerçi
our
onu da görsek daha mı iyi, daha mı
If
kötü
we
bilmiyorum
also
ama.
include, let me, by the way, update the figures. Right now, 284,519 of our citizens are right now staying in the dorms, the teachers' accommodation centers.
31 çekiyor mu diyorsunuz abi? Yapmayın etmeyin yani.
52,324 of our
İnanamıyorum size
citizens
yani.
are right now staying
31
in
deyince ben de
youth
başka bir şey
centers and
diyorsunuz. Yani
the
31
sport
çekmekten bahsettiğiniz.
facilities. So more than 300,000 of our citizens are using the dorms and the sport facilities for their accommodation needs. With regards to the issue of nutrition, under the leadership of Turkish Red Crescent, the necessary aids are distributed to site, and the emergency management centers under the leadership.
I asked where Erdogan was, and every Turkish person in chat in unison said 31, which is, if you guys remember, which means he's just masturbating. That's what every Turkish person said.
To the victims.
In the chat, in unison, saying he's jerking off.
Additionally, the Ministry of National Education and Turkish Red Crescent also provides food to the citizens who are staying in their dorms. Afşin, Elbistan, in Maraş, in Hatay, Kırıkhan, and also in Osmaniye districts. Other than those districts, all the food is being served to our citizens by the Turkish Red Crescent.
Where the fuck is recovery efforts in Hatay?
Being served by the local authorities. Turkish Red Crescent, together with the related authorities, are reaching out to those districts, and they will provide food and nutritional needs to our citizens until everything is going back to normal. The issue of energy is another critical area, as you know, and let me share with you the detailed information. The energy affects everything. It affects electricity and also heating, but at the same time, it directly affects the communication. So only 6 power plants cannot function. The rest of our power plants are operational. So 2 of those 6 power plants will start working as of tomorrow. The 4 rest of them are severely damaged. That's why the mobile power plants are on the route. So until Thursday or Friday, electricity will be delivered once again. Hatay, İskenderun, Kırıkhan, Reyhanlı districts are started to be delivered electricity, and electricity will be provided to Reyhanlı as of tomorrow. In Antep, other than 2 districts, the electricity is being delivered. In Malatya, there were certain risks, and we were expecting a confirmation to come to us so that we can deliver electricity back again, and we received that confirmation. So in all the districts of Malatya, the electricity is being delivered once again. In Osmaniye, under the control of the distribution company, if it is found out that there are no risks, then the electricity will be delivered once again. Other than that, there are no breakdown in the power plants, but if the distribution company decides that there are no risks whatsoever, then the electricity and energy will be delivered once again to the systems, to the grids.
Direkt cehenneme gidiyorsun abi. Haberin olsun. Direkt olarak yanıyorsun cehennemde, orospu çocuğu.
The electricity is being delivered in a controlled fashion.
Ne oldu lan, sen mi çekiyorsun 31 Erdoğan'la beraber?
So in terms of the
Almışsın
other
eline
districts
zaten.
in Kahramanmaraş, the activities go on for delivering electricity in Adıyaman, Sincik, Gerger, and Besni districts. The
Gelmiş burada
electricity
Erdoğan'ı
is once
savunuyor
again
amına koyayım.
delivered.
İlla ihtiyacı vardı sana.
In Çelikan and Tutbaşı, hopefully, as of tomorrow, the electricity will be delivered once again. Natural gas. In our previous briefing, we have stated that in 3 different points there were certain breakdowns. And after the damage control, we have realized that the breakdown points increased to 6. Hopefully, the repair of the natural gas pipelines will be carried.
Şu anda Hatay'da büyük bir facia yaşanıyor. Hiçbir yardım çalışması yok. Barınak yok. Profesyonel yardım ekibi yok. Right now, Hatay, the southernmost tip of Turkey, has no, as far as like, this is from an hour ago, it seems like in Hatay, there is, this is from Gaziantep, by the way, but it seems like in Hatay, and it's been like fucking 20 hours since the earthquake happened, it is seemingly almost fully abandoned. There is no, they're saying that there is no help, no recovery efforts, no shelter efforts, no professional help. The roads and the city, the roads and the airport is devastated. There's no electricity. There's no water. There's no natural gas. And I mean, I don't know if it's because it's a CHP area or if it's because it's been devastated. And after 21 hours, okay, hold on one second. Gotta talk to my manager. 2023 yılına kadar deprem vergisi diye 88 milyar toplanmış ama deprem bölgesine giden para miktarı 350 milyon lira. Gerçekten inanılmaz hükümet paraları yiyor. Bunun üzerine clarification var mı bilmiyorum ama bu Akut'la ilgili değil mi zaten? This chatter says since 2000 all the way to 2023, 88 billion liras have been collected as as earthquake security, and yet only 350 million of the liras have actually only been spent on recovery efforts, implying that like billions of lira have just gone into the pockets, potentially into the pockets of government officials. 20 saat. Ay amına koyayım.
Bu sabah saat 4'ten beri buradayız. 4'ten saat 3'e kadar, ikindi 3'e kadar bir balyoz ve bir kürekle 20 kişi halk olarak biz yukarıda çalıştık. Hiçbir ekip.
He's saying like we've been at it for 4 hours with literally just one fucking hammer and one shovel, saving 20 people's lives, just ourselves, nothing else.
Şu anda da hiçbir afet arkadaşımız yok. Yukarıda sadece sivil halk ve polis ekibi var. Başka hiç kimse yok.
He says it's only like civilians and a couple cops.
Yukarıda yok. Şu anda kameraman arkadaşımdan göstersin. Analarımız, bacılarımız hepsi yukarıda kendi tırnaklarıyla kazıyor. Hiçbir devlet kurumu şu anda yardım etmiyor. Analarımız orada ateşin yanında bizi tutuyoruz. Hiçbir batla.
No government help whatsoever.
Hiçbir yardım yok. Tüm Türkiye sesimizi duymasını istiyoruz.
Did you say why doesn't the camera lady pick up a shovel? Are you fucking stupid, dude? What are you? Bro, they're doing their job. I mean, you're not being funny, dude. Like, I hate when motherfuckers do this shit. Like, motherfuckers have never heard just everyone playing a role in relief. That's why this morning when I was talking to Jadain and saying like, where can I donate? How can I donate? People were yelling at me saying, bro, fuck the donation. Like, we need to get the word out. And I was like, I know, I'm going to do that anyway. Like, it's my job and I will do that. But like, again, everyone plays a different role in this. Anyway, he's saying that it's only, there's no one here. It's just people working and it's cops working as well. Deprem vergilerine ne oldu sorusu yine gündemde. Vergilere 80 bin konut yapılabilirdi, yapılmadı. Türkiye'de sarsan büyük deprem felaketlerinin ardından akıllarda yeni soru geldi. 1999'dan beri toplanan deprem vergilerine ne oldu, nerede kullanıldı? So this is since 99 when that devastating earthquake that I told you about, the one where I was in Istanbul over, that killed 17,000 people. They've been collecting insurance, like earthquake insurance basically, in the, earthquake taxes. And they're saying that if they had utilized it adequately, 800,000 units could have been built with it. And when they asked the federal government, where the fuck did it go? Okay. They said they built a road. They built a road, and also it could be anywhere. That was the official response from the federal government. So if you think that like, shit's fucked up in America, okay? Where you're like, oh man, where are our taxpayer funds going? Okay? Adam yol yaptık demiş ya. Bazen de herhangi bir yerde harcanmış olabilir. Allah'ım inanamıyorum gerçekten. Now, of course, this is coming off the heels of, this is coming, when a new election in Turkey is bound to happen very soon, in like a couple months. So that is also a big deal as well. Erdogan's power is waning. His influence is waning, as I said. It doesn't seem likely that he will reach a 50. It does not seem likely that he will reach the 50+% majority support. So his mishandling of the earthquake relief, his epic fuck up of this magnitude will most likely also factor into this as well. But this is basically this is what it is for the past 20 plus years. Okay, for the past 20 plus fucking years, this is what has been happening in the country. Bak. Erdoğan en azından paralarla yol köprü yaptı. O köprüyü de yolu da senin götüne sokayım ben. Hayvan ol hayvan. CHP'de kalsa o paraları dansözlere, rakıya, şaraba yatırırdı. Allah'ım inanamıyorum hala. Abi buraya bana gelip burada bunu söyleyene inanamıyorum gerçekten ya. Yalan mı? Anan yaladı anan. Hayvan oğlu hayvan. Okay, we're done. I'm not responding to any of. Oh, okay. Hold on. That is them. Okay. That's them. The number is correct. Okay. Okay. Sorry. This is unrelated to what's going on camera. I am also trying to establish direct contact between Ahbab and the charity service, which is I believe now they have established a point of contact, so that's good. What is this? Cüneyt Özdemir'i izle YouTube'da. Bana link gönderin. What is Cüneyt Özdemir's YouTube account is showing what's happening on the ground. Is that what you said?
Büyük bir afet yaşıyoruz ve inanın yani düşünün 99 afetinden daha büyük bir afet yaşıyoruz.
He's saying it's bigger than the 99. It's bigger than the 99 earthquake.
Öpüyorum sizi çok. Sağ olun. Çok teşekkür ederim. Lütfen.
Oh, he's talking to someone directly on the ground in Antakya.
Sağ olun. Çok teşekkürler. Sağ olun. Evet şimdi hanımefendinin adı neydi Kenan? Yani...
Zekiye Yiğitbaş. Kendisi Satranç Federasyonu'nda yönetim kurulu üyesi.
Antakya artık yok. Artık Antakya yok.
She's saying Antakya is no longer existing. It has ceased to exist.
Atatürk'ün emaneti Hatay yok.
Hatay does not exist anymore.
Kocaman bir site yerle bir oldu.
An entire like apartment complex or multiple apartment complexes inside of one site. Okay. Has been reduced to rubble. They're saying there's no government. There is no government helping us. There is no one is here. He's saying we've been left behind.
Evet. Hanımefendi biliyorum çok
There are no rescue teams, it seems. There are no rescue teams at this moment. Devlet yok diyen sanırım federasyon başkanı.
Yani size söyleyecek kelime bulamıyorum. Açız, susuzuz.
Says we're hungry. We are without water. I believe I've lost my mother and I don't even know.
Siz şu anda neredesiniz hanımefendi? Dışarıdan mı
He asks,
arıyorsunuz?
where are you right now? Where are you calling from?
Yani evinizin dışında mısınız?
Are you outside of your home?
Şehir dışına çıkma imkanı yok. Yollar yarılmış.
She's saying that there's no way to leave the city because all of the roads have been cut in half.
Ortadan ikiye bölünmüş havaalanı.
She's saying that the airport is literally like the airport runway is opened up in half.
Uçaklar geliyormuş ama geri gidiyormuş.
Biz arabadayız. Arabalarda oturuyoruz.
They're saying that like planes fly overhead and then can't land, and they're sitting in their cars. That's what we did too in Istanbul. Or you just go up to a hill and you fucking you just sit in your car, and there's not really much you can do.
Hiçbir yardım yok. AFAD çökmüş burada.
Evet.
Dışarıdan gelecek olan yardımları bekliyoruz. Kimse gelmedi.
Geliyor. Yani çeşitli yardımlar ulaşıyor. Moralinizi bozmayın. İnanın şu anda sesinizi de duyuyor. Herkes duyuyor. Gecenin bir yarısı olmuş.
Bu ne? Zafer Partisi bölgeden alçakça yağma görüntü ve haberleri geliyor. Yağmalara karşı asker ve polise vur emri verilmeli. Ne diyorsunuz abi siz ya? Ne vurması? Aksi takdirde ülke olarak önü alınmayacak başka olaylarla karşı karşıya kalacağız. Abi yağma ne demek ya? Herifler ölüyorlar. Evet, gerekli mi? Abi yapmayın etmeyin. İnsanlar ölüyor. Ne yağması ya? Yapmayın. Allah Allah. Faşist misiniz amına koyayım? Siz manyak mısınız ya? Bu emri olur mu? Dikkate alma, Zafer Partisi, Faşist Partisi. Amına koyayım, manyak ya herkes. Adam 44 inç TV alıyor. Abi alsın, götüne mi sokacak abi televizyonu? Ne yapacaksın yani? Ne yapacak? Adam televizyonu ne yapacak? Saçmalamayın etmeyin. Ona şu anda bu durumda yapmayın arkadaşlar. Böyle bir durumdayken televizyon, diyelim ki birisi televizyon çalıyor. Ne yapacak? Götüne mi sokacak televizyonu? Sikmişim onun televizyonunu ben. Askere vur emri vereceksin. Adam yardım etmek yerine, insanlara yardım etmek yerine ne? Kurşun mu harcayacak yani? Saçmalamayın abi. İnsanlar yaşamaya çalışıyorlar. Ayrıca da kim nereden televizyon çalıyorlar? Yapmayın etmeyin abi. Ne ev yok, bir şey yok. Saçmalamayın. Gaza gelmeyin yani. Yapmayın abi. Sallıyorlar ya. Böyle şey olur mu? O videoların var ya, %100 o videoların Wait, hold on. I think we have some good news. Hold on. Ayrıca da çalsınlar amına koyayım. Benim sikimde bile değil, gerçekten açık açık söylüyorum. Kızın istiyorsanız ama yani askeri adam vurmaya göndereceklerine insanlara yardım etmeye göndersinler. Okey? Sikmişim yağmalamalarını insanların. Bu Amerika'da da böyle oluyor her zaman. Amerika'da da böyle olduğu zaman Katrina'da, Matrina'da insanlar diyorlar ki vay amına koyayım bunlar işte siyahiler yağmalıyorlar, bilmem ne yapıyorlar diye. Ne fark eder abi? Marketlerden çalınması okey ama cesetlerden çalanlara ne diyorsun? Amına koyayım onların. Okay. While we're having this conversation, şu anda son finalize ediyoruz şu anda charity için. Ve galiba artık charity'yi açabilirim. Okay? Türkler, gerçi niye Türkçe söylüyorum ki? Amerikalılar için önemli bu charity şu anda. Amerikalıların yapabileceği bir charity. I believe we finalized they established contact with the Ahbab team
to assist
all
those.
They are accelerating funds faster than they normally would. So we're going to have a Turkey Syria earthquakes fund ready to go in a brief moment. I'll send it to the moderation team as well. Hold on. I think we have...
The rescue operation continues across much of southern Turkey and northern Syria following two large earthquakes that resulted in the deaths of nearly 4,000 people. The first, a magnitude 7.7 quake, struck near Gaziantep early on Monday while people were asleep. A second of magnitude 7.6 hit hours later, as well as scores of aftershocks, several above a magnitude of 6.0. Rescuers are racing to save people trapped beneath the rubble after thousands of buildings collapsed in both countries. World leaders have pledged to send aid after Turkey issued an international...
It's not just Ahbab, it's going to Akut and Care Syria and Care Turkey, okay?
moment the quake hit, recorded by a CCTV camera. It was measured at a magnitude of 7.7. It is the biggest to hit Turkey in more than 80 years. It came in the early hours. Hundreds of thousands of families were at home and asleep. Hundreds of buildings came down, apartments, offices, many thousands trapped inside. In the immediate aftermath, local residents did the best they could. A man in the town of Malatya calls out to someone who is trapped. "Are you wearing pink?" he says. His hands are all he has to dig with. Dawn cast a light on the huge scale of this disaster. In towns and cities across southeastern Turkey, whole neighborhoods have been devastated. It's the same across the border in Syria. This is Azaz, where a small child was rescued from the rubble, but not everyone got out. This is Samada in northern Syria, where a whole street of buildings came down, and where the White Helmets Rescue Group, more used to man-made disasters, are now responding to a natural one.
We need help. We need the international community to do something to help us, to support us. Northwest Syria now, it's a disaster area. We need help from everyone to save our people.
Hours later, there was a second 7.6 magnitude quake centered just north of the first one in Turkey.
Okay.
It spread panic through shocked survivors and rescuers. This is Malatya again. People start running for their lives. Where they've just been is shrouded in the dust of more collapsed buildings. All through the day, the official death toll edged higher. But everyone knows it will keep rising.
Yo,
for
check
days,
Twitch
if not
mods.
We do not know how far the number of dead and injured will rise as debris removal works continue in many buildings in the quake zone. Our hope is that we will recover from this disaster with the least loss of life.
Turkey is mobilizing a full emergency response, but there will be help from outside as well. Dozens of countries have offered rescue teams, including dogs and heat-seeking sensors. At the UN in New York, there was a minute's silence and a call for a global response.
And so let's work together in solidarity to assist all those hit by this disaster, many of whom were already in dire need of humanitarian aid.
Winter weather means this is a race against time. Survivors trapped beneath the remains of their homes.
Yatacak abi ne demek oğlum?
as
Mal
soon as
mısınız bu
possible.
Amerikalılar için? Siz Türkiye'deyseniz direkt
Throughout
olarak
the day,
linkini
there have
atın
been
siz.
miraculous
Elray'ın attığı
rescues.
linklerden
Here,
atın.
a
Bu
young
Amerikalılar
child is
için.
rescued from what remains of the family home. It's
All
these
right,
moments
charity
that
link
will
is
help
live,
keep hope
chat.
alive
It's live now.
in the difficult days to come. Simon McGregor Wood, TRT World.
Let's go right now in studio with Ubay Shabanda. He's with me. Ubay,
I'm going to
Simon
tweet it
said in his
out now.
package, there's a full emergency response happening right now in Turkey. What exactly does that look like?
We're looking at hundreds of rescue teams, a full mobilization of the emergency directorate in over 10 provinces. I mean, this is scale of devastation that is absolutely historical in scale. Over 2,000 have been killed, 2,379 so far. That number is going to rise, make no doubt about it. I mean, these towns, I mean, this destruction that you see in Adana, Diyarbakir, Gaziantep, and Eskenderun, and other parts of Hatay, it looks like a massive bomb has been dropped on the cities. But it's not a bomb. It's a powerful earthquake, two powerful earthquakes of 7.7 and 7.6 scales within 12 hours of one another that release the power equivalent of multiple nuclear bombs being dropped. That is how powerful an earthquake like this is. And it was also a shallow earthquake of about 7 kilometers from the surface, which made it more even deadlier. A search and rescue effort like this is going to require a number of different platforms. You need heavy equipment, but you also need manpower, because these are massive apartment blocks, 5 stories, up to 12 stories that have collapsed onto one another. And getting to those survivors that somehow survived the initial
All right,
building
donation
collapse,
is live.
You are fighting.
I just
fight
tweeted it
against
out.
Time and against the elements. It is below freezing.
There you go.
And much of these areas have been hit. That means that the more
Donation
time
link
that
is
passes,
live.
the less likelihood that you're going to find any more survivors.
Well, let's go to Kahramanmaraş, where TLOU's Mutalip Erdogan is. As you mentioned, it's a massive search and rescue effort. Mutulip, we understand this is where the first epicenter of the first earthquake was. What does it look like there where you are now?
Yes, Regan, as Obay said, there's a race against the time here. We are standing at the epicenter of the earthquake at Pazarcık, which is a town in Kahramanmaraş. I'm standing in front of a family building. In fact, this building is a 5-story tall family building, and I'm told that there are 7 people stranded inside this collapsed building, and we
with this one you can make a donation to stop giving through PayPal for the record, okay?
And recovered alive and taken to
Hold
the
on one
nearest
second, I just gotta make
hospital
sure.
by an ambulance.
Oh shit.
And right now I'm also told that by the NGOs and search and rescue officers
there
that
it is.
They are trying to recover the last person remaining under this collapsed building. So yes, there is a again, race against the time. We've been reporting from the city center in Kahramanmaraş that
we're already at 26,000
since the beginning of today as of 4 a.m.
Bu yüzden söyledim, Türkler Amerikalılara düzgün bir şekilde yaptırabilirsek doğru düzgün para burada donate edebiliriz diye. Hold on, I'm going to log in. I need to make my own donation.
More and more help are coming and flowing into the town of Kahramanmaraş and Pazarcık, Regan.
And Mutulip, just looking at the condensate coming out of your mouth, I can tell it is very cold there. I have a question. How do authorities rather, know that there are survivors under a particular set of rubble? Are they relying on missing persons reports?
Absolutely, Regan. That's a really good question. First of all, we need to understand that these people know each other. They are neighbors, they're families. Southeast Turkey is
There's no way to send funds specifically to Ahbab. Dude, what the fuck? We literally waited 3 hours for a basic donor page.
And they know where
yeah,
they
bitch,
live, and they
you
know
did.
their routines.
It's not going just to Ahbab, like I said. It's going to 4 different charities, but Ahbab is one of the charities that they are fast-tracking the donations to.
Some women,
we literally spent the past 3 hours establishing contact with them.
Seeking help for the neighbor's kid.
Shut the fuck up.
Who was remaining, staying, and waiting for help under a
Why don't you do it on
collapsed
your own
building?
if you want to fucking do it? Jesus
Christ,
Christ,
on the
dude.
other hand, the search and rescue operation units are using their special technique, and I've been trying to observe how they do
make
it.
these motherfuckers
they have
happy
a
no
special
matter what.
technique, and they have special machines, and I guess they're obtaining some sort of vibrations under the rubble, and from time to time they're asking people standing just like us around this rubble to be quiet.
Wait, did my donation
so that
not
they
go
can,
through? What the fuck?
Feel that vibration, they can hear that body being alive or being alive and waiting for help under that rubble, Regan.
Mutulip, my producer is now getting me to find out from you if any of the foreign rescue teams have arrived as yet in Kahramanmaraş.
I have not seen any foreign search and rescue operation units here, but I have seen a lot of ambulances carrying different license plates.
Oh, it did go
some
through,
of them
I
from
think.
Diyarbakir, some of them from
Holy
Sivas
shit.
region, some of them from Bursa and Balıkesir that are hundreds of kilometers away from where we are standing at the moment. And we were also been reporting and discussing that as we were driving from the capital to Kahramanmaraş, we witnessed and we saw so many units from different NGOs, from Turkish Armed Forces and Red Cross and other humanitarian aid organizations flowing into the epicenter of this earthquake and disaster area.
Mutulip, we know since the first earthquake early yesterday morning,
it's not 100. The 100 grand is just a. It's just like a limited. That's not the gap. It's not the cap. Okay, we're gonna blow way past that. It's just like in increments. Okay.
Absolutely. So the first 2 earthquakes were the beginning of this disastrous day. And in fact, as we were entering the city on our way, we felt the third aftershock, which was not like an aftershock because it was as strong as the first two earthquakes. And in fact, Afad reported that that third earthquake was as strong as 7.5 magnitude. And when we were standing waiting for our lives and hits and talking to people, from time to time you feel the aftershocks. In fact, some of them are strong, some of them are really minor. And even before stopping here, as we were staying in our car, we kind of felt that the car is moving. Even when we were driving to get some gas at the 60 kilometer per hour, we were feeling that vibration.
It's already at $85,000.
Reported that after that third, the major earthquake. Correct me if I'm wrong with the numbers. The Afad said that there were at least 147 aftershocks after that 3 earthquakes. But yes, and it's a known fact, if there's a major earthquake, the aftershocks, and at least 100 of them, that's a general idea, usually occur, Reagan.
All right, Mujib Erdogan there for us in Kahramanmaraş. Be safe, my friend. Thank you for the reporting. We appreciate it. Let's go live now to Axel Zaimovic. He is in Gaziantep, which is another area that has been affected by this, by these earthquakes. Axel, what's the situation there like where you are?
But right now, all the rescue teams, all the rescue units, they've been dispatched, they've been deployed to come down to the south of Turkey, have arrived here. But right now, the rescue operation is not ongoing because what we understand, it's still very low visibility and they're still waiting for heavy machinery to come down. But we have to understand that the roads have been significantly damaged. There's so many bridges that also collapsed during the powerful earthquake. So this is really a hard and one of the most complex saving rescue operations in
it didn't confirm my donation until now.
History in
Boom.
the
There you go.
country in Turkey right now. But we're actually standing outside of a temporary shelter that's being provided by the national agency that's managing the disaster. And they're also saying there are hundreds of people temporary sheltered inside one of those buildings. But they also understand there are so many people, thousands of people have lost their homes. And excuse me, there's something going on right now. What we understand, there are still people trying to figure out what's happening.
There you go, 130 grand.
It's really important to mention that tremors are still being felt at the moment. Just a few minutes before going on air, we actually felt there was the ground was shaking. So you can understand how difficult, how complex this rescue operation really is here on the ground. And also the weather conditions are not ideal, and they're adding another layer of complexity to this relief efforts that's happening in South Turkey.
Yeah, I can see there's quite a bit of movement behind you, Axel. It seems as though they're mobilizing. Talk a bit about
there it is. Okay, now it's on this
link
too.
You. You said there are hundreds of people who need help. Are authorities able to feed all these people and keep them as comfortable as possible? What resources do they have?
That's it.
My bank is
working around
freaking
the
fuck out.
All the governmental and non-governmental
Immediately, my bank's like, "Whoa,
just to
chill."
make sure that those people who are saved they were pulled out of the rubble, they get a necessary.
Immediate alert from my bank, bro. Did you do this? Watch out.
Shelter, they need blankets, they need a place to stay. And so far what we understand, everything is being provided to these people. But we had a chance to speak one of the families who lost their building actually collapsed this morning. And they said there are still thousands of people trapped in those rubble, but those are just personal accounts of these people. That's something that we cannot personally verify this information, but we understand that there's been a tremendous effort to help these people on the ground, because this is, as I said, one of the most devastating earthquakes that this country has witnessed in the past decades.
Before I let you go, Axel, we've been getting a ballpark figure of how many people have been hurt, how many lives have been lost. Do you have specific numbers in terms of how the city Gaziantep has been affected?
We haven't heard the breakdown of all the figures, actually, that's pointing out how many people have died in Gaziantep. But this is also one of the heavily affected areas, so we're expecting that those numbers can definitely be hundreds of people here. But as I said, we haven't had the chance to see the breakdown of these figures, but there's still thousands of people missing, and as one of my colleagues earlier mentioned, this is the area where everyone knows each other, and they are really trying to help rescue teams on the ground to pinpoint and try to figure out where all their neighbors, where all the families have gone. And there's so many people, they are trying to do their best, but as I said, this is really, really hard. It's getting really late into the night, but also weather conditions are not ideal, so this is going to be a very long night for rescue teams here on the ground.
All right, we appreciate the reporting, Axel. You please stay safe. All right, let's hear more now from President.
In like 15 minutes, we reached $150,000.
Soon after the earthquake, he was speaking from the Disaster and Emergency Management Coordination Center in Ankara. Let's listen.
Tonight at
4:17
a.m. we experienced, after 1939 Erzincan earthquake, the biggest earthquake. We were shook by that. The epicenter of that earthquake has been reported to be in Kahramanmaraş, and according to the most up-to-date information, the magnitude
Wait, what do you mean
of
page
the
isn't
earthquake
working?
has been measured
yes, it
as
is.
7.7. The depth of the earthquake has been reported to be 7 kilometers. Hatay, Gaziantep, Kilis, Osmaniye, Malatya, Adıyaman, Diyarbakır, Şanlıurfa, and Adana cities also faced collapses, other than Kahramanmaraş, the epicenter of the earthquake. And in the surrounding cities, even though there has been minor damage, we see that the main damage was in the cities I mentioned. And in our southern neighboring country, Syria, there has been significant damage in various cities. Our state has acted immediately with all authorities following the earthquake right after it, and our governor's offices have mobilized all the means at hand.
I want to give a shout out to all the people that helped behind the scenes, by the way. Shout out to obviously Soft Giving and the people that are working behind the scenes to get this up in time, and also obviously Jaren, Vidoyan, everyone else that has been trying to establish a point of contact between Ahbab. Obviously, they are the ones who are able to make this happen so quickly. So, I'm glad that we are able to. I'm glad that we're able to put something together so fast. They said that they're going to expedite that as well. The funds that they receive, hopefully. As soon as this happened this morning, this is what I've been working on since I found out what had happened. I was trying to figure out exactly which charities to donate to, and I wanted to figure out how quickly we can process this, how quickly we can get like an easy link for Americans to donate to. Okay. Because I knew that being able to do it through being able to do this through Swift, being able to do this through like your bank directly, that shit was going to be really difficult to do. So, you know, I'm glad that you guys are able to, glad that it all worked out at the end. Okay. And hopefully these funds will be helpful in the recovery efforts. I mean, we've already in the past, when did this start technically? In like the past fucking, what is it, 208 is when we started. It hasn't even been 20, it's hasn't even been 20 minutes yet. And we are about to reach 200,000 in less than 20 minutes. $200,000 in less than 20 minutes. So thank you guys for being a part of this wonderful community and helping and supporting the recovery and relief efforts in Turkey and in Syria as well. I will put it on my Instagram as well, yes.
Because of all that, it has been a challenge. However, everyone has worked relentlessly and moved upon that immediately.
Well, after the 7.7 magnitude earthquake struck Kahramanmaraş province in Turkey, numerous countries shared messages of support. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky shared a message on Twitter in Turkish, expressing unity and solidarity with the Turkish people. Washington announced it would deploy its development agency, USAID, to help the rescue effort and maintain close contact with Turkish officials. Pakistan's Foreign Ministry has offered condolences to the Turkish people and says it stands ready to extend all possible support in the relief effort. The Israeli President Isaac Herzog extended sympathies to President Erdogan, saying he's deeply saddened by the tragic events. NATO Allied Land Command also sent condolences, pledging its support to Turkey. US President Joe Biden has conveyed his condolences to Turkish President Erdogan in a phone call between the two leaders. Biden also wished the injured a speedy recovery. All right, Andy Rosjan joins us live from Washington. Hi there, Andy. We also saw a tweet earlier by Joe Biden saying he was deeply saddened by the loss of life and devastation caused by the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. And he's directed his team to continue to closely monitor the situation in coordination with Turkey and provide any and all needed assistance. What kind of assistance practically are we going to get from the U.S. in the short term, Andy, and how fast can it get here?
Well, that's a big question, Reagan. At this point, we're still trying to figure that out. I think the State Department is trying to figure that out. But they have made it clear, the State Department, that they are already working on this. The State Department said today that it has put together a couple of teams, rescue and recovery teams.
I'm sorry for all of y'all. I love Turkey and Syria. Peace and love. Get better.
To make their way to Turkey. And not sure if that's happened yet, but that is in the works right now. Secretary of State Antony Blinken had a phone call with his counterpart in Turkey about all this, to making it clear that this really is ongoing and underway already, trying to get it there as quickly as possible. The State Department spokesman said today that we are determined to provide any and all assistance to those affected. He basically said, in fact, he said that, Turkey just needs to pick up the phone and call, and we will help out in any way possibly that we can. He also said that
the site is down
as well. That the
why do you guys keep saying that?
Air Force Base in Adana would
be
used as a staging area for incoming
we
aid,
crashed the site,
Turkey.
Bro, come on, bro. No fucking way. Oh, shit. Come on. What the fuck's going on? What the fuck is going on? Donations are still coming in. Bro, what the fuck? This is the one goal. This is the one job that the fucking... Come on, soft giving. I just said it. They're doing such a good job, too. Oh, it's back? He said it's back. Hold on. I'm still getting a 404. Nope. It thinks it's fucking DDoSing it because Speed linked it in his chat. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's back. It's back. It's back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're good. We're good. Holy shit. It literally thought the site was fucking crashing, dude. I think it like triggered auto. It triggered like automatic. It triggered automatic DDoS protection. Ne? Cahreyn'e polis mi geldi? Yapmayın arkadaşlar. Yani inanamıyorum yani. Gerçi inanamıyorum değil, inanabiliyorum. Demek ki bu orospu çocukluğunu bir tek Amerika'da yapmıyorlar, Türkiye'de de yapıyorlar. Bu biliyorsunuz Amerika'da hep olan bir şey. Reminder to not get chat to hammer the site with F5s when it goes down. Thundering herds make the problem worse. Yeah.
Very hard to get that help as quickly as possible now to Turkey.
Right, Andy Roach and there for us in Washington, D.C. Thank you, Andy. Well, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, has conveyed his condolences for the victims of the earthquake.
I want to convey my deep sadness about the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria.
They're upping the bandwidth. They're upping the bandwidth.
I extend my condolences to the families of the victims. The United Nations is mobilizing to support the emergency response, and so let's work together in solidarity to assist all those hit by this disaster, many of whom were already in dire need of humanitarian aid.
Up it more. Soft giving. Stop. Soft giving. Fuck.
As Commissioner for Refugees, I went several times to work in that area. And
we've also cracked 200K, I think.
The extraordinary demonstration of generosity
despite the fucking DDoS
of the people
shit
of the area. It is time for all of us to show the same solidarity that I've witnessed in the area in relation to refugees fleeing one of the most difficult conflicts of our time.
We're now joined by Frank Cusiaro from New York. Hi there, Frank. It's good seeing you.
Up it and then have XQC share it. No, I don't want to fucking give it to XQC right now. If XQC shares it too, it's going to like break the fucking website, dog. Speed, my community and Speed's community together have like destroyed the fucking, destroyed the website.
The earthquake affected areas. And now as part of that humanitarian mobilization effort, the UN has activated its
it will literally destroy the website. There's no way.
It's something we don't hear about very often. It's called UNOSAT. And what it does is it gives an updated overview of potentially damaged areas and damaged buildings based on very high resolution satellite images. Now, this provides images to UN agencies dealing with
it was a hug of death. It's not DDoSing it. No one is DDoSing the site. It's just a hug of death.
To governments and
because like
rescuers, so
too much activity, so they're trying to fucking up the bandwidth as quickly as possible, not realizing how many people are going to fucking visit the website.
For migration and the UN Refugee Agency also told us earlier in the day they have some stock in the area, 2,000 tents approximately, and about 1,700 non-food items positioned inside northwestern Syria already. And then UNHCR also tells us that about 1,000
depreme yardım etti diye haberlere çıkarsan 31. dediğimizde de ifsa olacak amına koyayım boku yedik. Evet hepiniz hapse gidiyorsunuz. Erdoğan'a 31. diyen bütün Türkler hapse giriyor. Boku yediniz oğlum. Burada böyle rahat rahat konuştuğunuzu zannediyorsunuz. Unuttunuz biz Amerika'dan konuşuyoruz, siz Türkiye'den konuşuyorsunuz abi.
Mobilizing emergency funds that will be dispatched to some of the agencies on the ground. Back to you.
Frank, do we know if there being any, I'm not sure how to ask, UN mechanisms that can be accessed for natural disasters such as this?
Well, in these cases, as we've seen in past
Adama bak,
natural
chatte bu
disasters
yayında
and
bir
floods, the UN immediately
bu yayınla hiçbir
mentioned earlier,
alakam yoktur diyor herif
dispatches
ya.
these, assessment
Tek
teams,
hücreli Hasan.
But in this area, particularly in the area of
Turkish chatter is scrambling when they found out that if this makes it into Turkish news, they're all going to get caught for saying that Erdogan is a masturbator and trying to actively remove themselves from the conversation, like a bunch of fucking old boomers being like, Instagram cannot sell my information without my prior approval. Like, you think writing that is going to save you? Oh, fuck. Is the website fucking up again? Bro, this is insane. This is insane. This is insane. Please fix the fucking bandwidth, dude. Holy shit. Not for me? Okay. VOD'u sil. Why USA don't let airplanes get into Syria even on this bad day? I'm from Syria. We don't have medical assistance, food, water, electricity. We are cold and suffering every day. Why you don't talk about that? First of all, I do talk about that. Secondly, we're raising money for Syria as well. You know, I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, we've seen some images that we can't even show here of just dozens of bodies laying in the hallway of the hospital in Afrin. That's just one instance. We've seen images of what used to be a whole neighborhood in the city of Sarmada, which is right up on the Turkish border, completely gone. A whole neighborhood completely wiped out.
Yeah, we hit
a number.
We hit $200,000 in like 20
houses.
22 or 23 minutes.
Completely flattened out, and they're not receiving really any international aid in this part of northwest Syria. There are still people alive in the rubble. They're screaming for help. I just was looking at an update from an activist in Idlib. They are calling for the world's attention and help. This epicenter of this devastating earthquake, 7.7 magnitude, is so powerful that, of course, look, these earthquakes don't recognize modern borders, and it's this area in northwest Syria is also extremely cold. It's mountainous. The infrastructure has already been damaged due to shelling and air attacks over the years. It's heavily and densely populated also, and the roads there are very bad. You know, so it's just a desperate plea for help coming from this part of Syria.
A lot of people would argue that the world has enough resources when it wants to use those resources. What are the possible reasons that Syria has not been receiving the help it needs?
Well, because this part of northwest Syria is not recognized by the rest of the world. It's opposition-held territory. That's one thing. And you know, the United Nations Security Council has just voted in January to authorize cross-border humanitarian aid. The Russians every year threaten to veto that cross-border aid. The United Nations does send in trucks through the Bab el-Hawa border crossing between Turkey and Idlib. But I think the devastation is on such a scale, both in Turkey and in northwest Syria,
Caddesi'ndeyiz. Üzülerek söylüyorum ki burada asker yok, polis yok, çorba yok, battaniye yok, hiçbir şey yok.
But we have, you know, for example, we've heard some updates from one.
Okay, this is Kahramanmaraş, one of the main, like the main site that was impacted the most. This is a tweet from 20 minutes ago.
Salıya geçti. Gece saat 0.30'da. Kahramanmaraş'ın en ünlü caddesi, Trabzon Caddesi'ndeyiz. Her yer yıkılmış. Asker yok, polis yok. Çorba.
Jesus Christ. Hold on, let's watch this first, and then I'll tell you and I'll show the last one.
Salıya geçti. Gece saat 0.30'da. Kahramanmaraş'ın en ünlü caddesi, Trabzon Caddesi'ndeyiz.
Saying this is the most famous street in Kahramanmaraş, one of the areas of impact. There's no soldiers, there's no cops.
Çorba yok.
There's no soup.
Battaniye yok.
There are no there's no comforters or blankets.
Devlet yok. Hiçbir şey yok.
There's no government, nothing.
Hiçbir şey.
And then this is an interview, or this is another conversation that they're having with someone on the ground.
Saatlerdir bağırıyor. Yok daha bakacaklarmış da, gideceklermiş de, geleceklermiş de.
He says, holy fuck. He says that right over there in that rubble, I hear screams. They've been screaming for hours, waiting for help.
Bağırıyor. Yok daha bakacaklarmış da, gideceklermiş de.
They're saying that, oh, we're going to come. The official response is, oh, we're going to come. Oh, we'll be there in a little bit. We have to take a look. What is he saying?
Kardeşim burada can verdi, gelmediler. Yok kimse.
Oh, they're saying we don't have a Jaws of Life style tools to cut through the steel, so they can't reach them. Like they don't have anything to cut through the steel, so they can't reach them. I think you can hear the voices in the background too. And he says, my brother gave his life right there and no one came for him. No one came to help him. Okay, it seems like the site is back up, but every other Twitch streamer is also linking in their own chat, which is making this a little bit, which is, you know, making it harder for the fucking website to keep up with all the additional traffic, which is why I'm not like posting it too much. They keep upping it. They keep upping the limit, but then it grows. The traffic grows. Okay.
And we will be doing our best in order to heal the wounds. And we realize that some of the wounded may not be treated on this hospital, as the hospital is also stricken by the earthquake. So our ships will be coming closer to the Iskenderun port, hopefully by making use of our military ship. We will transfer our citizens to Mersin City Hospital. In this region, in Antakya region, approximately 850 to 900 of our soldiers are working on site in order to ease the burden of our citizens. By speaking with the governors, our soldiers are fulfilling their duties incumbent upon all of them. As we know very well, in those challenging days, our Turkish soldiers are working with great sacrifices on site in order to extend their helping hands to our citizens. Of course, we hear certain news are spreading. Unfortunately, there are certain eyes and certain ears who do not see and hear the efforts and endeavors of our Turkish soldiers. Hopefully, they will be ashamed and ask for forgiveness. I pray for the souls of our citizens who lost their lives, and I wish speedy recovery to our wounded. And there are citizens who are waiting to be rescued. Hopefully, we will work shoulder to shoulder, and we will do our best to save the maximum number of our citizens.
The Turkish Health Minister Fahrettin Koca visited an area in Hatay that's been hit hard by the earthquakes.
In Hatay Research and Training Hospital building, there is a great level of damage. And the A block of Iskenderun State Hospital has already collapsed. And our search and rescue teams are working on site in order to save our healthcare professionals as well. Via ambulances, we will transfer the wounded to Iskenderun State Hospital, and we will be transferring the wounded citizens to Adana State Hospital. Our plane ambulances and also the ambulances from road started transferring our patients. All of our healthcare professionals are working and healing our wounded. Due to the size of the region affected by the cold weather conditions, unfortunately, our teams are having difficulties reaching on site. Due to the bad weather conditions, unfortunately, our helicopters couldn't depart today.
Chess trying to convince that your link is a scam. Okay, well, I mean, dude, I don't care. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Soft Giving is a 501c3 that allows the facilitation of funds for international charities, including charities in the United States of America. We have used it for our limb. Speed is a banned chatter. I can't talk to him. I don't know what the fuck Twitch is gonna do. You know how stupid Twitch is sometimes. You know what I mean? I can't. I'm worried that like Twitch is gonna fucking ban me for having a live phone call with Speed. You know? I mean, I guess I can do it muted maybe. So calling Jade, not you? Okay, then that's fine. They can talk.
I once again would like to extend my condolences to my nation. Our valuable ministers have shared certain technical information about this earthquake. I am a technical person myself, but for the first time I have experienced such kind of an earthquake. This earthquake affected negatively tens of our cities, so you can imagine the magnitude of this earthquake. Unfortunately, our infrastructures couldn't resist against this high level and high magnitude of earthquake. Unfortunately, our electricity grid and the natural gas grids have been negatively affected. Our teams started to repair those infrastructures. Unfortunately, our teams couldn't reach out to all those broken infrastructures. That's why we have transferred some of our teams from the surrounding cities.
I talked about it, but it is worse, way worse than the one in Istanbul, the one that I experienced.
Some of the electricity cuts are
because of the duration, because of how
controlled fashion,
and because
our
of the
search and rescue
magnitude.
teams are carrying out their activities in those buildings. That's why we are not delivering electricity or gas in order to provide safety and security. Unfortunately, 16 important damages have been inflicted in those networks, and our teams are coming on site. However, there are certain problems in main roads, and due to those problems, our teams have difficulties in terms of reaching out to those faulty networks. Our energy transmission lines and our natural gas transmission lines are not located in the city center. They are located in the peripheries, and those places are regions where even those territorial vehicles have difficulties reaching out. There are damages in 5 to 6 potash transmission line, Antep, Kilis, and Hatay in those provinces. There are ongoing natural gas cuts. It was reflected in certain speeches today, and the issue was about the deliveries of the fuel. We don't have any problems in terms of fuel in our warehouse. However, due to the increasing level of demand, we see that queues are forming up in front of the oil station. And we received certain complaints about the failure of the payment systems, and we have spoken with the distribution centers, and without creating any excuse, we gave our orders to those centers so that the oils will be delivered to our citizens.
If only there was like
this problem is
if only there was like a lot of funds.
However, once again, I would like
that
to
they've
state
collected
that
over the course of the past fucking 23 years that they could have utilized right now. You know what I mean? If only there was like fucking billions of dollars of like earthquake taxes that they used in this situation, or even prior to this earthquake, built buildings up the code, maybe regulated it. Well, guess what? They fucking used it for the road and also all around, I guess. Apparently, that's what they're claiming. All right, I'm gonna route the audio to my fucking headset so you don't hear what Speed is saying while this keeps playing, I guess.
Blinken is confirming that the U.S. Response to the Turkish earthquakes is already underway. What does that mean?
It looks like the United States is going to be sending a 70-man team of a specialized urban search and rescue team. Now, these units operate with FEMA. That's the American Disaster Response Agency. They're specializing in searching and rescuing people in distress in a disaster zone in major urban areas, and establishing a medical triage. So they have a lot of experience and training in this type of scenario that will be really needed, given that so much of the destruction, and we heard from one of the Turkish ministers, in tens of Turkish cities, where buildings, whole neighborhoods have essentially been are now uninhabited, with all these tall high rises of apartment blocks now being destroyed. So you're going to need that urban search and rescue team. Look, you need these elements. This critical time is nightfall. It's 1 a.m. now in Turkey. It's below freezing in southeast Turkey. You need fuel, you need food, you need electricity, you need heat. The search and the recovery teams are working on that. There isn't electricity and heat in a lot of these areas because those gas pipelines have been shut off from the devastation of this earthquake. And for those that have survived that initial 2 earthquakes of 7.6 and 7.7 respectively, you now have to keep them warm. You have to keep them alive. And that's a lot of people. These cities are massive. Antakya, with nearly 2 million. In Hatay, a region that's been particularly hard hit, and the city of Iskenderun and the city of Antakya. We heard also.
Oh, he's in a call with Jadem right now to answer his questions. The money's not owned by you right now and will be distributed by Soft Giving. Yeah, I don't. How the fuck would I own? how would I be able to give myself money? No, I am in nowhere. I don't touch this money at all. This goes directly to a American 501c3 called Soft Giving, which is set up specifically for situations like this, where you can basically build a charity fund. The money goes to them, and then they immediately distribute it to the 4 charities that we designated. Okay, it's simply just its entire purpose. Soft Giving's entire purpose is to do this. Okay.
With nature. How do you deal with this?
But it doesn't matter. I understand. I understand why someone would be like worried or whatever. Chad is insane, calling it all a scam.
Has been badly affected.
Yeah.
Noor Kormosh sent us this report from Idlib, where it's been seriously and devastatingly hit.
Ediyoruz abi. Baksana tepedeki numaraya, rakama bak tepedeki.
Covering from Idlib, Syria, specifically from the center of the Syria, where the white helmets have been working relentlessly for more than 24 hours right now.
Why are people being so hostile?
And rescue teams have extracted.
I'm gonna be honest, dude. I don't care if iShowSpeed donates or not. You know what I mean? It's fine if he doesn't want to. If he thinks it's a scam, it's whatever. I think we're raising enough funds internally in this community already. I mean, you know, if he does, then that's great. If he doesn't want to donate more, then that's also fine. He already donated a bunch. You know, that's it. How much money do we donate? I've already donated 25 grand. I'll probably donate more. Also, you're such a piece of shit, dude. Can you imagine? Like, dude, look at this fucking guy. Siteyi bilmeye güvenmeyenler var. Onlar için İngilizce olarak sizlere bir kez daha açıklasana sitenin mantığını. Like, can you imagine? This entire morning we've been fucking, like, literally trying to contact the charities directly so we can set this shit up. And then some fucking dickhead Twitch chatter immediately turns around and is like, fuck you, what have you fucking done? Dude, fuck you, okay? Fuck you. I've done nothing. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I hate how the fucking internet is, man. There's no fucking shot. There is no shot people are this awful. Like, I don't want to believe that human beings are this fucking awful in the real world. That, like, you don't do shit. You just fucking sit there. You don't do shit for anyone else. And then all you do is just, like, chirp, chirp, chirp. Talk about how, like, bad socialists, whatever the fuck. My haters have shown their asses once again. Every single time this community fucking raises money, they're like, how much have you donated? Fucking asshole.
In people's life, we're speaking about whole neighborhoods that have been destroyed, people who have been in their cars since yesterday at the beginning of the earthquake, children who has been, of course, out of school, but also just staying in their car or staying outside in the streets, waiting for afraid of going back into buildings, afraid of everything. And so the situation is really, really bad.
And we know, don't we, that in this border area, over the border, Turkey is hosting thousands upon thousands of Syrian refugees, displaced people as a result of this a decade or more of war. Have you heard from those camps? Are they okay? Or there is another human emergency panning out there?
We're still assessing the damages, both in urban areas and the impact on displaced populations in IDP camps inside Syria and everywhere in Syria. The situation of the camps, while we're still assessing, will definitely worsen for many reasons. And one of them is that more people might be displaced because of the earthquake. And so those camps might have to receive new displaced population. Also, we know that the humanitarian organizations and the humanitarian response that is on the ground right now needs to be able to respond to the crisis and to the emergency and support the people who have been directly hit by the impact of the earthquake, while continuing responding also in the camps, even if they're...
Yeah, for Ukraine, we used, again, the same system, soft giving, and raised $226,000.
Support, and will need increased support, especially with the weather conditions as well. So the humanitarian community will need to stretch themselves to be able to respond to all the needs at once.
But in terms of getting supplies in, I'm thinking maybe above and beyond the rescue efforts and extra people to come and help with that, but regular supplies of foodstuffs and water, those supply chains are going to be disrupted now. That will present additional hazards?
It will represent additional hazards, and we are really asking the international community and the UN response and coordinated response.
Have you done a story or an Instagram post? Yes, bro. Of course, I've done it all. What are you talking about?
Of distribution and crossing of aid does not continue too long.
Now you're looking at continuing coverage here at TRT World of these massive earthquakes in southern Turkey. Latest figures from the Vice President Fuat Oktay say at least 2,379 people have been killed. Those numbers are likely to rise. Our coverage continues. Stay with us.
Here's some
scenes of devastation unfolding right now in Turkey.
This is like breaking news, so it's old at this point, but we can go back to it after, or we'll go back to the live coverage. Yes, you can use the PayPal on the live donation link, because that PayPal link is going to a US 501c3. They're taking the funds. This is one way to sidestep Turkey's PayPal ban. When you donate, you're donating to soft giving, okay? You're donating to soft giving, which is a US 501c3. They take the funds and they give it directly to the 4 charities that are designated on there, okay? Unfortunately, you can't make direct PayPal donations to any Turkish charity because it's fucking banned in Turkey. Speedy ikna ederse 50K verecek. Boş verin abi. Yapmayın etmeyin, Allah Allah. İstemiyorum yani şey yapmasını. Anyway, as we are having this conversation, there is literally, I mean, there are people that are dying in Hatay, then the government has offered them zero help. So.
After what's being called one
but
of the
here is
to hit the region.
This is an older coverage of the story.
In a century.
Fuck, in this process I forgot to run my ad breaks. I'm gonna run one now.
More than 1,600 people were killed
at the top of the hour. I'm running a 3-minute ad break.
Massive quake struck Turkey's Gaziantep province early on Monday morning. And with an unknown number of people still buried beneath the rubble, that number could rise dramatically.
We do not know how far the number of dead and injured will rise as debris removal works continue in many buildings in the quake zone. Our hope is that we will recover from this disaster with the least loss of life.
Rescue workers frantically searching for survivors in bitterly cold temperatures. But even as they do, major aftershocks are rocking the area. CNN's Scott McLean is following developments, joins us here in London with the latest on that. And these aftershocks are massive, aren't they?
Yeah, the number of challenges here for rescue workers, Max, just continues to multiply, really. These aftershocks, under any other circumstance, had there not have been a 7.8 overnight, you would call them massive earthquakes on their own. So you had the 7.8, which happened after 4 o'clock in the morning, and then just about 2.5 hours ago or so, you had another major aftershock that was a 7.5. And just to put that into context, that is the strongest earthquake, stronger even than the last really substantial earthquake in Turkey, which was 1999. That was a 7.4, and that one killed 17,000 people, left 500,000 people homeless. So it just gives you a sense of what we're up against as these rescue workers are battling not only the constant tremors and smaller earthquakes, but also the risk of major aftershocks like this one, plus the cold weather, plus the snow. I just want to show you a piece of video that we've gotten in not long ago from Malatya. This was from the most recent aftershock there. This is a reporter with a Turkish channel called A News, live on air when it seems like obviously clearly they realize that there's more shaking. They hear the sounds and then start running. So I'll play the piece of video and then I'll translate what the reporter says. Watch.
Güvenli alana geçiyoruz bizler şu anda. Vatandaşları görüyorsunuz. Deprem oluyor gene.
Haber.
The sounds there, Max, are absolutely terrifying there. So the reporter here...
Haber izleme amına koyayım. Oğlum Erdoğan'ın kanalı kimsenin sikine değil buradan biz... Burada ne fark eder abi? Yapmayın etmeyin. Günün sonunda adamlar coverage yapıyorlar yani Amerika'dan.
Is saying as we were heading to the rubble to film search and rescue efforts, there were 2 consecutive aftershocks with a loud noise, and the building you are seeing on my left was brought down to earth. There's lots of dust. This local resident here, he is covered in dust. Some really terrifying scenes. And we also have updates on the number of killed and injured. More than 1,000 now in Turkey alone who have been killed.
This is older numbers.
2,800 buildings have been demolished, have collapse. So you imagine what happened there. You imagine at each one of these sites that we're seeing the pictures of, multiply that by 2,800, and you can imagine what potentially the death toll is going to be here, especially since this earthquake, the initial one, took place overnight. There are more than 7,000 injured, but President Erdogan made clear earlier today that they simply don't know how many people may still be trapped underneath of the rubble. Obviously, there is aid coming in from around the world, rescue workers from around the world, around the country to try to get there. But these things take time. And with these really bitterly cold temperatures, nothing can happen quickly enough, given that, of course, it would be extremely difficult for someone to survive underneath the rubble, very likely badly injured in these kind of temperatures, which are right around freezing for significant periods of time, Max.
I've just seen that the UK has been asked by the Turkish government for search and rescue teams, and they're sending 76 personnel apparently, but they're particularly looking for seismic listening devices, concrete cutting and breaking equipment. This is a sort of kit that they need in the next, few hours, really, don't they, in order to get those people from out under the rubble.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And even
they are neighbors, their families. Southeast Turkey is a close living culture. People know each other. They know their neighbors and they know where they live and they know their routines. And when we were standing in the city center, some woman, she was desperately seeking help for the neighbor's kid who was staying and waiting for help under a collapsed building. So that's how they they know. But on the other hand, the search and rescue operation units are using their special technique, and I've been trying to observe how they do it. They have a special technique and they have special machines, and I guess they are obtaining some sort of vibrations under the rubble, and from time to time they're asking people standing just like us around this rubble to be quiet so that they can feel that vibration, they can hear that body being alive or being alive and waiting for help under that rubble. I have not seen any foreign search and rescue operation units here, but I have seen a lot of ambulances carrying different license plates. Some of them from Diyarbakir, some of them from Sivas region, some of them from Bursa and Balıkesir that are hundreds of kilometers away from where we are standing.
Abi bırakın artık iShow Speed'i, Allah Allah, kafayı yedirtmeyin bana ya. İstemiyorsa istemiyor. Manyak mısınız? Yeter abi.
So many units from different NGOs, from Turkish Armed Forces and Red Cross and other humanitarian aid organizations flowing into the epicenter of this earthquake and disaster area.
If you're just now joining us, based on most recent figures from the Turkish Vice President Fuat Oktay, we have at least 2,379 deaths after these massive earthquakes in southern Turkey. More than 14,000 people have been injured and are receiving treatment. More than 4,700 buildings have collapsed entirely. We do have some good news. Nearly 8,000 people have been rescued. More than 11,000 rescue teams are working 24/7, as it seems right now, to find more people that are missing. And speaking of rescues, you're just saying off camera, Ubey, that the Turkish naval medical ship is currently evacuating people from where and to where?
Yeah, so it seems that the Turkish naval medical ship, the TCG Iskenderun, is in the Iskenderun port. That's the city in Hatay. And it is receiving wounded individuals from ambulances. It's a massive ship. It's a medical ship. And is going to transport.
Unfortunately, we've added in new damage data to the south in the second earthquake. The estimate is now moved higher from the risk layer. CATDAT damage estimation. We're now sitting at 29,260 median fatalities.
Has been heavily damaged. The city hospitals there have been hit very heavily. And here we go. This is, I believe, an image of the ship. If it zooms out, and we have here the first responders carrying the wounded from the ambulance into the TCG Iskenderun for evacuation. This is where the Turkish military comes in. You essentially need a war-footing type of mobilization to deal with a historical natural disaster catastrophe
of this
scale that hasn't been seen in Turkey and perhaps the rest of the world for over a century when we're talking about devastation caused by two powerful earthquakes within 12 hours of one another that had the force of multiple nuclear bombs unleashed over 10 provinces throughout southeastern Turkey. Tens of cities like Gaziantep, whole districts have been badly damaged. Hatay, Antakya has been significantly damaged as well. And we're seeing, of course, some of the horrific footage coming out of Adana and in Urfa and in Diyarbakir, further to the east. So this is where this type of military capacity is so important, because this ship is essentially a floating hospital. So you're going to need to evacuate the wounded there, because if they can't get that immediate treatment in the damaged hospitals in Hatay, they otherwise will die. So this type of rescue operation by the Turkish Navy is going to be absolutely crucial, as well as the Turkish Air Force that will be able to bring the evacuate some of the wounded, using those C-130 heavy transport lifters that will also be able to bring in heavy equipment into the far-flung areas in the countryside that have also been hit. Blizzard, we're seeing all these reports from senior Turkish officials that Inclement weather, the blizzards are making it very difficult for first responders to bring in the necessary equipment to some of these hard-hit cities where essentially you're facing a choke point where the weather is preventing more of these rescue teams from getting to those who've been injured and still trapped, many, hundreds, if not thousands, still trapped under the rubble in an area spanning over 400 kilometers from Adana on the Mediterranean coast to Diyarbakir in the far east in the Anatolian countryside.
You keep stressing how much of a Herculean effort this is, and how much is needed for these search and rescue efforts. Do you know the capacity of this naval medical ship? Okay, God forbid Turkey has to do this on its own. How fast can it help all the people that need help?
Well, that's a big question. We still don't know just exactly how many have been injured in all of these provinces. And that's because it's a question of accessibility. We do know that AFAD, the disaster response agency, has deployed hundreds of rescue teams.
İnci'nin tweetine bakacağım birazdan. Bir
What we
bekleyin.
don't
Calm down
know
with
is
the
just how
new
many,
links.
what percentage of places like Hatay remain inaccessible due to inclement weather, it's a full blizzard. And this is an area that, I mean, I've been to Hatay, I've been to Iskenderun, I've been to Antakya. This is an area, and I've witnessed whiteout conditions.
Stop annoying other Twitch streamers to go out and donate, okay? If they want to, they can do so. Please. I don't want people to get upset. I'm not going to fucking be annoying and demand other streamers to go out and donate, okay? They want to, they can. Please. Stop. I know you want to increase this as much as you can and spread it far and wide. If you want to do so, you can do it on your own volition. But if other streamers don't want to donate, it's their own prerogative. Calm down, okay? Streamers raise a lot of money for a lot of causes. Stop begging me in my fucking chat to go talk to XQC and be normal, okay? Holy shit.
What remains of that structure of the building. And so you just have to, in some instances, pull the rubble by hand. And here you have a human chain of rescuers and local volunteers moving a survivor found in the rubble. Imagine, nearly 20 hours. It would have been nearly 20 hours stuck underneath that rubble. It's a war against time and against the elements and against the incredibly horrific destructive capability of Mother Nature. Hypothermia can kick in. You need fuel, you need heat. The elements are just as destructive as the incredible force of the initial shock of this earthquake that we haven't seen in terms of this magnitude for well over a century.
Well, it seems as though Turkey may be getting aid a lot sooner than we think. The U.S. president says he's told President Erdogan that the U.S. will, quote, provide any and all aid for Turkey quake victims. Biden says he promised President Erdogan on Monday that the U.S. will send all the needed to help recover. He also said he reaffirmed the readiness of the U.S. to provide any and all needed assistance to our NATO ally, Turkey, in response to this tragedy. And he noted that the U.S. teams are deploying quickly to support Turkish search and rescue efforts and coordinate other assistance. Well, earlier we heard from President Erdogan himself. Soon after the earthquake, he was speaking from the Disaster and Emergency Management Coordination Center in Ankara.
Tonight at 4:17 a.m., we experienced, after 1939 Erzincan earthquake, the biggest earthquake. We were shook by that. The epicenter of that earthquake has been reported to be in Kahramanmaraş, and according to the most up-to-date information, the magnitude of the earthquake has been measured 7.7. The depth of the earthquake has been reported to be 7 kilometers. Hatay, Gaziantep, Kilis, Osmaniye, Malatya, Adıyaman, Diyarbakır, Şanlıurfa, and Adana cities also faced collapses, other than Kahramanmaraş, the epicenter of the earthquake. And in the surrounding cities, even though there has been minor damage, we see that the main damage was in the cities I mentioned. And in our southern neighboring country, Syria, there has been significant damage in various cities. Our state has acted immediately with all authorities following the earthquake right after it, and our governor's offices have mobilized all the means at hand. The governor's offices acted immediately in 10 provinces, but other 10 governors from various other cities also have been dispatched to the region. AFAD and other institutions dispatched their teams to the field immediately, starting with Red Crescent and municipalities, all other authorities and institutions who have infrastructure, means, know-how, and training also been mobilized to the region. We have now attached the...
Here's the AKP mayor opening here's an AKP mayor at the opening for an apartment complex back in 2019 that collapsed today. 2019 yılında tamamlanan ve açılışıyla AKP'li Antakya Belediye Başkanı İzzettin Yılmaz'ın da katıldığı Güçlü Bahçe City adlı konut sitesi depremde yerle bir oldu. This is one of the many different projects that the government, that the government was dealing with.
Temelini attığımız Güçlü Bahçe City projesini Seral İnşaat olarak 27 aylık bir sürede tamamlamıştır.
Türkler, ben live translate edemem Cahreyn'in conversation'ını. Yapmayın, etmeyin ya. Unutuyorsunuz galiba. Bunlar, ben Amerikalılara ve İngilizce konuşan insanlara şey yapıyorum. Sakin olun.
Bugüne kadar şehrimize kazandırdığımız tüm projeler göz bebeğimizdir. Ancak Güçlü Bahçe City projesi gerek konumu gerek yapım kalitesi...
Hatay'da birçok inşaat projesi yapan Seral İnşaat firmasının sahibi Servet Altaş, ben işimin aşığıyım. Yeah. It's like government. It's usually the way that this works. Usually is like government adjacent cronies will turn around and get funding and support, and they'll build like low quality builds, and they'll turn around and, I mean, obviously you saw the devastation that happened. Muharrem İnce'nin is on Cahreyn's channel. I can't do anything.
Sözde inşaata harcandı. Onlar da çürük çıktı. Yani o depremin altında canlarımız yattığı gibi bir zihniyet de yatıyor. Yani kader deyip buna geçecek bazıları. Yani neden benim ülkemin insanların kaderi bu da? Neden Japonların kaderi böyle değil? Yani aynı deprem
He's basically saying, why is it's the same type of earthquake? Why the fuck doesn't this kind of devastation happen in Japan?
Bilime
but it happens in Turkey.
Bilime, denetime ihtiyacı var.
He's saying it's because we don't have the same kind of interest in science.
Yani ben öyle 1500-2000 bu sayıların komik olduğunu düşünüyorum. Yani dalga geçiyorlar insanlarla. Asla böyle bir sayı yok. Çok üstünde olduğunu hepimiz hep birlikte
He's
göreceğiz.
saying that the 2,500 number is a joke and that the real number is significantly
Büyük acılar
higher.
içerisindeyim. Büyük. Yani bu ülkede politika yaptığıma bile utanır oldum yani bugün.
He's
Yani
saying he's
böyle
embarrassed to even do politics in this country.
bilim insanlarından utanır oldum. Ne bileyim ya. Çok üzgünüm. Hepinize iyi akşamlar diliyorum.
Teşekkür ederiz.
And he's
Teşekkürler
leaving.
başkanım.
Earthquakes are preventable? No, but what you can do in before an earthquake happens, we also officially reached 300,000. Congratulations. No, but you can build infrastructure. You can't prevent earthquakes, but you can fucking build infrastructure that can withstand earthquakes. That's the point that he's making. He's saying that the Japanese have techniques of building buildings that the Japanese have buildings that they make that can withstand earthquakes. Why can't we? Earthquakes don't kill people, buildings do. Yep, exactly. True. An anonymous donor just donated $3,000 or $12,500. Oh, that's awesome. Why isn't this loading? What's going on?
Experiencing that level of shaking, failing.
I gotta pee. I'll be
But
back in a second.
none of the building codes in the world would foresee building collapses. That's the main goal for the building codes.
Bro,
Buildings
are you
shouldn't
dense?
collapse.
They made buildings to withstand, to say, like 6 magnitude earthquakes, but 2 8 magnitude earthquakes back to back. I don't think you realize the severity of the event. No one is undermining the severity of the event. No one. Obviously, this was not going to be an event that has 0 casualties, 0 fatalities, but it did not have to be so devastating. Okay? The fuck are you talking about?
We're about to see here.
So
I
I have shared a couple of maps. One of them shows the main shock magnitude 7.8 main shock and how it's related to magnitude 7.5 triggered earthquake. So this magnitude 5. If you stick with the first image, if that's possible, yes, that one. If you can hold that one, if it's possible. So what we are seeing here is what is called Coulomb stress change. What we are able to do is we can calculate stress transfer based on the main shock to see how this earthquake could trigger or inhibit failures in surrounding faults. And what you are seeing in the white stars, 6 February 2023, that magnitude 7.8 earthquake transfer increased stress alongside the end of the faults, and also it increased stress on the northwestern and western and southeastern trend. And one of those lobes, on the northern lobe, we had magnitude 7.5 earthquake 9 hours later. So this shows you we are getting quite good in terms of forecasting aftershocks and triggered events, but our problem is forecasting the main shock.
Volkan, we keep hearing a lot about the idea that tectonic plates and faults need to release stress. Can you just break down a bit what exactly are you referring to? What makes the tectonic plates move, and why is there stress buildup that needs to be released eventually?
Very good question. So if you think world as a whole, what we are calling is in the mid-oceans, we have it's called mid-oceanic rift. So these are the places that a hot magma comes to the surface, to the seafloor, and then pushes the plate sideways as the material, the hot lava, constantly coming to the surface and pushes the plate. And then when you are pushing the plate in one side, what happens is when the plate meets another plate, whichever plate is older will go under that plate. So the older plate would be much denser. So think about the Earth crust looks solid, but it's actually made up with a bunch of plates, and that plates are constantly in movement. In Turkey's perspective, what makes Turkey so seismically active is Turkey is being pushed between Arabian Peninsula, Arabian plate and Eurasian plate in both sides. So if you look at this figure, both East Anatolian Fault and North Anatolian Fault are the boundaries of that movement. And Turkey is essentially like a watermelon seed being pushed by the Arabian plate in the south and Eurasian plate on the north. And Turkey is in constant movement, 10 millimeter or 20 millimeter per year towards Greece. And that's what drives the East Anatolian Fault, the quake that occurred in the East Anatolian Fault, or the North Anatolian Fault, which is the famous fault that ruptured in the most spectacular dominoes that we ever seen, starting from 1939 and until the 1999 Düzce earthquake. It ruptured 5 separate events, 20, 30 years apart, and created the most spectacular earthquake interaction sequence that we ever seen.
And so, Volkan, this magma pushing these plates together or apart, depending on where you look, releases stress. How does all of this affect nearby plates? For example, is Istanbul sitting on a different plate? Do we expect that because of this stress release in the Anatolian plate that we will expect a stress release in the Eurasia plate? Explain how surrounding plates will be affected in either the near, distant or medium future based on what's happened over the past day.
Earthquake usually interacts via two main way. One of them is the what we are calling is the deformation way, or the static Coulomb stresses, where because of the fault deformation, how the fault slips and then creates a deformation zone around it, and that makes some areas around that rupture more likely to rupture next, or some areas would be less likely to rupture next because the movement actually lock their movement. It's not favoring that fault to be moving anymore.
I have one more question. Go right ahead. I just have a quick question for you, Volkan, before we let you go. A lot of stress, based on what you're saying, has been released over the past 24 hours or so. I know this is not going to be an easy question for you to answer. I don't know if you can answer it, but people are asking, based on what's happened, can we expect another huge earthquake in the region anytime soon?
So, as you prefaced it, it's a difficult question to answer. However, what we know is...
There's no fucking way. Bro, the Japanese rescue teams are there before the Turkish teams are? That's insane, bro.
Bize farklı bir şey söylesinler yani. Evet, şu anda gece yarım Kahramanmaraş'ta insanlar çaresizce bekliyor. Gelen giden yok. Hiç kimse yok.
Japonya'dan Türkiye'ye ekipler indi. Türkiye'den buraya ekipler gelemedi.
Biz yardım tabii.
This guy says, I don't know if there's validity or not to this statement, but he said that there are people on the ground from Japan that got there before the Turkish teams did.
İçişleri Bakanı sabah geldi, 5 defa dolar çekti.
Biz de bunun benzerini yaşadık da. 2 kat daha beter. Bir de soğuk var. Biz Ağustos'a.
For the record, like, the Japanese buildings are legitimately able to withstand up to, like, I mean, insane. Look here, this is a 9.1 magnitude earthquake in 2011. Okay? This is a building in 2011 that is swaying on a 9.1 magnitude earthquake. Now, obviously, it's not the same. It depends on the depth. Remember, it depends on the No, the swaying is a good thing. It's built to sway. For those of you who are wondering, this is how Japan builds disaster-proof skyscrapers here.
The ground began to shake. 32 million people here in Tokyo braced themselves for the worst.
8.9 magnitude. Now we know that's a big number. It was the 5th largest earthquake in history.
But the real damage comes from the ferocious tsunami that was unleashed.
In some areas, the waves reached 40 meters in height,
sweeping up everything in its path, including cars and ships, unable to withstand.
Yeah, the Japanese one is like 700 kilometers away and in the water. This one was on land. I know there are differences. There are obviously very severe differences between what happened in Turkey versus what happens in Japan regularly. I'm just saying that, like, there are methods to, at the very least, like, I don't know what would happen if they had a similar earthquake to Turkey. I don't know. I'm sure Japan receives a lot of fucking earthquakes, so I don't know what the fuck would happen. I'm sure that there are closer ones. I'm not like a seismologist or anything. I don't know. It's not in my area of expertise. It's just like the ultimate goal of that engineering is not to obviously eviscerate earthquakes. You can't do that. You're never going to be able to combat earthquakes. But all you can do is, at the very least, lessen the impact of an earthquake.
The strength and the power of the surging water.
Japan is located in the Pacific earthquake belt. This means the country is struck by some of the strongest earthquakes and tsunamis in the world. In the past decade, about 30 tropical storms have also hit the country each year. These natural disasters kill on average 100 to 200 people per year and take a huge toll on the country's economy. But learning from painful experience, Japan has built one of the world's best natural disaster response systems, which includes regular disaster preparedness drills and early warning alerts. Japanese engineers and architects have also pushed the boundaries of technology and design to create resilient, disaster-proof buildings. This is Tokyo Skytree. At 634 meters, it's the world's tallest tower. Designed for broadcasting and observation, the base of Skytree occupies a relatively small plot of land.
Selamünaleyküm arkadaşlar.
Such a tall structure.
デザイナーとしては非常に緊張感のある細長い構造物になって、地震もそうなんですけれども、風が一番厳しい自然条件になります。でこの計画地が海から8キロぐらいしか離れてません。非常に海沿いに近いので。低いところでも強い風が吹くという、特殊な条件があったので。
Atsuo Konishi and his colleagues designed a steel truss tower, so instead of fighting against the wind, it can simply pass through the gaps between the trusses.
これは逆に普通のビルで採用しているいろんなデバイスda toka制振の方法が細くて高いこのビルに
Arkadaşlar eğer Erren veyahut Cahreyn'in broadcast'tan buraya geliyorsanız haberiniz olsun, biz burada İngilizce konuşuyoruz. Benim İngilizce broadcast'ım. Okay. Ve also şu anda we're looking at Japan and what kind of building code and regulation they have specifically to avoid additional casualties from earthquakes. Japonya'nın engineering'ine bakıyoruz şu anda. Ne yapıyorlar? Nasıl kendi nasıl kendi binalarını böyle yapıyorlar ki yılda 9 frekansında 8 Bir sürü 7'nin üzerinde bir sürü deprem oluyor Japonya'da. 7 ona rağmen ama insanlar sadece senede 100 kişi falan ölüyor yani.
使えなかったので、このタワーの揺れを抑えるためにはどうしたらいいだろうとずっといろいろ知恵を絞っていった中で生み出されたので、そういう意味で他にないユニークなものになったのではないかなというふうに思っています。
To stabilize the tower, the team used a traditional Japanese design called shimbashira that dates back over 1,000 years. This is the flexible central pillar of a Japanese pagoda, which stabilizes the tiered wooden structure during an earthquake or typhoon, in a similar way to a tree trunk supporting its branches. A shimbashira has been found at the center of the world's oldest wooden structure, made from a tree felled in 594 AD. For Skytree, the team designed a 375-metre tall concrete core column connected to the tower's steel outer frame by a series of flexible oil dampers, devices that control unwanted vibrations. The swaying of the core column and outer frame in opposite directions reduce the vibration.
Utanmadan hala insanların parasını çalmaya devam ediyorsun. Oturduğun yerden konuşmak kolay tabii, o paraları harcarken bu garip Türkleri bir daha düşünürsün. Oğlum daha ne yapayım bilmiyorum yani. Gerçekten ne yapayım bilmiyorum abi sana. Senin kafanı düzeltemem yani, ne kadar para burada bu komünite beraber olarak ne kadar para toplasa bile seni düzeltemeyiz yani. Seni Allah'a bırakıyorum yani. İnşallah Allah bir gün düzeltir kafanı.
The tower's steel outer frame by a series of flexible oil dampers, devices that control unwanted vibrations. The swaying of the core column and outer frame in opposite directions reduce the vibration of the entire tower by up to 50% during an earthquake and 30% during strong winds.
ここは心柱の中間地点なんですけれども、ちょうど心柱が動くようになっているかなり上の方の部分になります。で、こちら側が、コンクリートの心柱側で、こちら側が鉄骨造のタワー側になります。このスペースを使って、心柱がこう揺れて、タワー全体の動きを小さくする役割をするんですが、動きすぎるとタワーに鉄骨に当たってしまうので、それを制御するためにこのオイルダンパーという赤いデバイスがここにセットしてあります。オイルダンパーは免震建物用に開発されたデバイスを、ここに、少しここ用にチューニングして設計をしてもらって、取り付けてあります。
The core column is set on 6 seismic isolators made of rubber. These absorb unwanted movement and work together with the oil dampers at various heights.
ここは心柱の一番下のところになって、ちょうどですね直径8メートルあるコンクリートの心柱の姿が見やすい場所だと思います。で、心柱は直接基礎につけてしまうと非常にこう傷んでしまうので、こう見てわかるようなこうゴムで支えて柔らかく置いてあるような形にしてあります。このゴムは免震アイソレーターといって横に動くために鉄板とゴムを5層に積み重ねたものなんですけれども。
I mean, I think this is for a skyscraper. Like, you don't need to do all, I mean, I guess it'd be nice to do all this, but for like a regular apartment building, I don't even think you need all this level of fucking work, you know what I mean?
こういう重いものがですね。
It's almost like a flex at this point, where it's like, yeah, we got fucking skyscrapers with this shit.
The top part of Skytree is a
Or,
broadcasting
sorry,
antenna.
a tower.
To ensure
like,
high quality, the antenna needs to stay as stable as possible. So 2 tuned mass damper systems were installed to reduce unwanted vibrations. One is set at an altitude of 625 meters and weighs 25 tons, and the other is at an altitude of 620 meters and weighs 40 tons. When the tower shakes, these 2 dampers act together as reverse pendulums, reducing vibrations caused by wind or an earthquake. When Skytree was designed in the late 2000s, architects and engineers flew weather balloons to collect data on wind speeds and build models which they tested in a wind tunnel. But for some building designs, this expensive and
in 2000
time-consuming process has been replaced by faster and cheaper software.
When the Erdogan government started collecting taxes for earthquake prevention, earthquake taxes, they
powered by
raised.
artificial intelligence. After a decade of research, architectural engineering company Takinaka has developed a typhoon simulation software called Kazamidori.
その用途としては、いくつかあるんですけども、例えば建物や部材に作用する風の力を計算できるためですね、建物の骨組みやガラスの厚さなどの設計に活用しています。その他、建物が風でどのくらい揺れるかといった評価も可能ですので、いくつかの建物形状に対して計算した結果を比較してですね、風に揺れにくい建物をデザインすることが非常に容易になっています。またですね、過去の台風の再現ではなく、今後増加が懸念されるスーパー台風をですね、想定できるため、台風被害のリスク評価に活用することも可能になっています。
For a 3-kilometre square urban area, it usually takes 3 months to build a model, conduct a wind tunnel test, and get the results. But with Takinaka's software, the entire process can happen in just 2 or 3 days, and its engineers are trying to reduce that down to half a day.
計算精度は、空洞実験と同様レベルぐらいになっておりますし、それから、データ同化技術を取り入れて、対象地域の観測データの結果に数値シミュレーションの結果を近づけるような機能は、この風見鶏の特徴の一つになっています。適用した物件は東京のホテルですとか、九州のマンション、集合住宅ですとか、
Please don't bring me comments like this, please.
小規模な建物、
I don't want to hear it.
これまでの適用実績があります。
I can't. CNN'i izleyemeyiz abi. CNN Türk nereden izleyeceğim bilmiyorum.
Japanese architects are also experimenting with unconventional building
Nereden izleyeceğim
materials for high
CNN Türk'ü?
rises.
YouTube'dan mı?
Skyscrapers
Türkçe
are usually built
yapmayın.
from concrete or steel because they're strong and cost-effective. But building from wood is more
It's
environmental
Turkish.
friendly.
için
Compared with the production of
adeta seferber oldu ekipler CNN Türk ekranlarında bu anları
They're in
görüntülüyoruz.
Kahramanmaraş and they're showing a child that's stuck under the rubble. Why do you guys want me to show this, man? This is like fucking crazy.
Herhangi bir risk olmaz değil mi?
Yok yok.
Sağ salim inşallah inecek.
İnşallah. Da o oturaklı sandalye var. O sıkıştırmış kendisini.
Oh, I think they're suspecting that he is in a wheelchair. And that wheelchair is the reason why he's stuck. Yeah, he's alive. The kid's
Evet, bizim
alive.
de gözümüz o noktada. Gözümüz o noktada.
If this was happening in the US, you'd be laughing. What? What the fuck? Dude, what? Yo, I swear to God, bro, there's way too much fucking, there's too much mental illness in the chat today. Like, actually, I don't know what the fuck is going on, dude. I don't know what the fuck is going on today, man. I just, like, can everybody calm the fuck down, please? Just, like, leave your baggage at fucking home, you know? Just shut the fuck up. Everyone is being extra fucking weird and unhinged today. I hate it, dude.
Hemen canı kurtarmak için operasyonun adeta düğmesine bastılar. Evet. Şu tarafa doğru geçelim. Peki. Tamam. Pekala.
Sol tarafa durursanız.
Pekala. Evet, Alper Öztürk. Şöyle istersen gel Alper. Şu noktaya gel. Evet, herkesin gözü kulağı şu an burada. Enkaz altında kurtarılmayı bekleyen çok sayıda vatandaş var. Elbette daha çok ekibe ihtiyaç var.
They're saying there's a lot of people that are waiting under the wreckage to be saved like him, and there are plenty of other kids like this.
can var ama hemen yan tarafta da bir anne ile evladının da olduğu ve onlardan da haber alındığı.
They're saying that like right next door there's a mom and there's a child.
Burada bir bilgi paylaşılıyor. Umuyoruz o yan taraftaki enkaz altında kalan vatandaşlar da sağ salim kurtulurlar. Evet, bu operasyonu görüntülüyoruz. Şu an adeta seferberlik söz konusu. Bir yandan ambulans ekipleri de bekliyor tabii. Şöyle şu yolu da gösterelim. Kameraman arkadaşım Alper Öztürk sizlere an be an aktarıyor. Görüntüleriyle çok zor şartlarda yayıncılık yapıyoruz gerçekten. Gözümüzün gördüğü şeyler, burada duyduklarımız, hissettiklerimiz inanın çok ağır. Bunları sizlere aktarıyoruz, gösteriyoruz. Bölgedeki sıkıntıları, ihtiyaçları da dile getiriyoruz. Daha fazla.
They're just showing the devastation. Okay, we're gonna get back to the Japanese coverage of what they do to build their buildings.
Production of timber consumes less energy and releases less carbon dioxide. New trees can also be planted to absorb emissions. But building tall structures with wood offers up its own engineering and financial challenges. That didn't stop Japanese construction company Maeda from trying though.
鉄骨のいいところっていうのは、鉄骨は引っ張る力には強いんですけど、その逆ですね、圧縮をする、押しつぶす力には弱いんですね。引っ張るのは強いんだけど、押しつぶすのには弱いっていうのが、これ鉄骨の特徴です。で、逆に木材は本当全く逆で、押しつぶされる、圧縮する力には強いんですけど、引っ張られる力には弱いんですね。というところで、今回その鉄と木を使っている理由としては、それぞれのいいところは出せて、で弱いところを補えるというところが、その木と鉄のそのいいところになるんですね。
Maeda is going to construct a 13-story wood and steel hybrid office building in Tokyo Shibuya district. To make the building earthquake-proof, designers came up with a hybrid lattice structure that will support the walls and create a more user-friendly experience.
もともと木造、建物、要は住宅とかなんかは木材で作ってたわけですので、木材を、その耐震要素だとか、台風要素ですね、風に対する要素として使っているというのは、それこそもう何千年も前から行われてたことなので、決してそれ自体は新しくはないです。で、ただそれをですね、その鉄骨造の中に木材を耐震要素として使ってたかと言われると、それは今まではなかなか使われてきませんでした。
アピールしたいっていう思いが非常にありました。ただ構造体として使うためにはガラスの外に出してしまうと、やはり雨風でさらされて劣化してしまって、どんどん強度が落ちてしまうと問題があるので、ガラスの中に入れて外から見えるようなものにしようというふうに考えました。住環境というところを考えても、
I think one of the major problems, I mean, this is like preventative shit, right? We already talked about it. This is the preventative stuff. But now that the situation is happening, now that the situation is unfolding on the ground, one of the major problems is that while the government has demanded a 7-day mourning period, it doesn't seem like there are enough people to help out. There are thousands of people. There are thousands of people that work at Akut and work on the ground with rescue efforts. But unfortunately, there are simply, it seems, not enough people to go out and save the people in the wreckage, which is why you're hearing from people on the ground. You're hearing from people on the ground, like, you're hearing so much death and devastation from people that are saying, like, look, we're fucking down here. We're hearing other people. They are asking for help, and there's nothing.
We understand that the Turkish naval medical ship is mobilizing off the coast of Hatay. What is it doing? How is it helping?
Yeah, this is the TCG Iskenderun. It's a massive logistical ship that can transport up to 2,000 individuals. It's been used for previous humanitarian affairs and humanitarian rescue efforts. Here, what we're seeing are ambulances moving wounded individuals in the port of Iskenderun. They're going to be moved into the hull of the ship, the TCG Iskenderun, and they will be transported to another hospital in the city of Mersin. Because the hospitals in Hatay province, where this city of Iskenderun is, many of those hospitals have been destroyed or rendered inoperable. And accessibility, the road accessibility to Hatay has also been extremely restricted because of an ongoing blizzard. So the most effective way to transport en masse so many so many wounded. I mean, look how many ambulances we have here, is going to be through that port, and that's where the Turkish
I don't know
Navy
how the fuck they don't have
ship,
like
the TCG Iskenderun, is playing such a vital role, because if you don't operate on those that have been heavily wounded and injured within hours, they're facing death. So time is of the essence to get those wounded that survived the initial shock, that survived the initial trauma, into the hospital, into a working hospital. And the port of Iskenderun right now is the most effective way of evacuating.
This is what they're sending to Hatay for help, by the way.
Inclement weather in and around Hatay province, and there's that
they're trying to come in through ship.
Those roads in Hatay,
through the water.
They're windy roads that
because they can't come in with airplanes.
Very high elevation.
Because the runway is broken.
A blasted thoroughfare between mountains, so you have rocks to the left and to the right of these roadways, so they can be
abi
easily
insanlar
blocked
burada
if
yazıyorlar da
landslides
burada
or if there's a
Amerikalı
blizzard.
hepsi abi burada. Burası yani İngilizce kanalı arkadaşlar.
A logistical ship is being used now for this disaster response mission.
Yeah, and helps circumvent those roads indeed. Ubey, thank you. Well, it's not just Turkey that's witnessed extensive loss and life of property. Syria too has been badly affected. Noor Kormush sent us this report from Idlib, which is one of the quake-affected areas.
We are currently covering from Idlib, Syria, specifically from the center of the Syria, where the white helmets have been working relentlessly for more than 24 hours right now. The search and rescue teams have extracted families that have been buried under these ruins behind me. The death toll is still on the rise, where official statistics are still unknown, as the disaster is still ongoing, as families are scared right now and are staying outside of their houses and from city compounds, because they fear of an aftershock from the disastrous earthquake. Right now, the severe weather conditions are making the rescue process even more complicated for the civil defense teams. NGOs have called for emergency responses, as temporary shelters are being currently installed across northwestern Syria. Right now, the process of rescuing the buried families is still in progress, as the catastrophic disaster is still ongoing. The coverage will continue to reach other areas, and we'll keep you updated on the latest updates.
Earlier, my colleague Martin Stanford spoke with Bahir Zrikem.
Deprem için görevlendirilen doktor koordinasyonsuzluğu anlattı. AFAD temsilcisi salmış. Doktorlar branşlarına göre ayrılmamış. Kimin nereye göndereceği belli değil. 5 saattir bekliyoruz. Kendimize organize olduk ama otobüsümüz, aracımız yok. So they're saying that the doctors are saying that the government agency AFAD is also not coordinating doctors adequately, and they have been waiting. The doctors have been waiting for 5 hours. They don't know what they don't know where they're supposed to be going. They do not know. They don't have anything. They don't have cars or buses. They can't handle the logistics on their own. And they're frustrated.
Biraz sesli olursan, mikrofonum yok.
Biz İzmir'den geliyoruz. Ya biz
This doctor came from Izmir, which is a western part of Turkey.
1 saattir geldik. Niçin geldik? Ya orada 5-6 saattir bekliyoruz zaten buraya ulaşmak için. Ama burada hiçbir şekilde bir koordinasyon yok.
He's saying there's no coordination on where we're supposed to be going. Different types of doctors are supposed to be going to like different areas, right? By need.
Tek bir kişi var. AFAD sorumlusu. O da salmış zaten. Otobüs ayarlamak yok. Kimsenin nereye gideceği, hangi branşların nereye dağılacağına dair hiçbir bilgi yok.
Sizin göreviniz ne?
Yok. Ben çocuk doktoruyum.
He said he's a pediatrician.
Buradaki bütün arkadaşlar yani hemşiresiyle, doktoruyla,
He's like there's
çalışanların
nurses, doctors, we're all here.
Sadece bir saat bekledik.
We waited for an hour.
Burada 5 saattir bekleyen İstanbul'dan gelen.
And there are people that came here from Istanbul, also another faraway area in Turkey, and he's saying that they've been waiting for 5 fucking hours for the government to like basically send them to designated areas to get them to do the jobs that they need to do. So what they're trying to do is Tanju Özcan Twitter ne? Abi sikeceğim belanızı ama devamlı bana şu linke bak diye söylüyorsunuz ama bilmiyorum abi ne var o linkte. Linki gönderin amına koyayım. Nereden bileyim ben? Of be Türkler yeter ya. Oh. I have a fucking headache. Holy shit. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. I'm gonna run another 3-minute ad break here because it's the top of the fucking hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can subscribe. Okay? Won't see the ads if you're in Turkey anyway, though. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Ekipler var. Ve şu an duyduğumuza göre Hatay şu an yıkılmış durumda. Adıyaman yıkılmış durumda. 70 kişilik kendi çabamızla oluşturduğumuz.
He's saying 70 of the doctors got together and basically tried to organize on their own, and they are trying to fucking, you know, they're trying to go to the right places themselves, or areas of need, depending on what their skills are. But the government hasn't done shit for them.
Cerrahi branşların oluşturduğu bir ekip var. Kendi çabamızla oluşturduk. Bunlarla beraber Adıyaman'a gitmek istiyoruz ama Adıyaman'a gidebileceğimiz herhangi bir otobüs, bir ulaşım aracı yok.
He says he wants to go to Adıyaman, but there's no. He says he wants to go to Adıyaman, but there is no government buses, no cars going that way. Birkaç saattir depremin yerle bir ettiği Kahramanmaraş'ın Elbistan ilçesindeyim. Burada tam bir rezalet yaşanıyor. Birkaç kişilik AFAD görevlisinden başka devlet görevlisi yok. Yüzlerce belki de binlerce vatandaşımız enkazın altında kurtulmayı bekliyor. Ülke yönetenlere yazıklar olsun. So, this guy's in Elbistan, which is Kahramanmaraş, which is like at the heart, at the epicenter of the earthquake. It's snowing like crazy.
Burası Kahramanmaraş.
And he's literally saying that he's been there. He's been walking around. And he is the mayor of Bolu, which is like far away. It's in between Istanbul and Ankara. Okay. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a totally separate fucking random city, right? It's up northwestern. It's like a northwestern city. Before you, west of Ankara, east of Istanbul. Anyway, he came down here before the government did, and he's saying that other than a couple AFAD people, like there's only a couple people from the government agency, Government Recovery Disaster Relief Agency, there's no other government official here. There are hundreds, if not thousands of people that are quite literally under the rubble waiting to be saved right now, and there's no one there to help them. Yes, Bolu is a mountain. It's a mountain city town. It's beautiful.
Evet.
I spent many a days in rest stops in Bolu eating köfte. That's unrelated though.
Burası Kahramanmaraş ilimizin Elbistan ilçesi. Türkiye'nin büyük ilçelerinden bir tanesi. Ben Bolu'dan kalkıp geldim. Saat 10:30 civarında.
He said he got here from Bolu.
Buradaydım. Ve şehri
He got here at 10:30.
gezdiğimde şok oldum. Şu anda savaştan çıkmış gibi bir şehir.
He's saying like the entire city looks like it was, you know, under war.
Buradaki binaların en azından 1/3 tamamen yıkılmış.
He's saying 1/3 of all the buildings in this city are gone, completely eviscerated,
Şu anda
destroyed.
bu binaların altında insanlar var. Üzülerek söylüyorum. Kaç insan olduğu belli değil.
No one knows what the number of casualties are, but people suspect that there are people just literally living under the rubble currently.
Ve bunlara müdahale edecek yeterince AFAD elemanı yok.
There aren't enough people that are here to help from the government agency for recovery, disaster
Yoğun
relief.
da bir kar yağıyor. Allah sabır versin. İnşallah sabaha kadar bu binaların altında sayısının kaç olduğunu bilmediğimiz vatandaşlarımız bir şekilde hayatta kalır. Ondan sonra da büyük bir mucize gerçekleşir.
He's saying that due to the snow, it's making the efforts even harder, and there's going to be a real miracle that you need to save these people.
Yani gerçekten anlatıldığı gibi değil.
It's not like the way they're presenting it in the
görmek
news.
lazım.
You have to see
Bir
it
de
to
bu
believe it.
felaketin üzerine kar eklenince daha da büyük bir felaket.
And on top of this disaster, now it's snowing,
gelmiş.
and it's gotten much
Allah
worse.
devletimize zeval vermesin. Milletimize zeval vermesin. Ama gerekli tedbirler de zamanında alınsın. Batıdan buraya çok sayıda yardım getirmek isteyen insanlar var. Bizim de tırlarımız yolda. Ama maalesef karayolları ekipleri görevini tam yapmadığı için
highway teams are not doing their jobs adequately, and they're not helping funnel in supplies coming in from the west.
birçok yol kapalı.
Most of the roads are closed
Birçok
off.
yol kapalı. Böyle devam ederse de herhalde sabaha karşı burada 30 santim civarında kar olacak bir de.
He's saying there's going to be 30 centimeters of snow if this continues.
Enkazı bir de kar kaplayacak. Ben hayatımda böyle bir manzara görmedim.
I do not understand. I personally do not fucking understand why the military has not been deployed. Like, I don't get it. I don't know what's going on. Why the fuck do they not have the military deployed to aid and assist in the recovery efforts? At least get these motherfuckers to salt the roads. You know what I mean? Like that's what's insane, because every single person that you would send to the region at the moment, every single person that you would send into that region at the moment could be a helping hand. The Turkish military is massive. Remember, there is a draft in the country. Okay? You have to serve. As a Turkish citizen, if you're an able-bodied male over the age of 18, you have to serve in the military. So there's reserves, but on top of the reserves, there's just like straight up currently drafted active duty military members to the tune almost of a fucking million, you know? Not a million, but like you have more than 500,000 active duty service members currently. And in areas of need, I don't understand it. I don't understand why the military has not been sent in. I actually don't get it. Korkuyor Hasan, korkuyor ondan. Turkish chatters believe that it's because he's afraid of the military and he's afraid of a coup d'etat. Some other Turkish chatters are saying Erdogan is afraid of how it will look if he sends in the military.
Allah bir daha bana böyle bir manzara göstermeyi de nasip etmesin.
Devastating, dude. Look, I make no mistake. A lot of the politicians that are going down there are doing it because they're a part of the opposition party, okay? I'm not going to sit here and act like these guys are there exclusively out of the kindness of their own hearts. Certainly, a lot of them are down there to do politics, okay? To cut propaganda, which is valid because Erdogan does suck, okay? But also, they're fucking down there. Where the fuck is Recep Tayyip Erdogan? They're down there. They're working. They're seemingly doing something. Where the fuck is where is he? Where is his party? Where is he? I don't know.
They can hear that body being alive.
I guess he set up a crisis center in Ankara.
Waiting for help under that rubble. I have not seen any foreign search and rescue operation units here, but I have seen a lot of ambulances carrying different license plates. Some of them from Diyarbakir, some of them from Sivas region, some of them from Bursa and Balıkesir that are hundreds of kilometers away from where we are standing at the moment. And we are also been reporting and discussing that as we were driving from the capital to Kahramanmaraş, we witnessed and we saw so many units from different NGOs, from Turkish Armed Forces and Red Cross and other humanitarian aid organizations flowing into the epicenter of this earthquake and disaster area.
Our editor-at-large, Yusuf Adam, has more from Istanbul.
It's a huge natural disaster, catastrophe, and Turkey has not witnessed something like this probably since 1999, since the Great Istanbul earthquake, which left 17,000 dead in its wake. Now, a very important show of unity here with the health, defense, energy, and agriculture ministers all together. All the ministers talking about their part of
LA County Fire Department, USA 2 has been activated by US Aid and is deploying to the Turkey earthquake. The deployment team will consist of 81 personnel, 6 K-9 teams, and 3 structural engineers. A press conference is scheduled for 5 p.m. at St. Pacoima, California. All right, bro. I mean, get after it. Come on. The Japanese already sent their motherfuckers over, you know? Taiwan sent their shit over. US Aid is taking his sweet-ass time. Get in there. Get after it. Yes, US Aid is CIA. I don't think anyone cares at this point.
their role in supporting the citizens throughout southern Turkey in their time of need. We heard about a crisis center being built. We heard about search and rescue teams. We heard about air support corridors, field hospitals, distribution of food. We also heard about the electricity. So there was a lot of concern regarding the structural integrity of these dams earlier on.
It's just weird that they aren't sending cops over. It's almost like, you know, what the fuck were the cops going to do? You know what I mean? They're sending firefighters over. Why aren't they sending cops over?
LAPD. Been inspected, nothing serious, no type of serious damage to these dams, but inspections will continue throughout, making sure that there isn't a situation that can lead to another disaster.
Now, Turkey knows full well about
send the cops over so they can shoot the tectonic plates up, you know?
University professors. Do you think there is a master plan? Is there a master plan for an emergency on this scale? And does it appear to be working as you might hope?
Well, let's look at what happened today. 4 a.m., a 7.7 magnitude earthquake. Later on in the day, a 7.5 magnitude earthquake. Both of these earthquakes register probably as top 20 earthquakes in human history, happening within a 9-hour time span of each other. In between, 50, 60, 70 aftershocks. 2 of these aftershocks registering 6.6 and 6.5, large earthquakes in their own right. As much as you prepare, as much training as you've had, as many exercises as you've had, as much stocks and supplies you may stockpile, can you ever be ready for a natural disaster of this scale? Truly, who can really say that they're prepared for something like this? Because just the sheer magnitude of the devastation, and also more importantly,
we reached $350,000
scale of the location as well, the devastation as well. We're
proud of you,
talking
chat.
about a 500-kilometer range of devastation from the eastern most point to the westernmost point. It's very hard to react at over such a wide geography. Cities like Diyarbakir, Adana, Gaziantep, all cities with 1 to 2 million population, smaller cities like Kahramanmaraş as well. Every one of these cities needs support right now. They're all looking for help. And at the end of the day, any state has finite resources. So you have to sit down, assess the damage, and know how to use your resources to reach the people who are most in need. So Turkey is doing as good as it can. As I said before, I don't think any country can be ready for this. You can prepare for this, but nobody can say that they're ready for something like this, because at the end of the day, the power of Mother Nature is just truly awesome, and something that humanity cannot deal with.
Let's hear more of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's comments soon after the earthquake. He was speaking from the Disaster Emergency Management Coordination Center in Ankara.
Bu gece saat tonight at 4:17 a.m. we experienced, after 1939 Erzincan earthquake, the biggest earthquake.
Remember, TRT is the government broadcaster. That's why they fucking glaze Big Homie up big time, okay? The reason why I'm watching TRT World is because it is offering round-the-clock English coverage, okay? Because I can't sit here and fucking do immediate I'm not an interpreter. I'm not a translator. I can't do that. That's why we're watching TRT. But also, remember, they keep playing him over and over again. Never any mentions of all of the critical. For the Americans in the chat, this is how the State Department works. Okay, this is how state broadcasters work. No mention of any of the opposition party leaders that are down there saying, "Fuck you, Erdogan. Where the fuck are you, you piece of shit?" No criticisms of him whatsoever. Constantly running the one time this piece of shit went on television and talked. Okay, this was yesterday at this point. And they still are playing this over and over again to make it seem like he's actually doing the most, like he's actually doing something. You know? Shaklone normally is wrong, but in this circumstance is correct. All news in Turkey is state-controlled. They both have the state control over TRT, which is the state broadcaster. But then also on top of that, all of the other news outlets are technically state controlled as well. They're just private, but barely. Even the opposition is like barely real opposition. Does that make sense? Do you understand? Like they're also owned by like rich motherfuckers who are usually friends to Erdogan himself.
Quake means know-how and training.
Ironically, except for Fox, which is like the anti-government channel in Turkey, Fox TV. Yeah. Abi yayın eski biliyorum. I know it's old. I know. But yeah, this is it. We've seen it. The International Rescue Committee called for increasing funding for humanitarian aid in Syria, saying many people in the Northwest have already been displaced up to 20 times. Problem is they don't actually have, English coverage on a lot of these channels.
Kurtarılması için bir seferberlik var şu anda. Pazarcık'taki 5 katlı bir aile apartmanının önünden son bilgileri aktardık. Biz farklı bölgelerde farklı yaşanan acıları aktarmaya devam edeceğiz.
What they're doing is basically going to the sites and showing you people being pulled out of rubble and hopefully begging to get funds over. You know what I mean? Nebati dalga geçiyor yine. Nebati Rudova konuştu. Burada sıkıntı sosyal medyadaki yanlış haberler. Binalarda şehitlerimiz var, yaralılar var. Onlar da birçoğu deprem binalarından değil, depremden kaçarken yaralananlar vesaire.
Sosyal medyada yayılan yanlış haberler.
He's saying that there is a lot of misinformation that's being... He's saying that there's a lot of misinformation being spread on social media. You don't understand. He's saying that, well, this guy fucking, you know. He's basically saying fake news, okay? Also manlit. Ironic.
Bunun ciddiye alınmaması sadece AFAD'da yapılan her türlü bilgilendirmeyi dikkate almaları ve valilik tarafından yapılan bilgilendirmeyi dikkate almaları hususunda özellikle vatandaşlarımızdan yardım.
He's saying he's saying a lot of people actually didn't get hurt by the buildings, but actually because they were running away from the buildings, which I don't even understand what the fuck he's trying to say. It's like, no. There's a lot of fake news. They didn't get hurt inside the buildings. They got hurt when they were running away. Which I don't know what kind of difference that makes.
Şu anda Urfa'da her şey kontrol altında. Binalarda
He's saying in Urfa everything is under control.
Maalesef kaybettiğimiz şehitlerimiz var. Onları çıkardık. Yaralılar çıktı. Hastanede yoğun bakımda yaralılarımız var. Birçoğu deprem binalarından değil, depremden kaçarken vesaire yaralı.
Yeah, he's saying the majority of people didn't actually die in the buildings. They were just like running away.
Evlerine dönenler. Şu anda yoğunluk yok. Hastanelerimiz de şu anda hazır. Belediyemiz çorba, ekmek konusunda gerekli adımları atıyor.
He's saying the government is bringing soup and bread. Well, he didn't say the government is bringing soup and bread. He said the government is taking the necessary initiatives to start doing work on the soup and bread issue. Which is like the Kamala Harris way of saying, maybe you'll get soup and bread, but, you know, maybe, potentially. We'll see. Yıkılmayan binalar götüne girsin onun. Deprem sonrası Gaziantep-Adana yolunun son hal içler acısı. Bırakın aracının geçmesi, insan bile yürüyemez. Guys, remember, they said they built roads with the funds, right? Bak yol yapmışlar abi. İşte tamam. Daha ne istiyorsun ki? Yol demiş adam. Yol yapacağız demiş. Deprem vergisiyle. Al yapmış yolu işte. Götüne girdi yol. So this is, additionally ironic because when asked, when the government was asked about what they've done with all of the 800 billion liras of tax funds that they've gotten specifically for earthquake tax, they said we built roads, I think, and here's the outcome. This is between two of the major cities that are both suffering from damages, extensive damages, Adana and Gaziantep. This is the road between the two. You can't even fucking drive cars on this road any longer. You can't even walk through this road any longer. Now, one other aspect of this is that because the infrastructure is fundamentally broken, and because they haven't utilized enough resources to salt the roads, to open up the roads. The government agency vehicles are also stranded alongside civilians that are personally trying to go out and take matters in their own hands and help others in the rescue efforts. So they're just stuck. So they can't even fucking bring anybody to the fold. And everyone is claiming that the official numbers that the government is putting forward is completely false, saying that 2,379 is a ridiculously low estimate, with the World Health Organization and other international, crisis management organizations, NGOs, putting the death toll, the potential death toll, tally at 30,000 now. $30,000. Yeah, the only runway in Hatay was destroyed. We already covered that. I don't understand why Turkey declined Musk's offer to send a Starlink after the deadly quake. I don't get that. I actually don't understand it. Because, this is one avenue where Starlink would be very helpful. If anything, this is, the most helpful. This is the thing Starlink is supposed to be built for. What would Starlink do? What do you mean? Starlink is internet services, communication services that you can use via satellite. What that means is if you have Starlink, you can actually communicate on the ground. Rescue efforts can be coordinated. Literally, this is what it's designed to do. This and fucking random parts of Wyoming where you just can't build fiber optic cables all the way out there. It's not worth it. You know what I mean? This is literally why you are supposed to use Starlink. This is the place where you're supposed to use it. Okay? But I guess they're saying that it's not worth it, or that they can't control it. Abi başta karşı çıktı Starlink'e, şimdi halk sesini çıkarınca geri vites yapıyordu en son. Aciz görünmek istemiyor diyorsun da abi yarrağı yedik zaten yani. Ne aciz maciz yok ki artık bu durumdan sonra. Kimse Türkiye'ye bakıp durumlar çok iyi demiyor ki. Ya bitti. Acizlik macizlik ne demek abi? Bitti. Dünyaya elini açıp lütfen yardım et demesi lazım şu anda. Daha ne aciz olacaksın ki bundan? Bundan daha aciz olamazsın abi. Duruma bak. İstanbul Havalimanı. 30 bin insan ölecek diyorlar. Acizlik mi kalmış 30 bin insan öleceği zaman abi? Yok yapmayın etmeyin yani. Koordine edemiyorlar. Ülkedeki kaynaklar yeterli, binlerce insana yardıma gitmek için bekliyor. Önce Türkiye için koordine etsin hükümet. Yolları boş bırakın diyorlar da yolda kaldı insanlar. Yolda kalanların da yardıma ihtiyacı var. Bilanço gittikçe ağırlaşacak saatler geçtikçe. Ya. Abi çocuğu kurtarmışlar. Kenara koymuşlar. Çocuk donarak öldürmüş. Koordinasyon sıfır. I don't know how real that is, but someone in the chat is saying that they saved the kid and then they left the kid in the streets after they pulled him out of a rubble, and then he died because he froze to death. Using that as evidence as to how little coordination is happening on the ground. Ondan sonra hala Türkler Mr. Beast falan diyor chatte. Kafayı yiyeceğim abi. Oğlum devlet adamlar, devletin yaptığı işe bak, sen hala Mr. Beast diyorsun. Mr. Beast ne yapacak abi? Uçakla gelip yardım mı edecek Mr. Beast size? Saçmalamayın abi. I'm telling you, it's just like, it's just Tarık selamlar. It doesn't matter. There is, like, the government is not even utilizing all of its resources with respect to the, I don't understand, with respect to its armed forces. The Turkish military is vast. The Turkish military is massive. The Turkish military has a lot of power. They could be handling the logistics. They could be opening up the roads right now. You know what I mean? They could be handling the logistics of bringing people in to areas of need. They could be handling the coordination. It's almost 24 fucking hours at this point, and people have still got no help in certain areas like Hatay. Devlet Bakanı Hasan Gemici'nin açıklamasını lütfen çevir abi. İnsanlar enkazı altında ölüme terk edildi. Daha önce Gölcük depreminde görev almış eski devlet bakanı. So he was in another big, he was a politician, he was like an official, a government official in the previous big earthquake that happened, and he says that there are people that they just left behind. And now that you have outside, like, foreign rescue teams coming in, all they're going to end up doing is pulling out frozen corpses from underneath the rubble, because, you know, these people have been left underneath the rubble for far too long, for, you know, 20 hours, 24 hours at this point, especially with the weather conditions.
Ve hava -5, -10 derece, kış şartları, yollar kapalı.
He's saying it's -10 degrees centigrade. The roads are closed off.
Yollar kapalı. Böyle büyük bir alanda bu kurtarma çalışmalarını organize etmek öyle lafla sözle olmaz. Daha ciddi organizasyonlar.
He's saying you need to have serious organizing to do something like this. And you know, they're not being serious about it.
Ama maalesef bugün gördüğümüz kadarıyla şu anda o felaketle ilgili yeteri kadar organize olabilmiş değil ve şu anda maalesef insanlar enkaz altında.
Saying these people are under the rubble.
Ölüme terk edilmiş durumda. Maalesef bugün yurt dışından da kurtarma ekipleri geliyor ama büyük ihtimal yarın oraya gidecek kurtarma.
Yeah, he says the foreign teams that are coming in, which is great, but most likely what they're going to do is they're going to find people that are frozen in the rubble.
Ekipleri burada belki enkaz altından insanların ölmüş cesetlerini, donmuş cesetlerini ya da hipotermide dolayısıyla, soğuk dolayısıyla hayatlarını kaybetmiş insanların cesetlerini çıkartacaklar. Bizim bugün şu anda televizyonlarda gördüğümüz şehir merkezleri. Ben o bölgedeki insanlarla da görüşüyorum. Yani köyler, ondan sonra kasabalar, küçük ilçelerde şu anda kurtarma çalışmaları bile yeterince başlamış değil. Bölgeye vakit geçirmeden iş makinelerinin, kurtarma ekiplerinin ve ekipmanlarının sevk edilmesi gerekiyor. Ve işin ciddiyetini kavrayıp ona göre davranmak gerekiyor.
Evet, devletten daha hızlı geldi. Abi ülkenin özellikle doğusunda niye böyleler biliyoruz. Ya. Look at this shit.
Şehir Plancıları Odası İstanbul Şube Başkanı bizimle. Sayın Giritlioğlu merhaba efendim, başımız sağ olsun, öncelikle büyük geçmiş olsun. Depremden etkilenen her yerle ilgili merak içindeyiz. Lütfen bize Maraş'la ilgili bilgileri verir misiniz?
Merhabalar. Ben de az önce yayından geldim. İstanbul'dayım. Bütün bölgeyle ilgili haberleri biz de televizyondan alıyoruz aslında. Bütün bölgelerde aslında, Maraş da buna dahil olmak üzere büyük bir koordinasyon.
Yeah. The government officials are claiming that everything is under control. They're underreporting the deaths and casualties, and they're claiming that they've sent people everywhere. Meanwhile, in Hatay, one of the areas of most need, where they actually sent a ship to because they can't actually fly in because the runway is destroyed. People on the ground are basically saying, people on the ground, why would the government do that, Hasan? Honestly, I don't know. I think maybe one of the reasons is because they're just like, they just took all of the fucking funds and used it and lined up their own pockets with it. So they're just like severely underfunded. One of the other reasons is that an election is coming up. That area did not go to the incumbent party. It's an opposition party area. That could be one of the reasons. I know why they're not I think we can only speculate as to why. I think it's mostly just that they just don't have enough money. They don't have enough funds because they've utilized it. They've used it for themselves. They've lined up their own pockets. Just like they've also used, they've offered favorable contracts. They've offered favorable contracts to in their own areas, right? In their own areas like Maraş, Urfa, these are places that are AKP strongholds, right? Like these are places that were already like pro-AKP, the main party, right? AKP, MHP. And what ends up happening is that it's not dissimilar to the United States of America, where like, oh, this is our area. We're going to build a lot of housing. We're going to do a lot of housing development in this area. How do they build the housing? Well, they take the money and they give it to their own. They give it to their own friends. They give it to government loyalists, who then build the housing, and usually will take a little bit off the top for themselves. Use shittier quality materials. Claim that they actually are, making this, claim that they're actually earthquake proofing the housing when they're clearly not. This kind of corruption has been consistent in the Erdogan regime since its inception. Erdogan came into power and basically built his own group of wealthy loyalists and donors and supporters. That's it. İnşaatı kontrolü inşaat bittikten sonra geliyor devlet. Evet. Ama kendi adamları. So they are supposed to have regulation, right? I mean, I showed you this already. We showed you this already. Bostanbaşı Asur sitesinde full yapılı satılık daire 4 +1. Bina son deprem yönetmeliğinde uygun olup temelde 35-40 beton kullanılmış olup tüm malzemeler 1. sınıf kaliteli ve işçilikle tamamlanmıştır. They're specifically stating that this building that I'm about to show you, okay, in Malatya was built up to earthquake code. When they're selling it, they're literally telling you it's built up to earthquake code. That's the building. Yalanmış bu Hasan mı? Nasıl, neresi yalan oğlum, baksana. Al işte bu bina. Yalan mı bina? Bina mı yalan? Anlamıyorum, neresi yalan? Yani adamlar mı yalan söylediler binayı betonu düzgün yapmışlar diye? But yeah, usually what ends up happening, Asur sitesi. What ends up happening is, this is what happens when you give favorable contracts to people who are, yeah, Asur sitesi işte abi, Bostanbaşı aynı bina işte. Ya bu yalan. They don't regulate it adequately, and they don't actually go in and take a look at it. They just slap a okay, you're good sticker on it. That's it. Hatay Antakya Güçlübahçe isimli site 0 olmasına rağmen yerle bir olmuş. 0 bina nasıl yıkılır? This is a luxury apartment. They're selling this as a luxury apartment. And this was put up in December 20th, 2022. Okay. Charmkel'in evi bu. This is what you get when you say deregulation is a good thing. I mean, you know I don't believe in deregulation. Eşi ve 2 çocuğu enkaz altında 24 saattir AFAD gelmiş. Buradan çıkaramayız demiş, gitmiş. Dayım diyor ki beni orada yapayalnız bıraktılar, kahroldum. There's a YouTuber whose mom is literally in this building apparently, and the YouTuber barely made it out, but the mom has not. By the name of Charmkel, and he doesn't know what's going on. I also don't know why the fuck the roads are still closed. I guess it's because like roads are closed because what? It's impossible to reach in order to ensure the safety of people who want to take to stop them from taking matters in their own hands.
Dolayısıyla bütün bunlar işte hastanelerin yıkılmış olması, sağlık hizmetine erişimin olmaması, gıda ve su içecek sorununun çok ciddi şekilde yaşanıyor olması, hala çadırların yeterli derecede olmaması,
Natural
çok ciddi
disaster
yönetim
risk
sorunu olduğunu
ranking
ve aslında
by
bizim
countries.
asla ve asla depremlere hazır olmadığımızı bize çok acı bir deneyimle tekrar göstermiş oldu. Ne yazık
This is the
ki.
highest. This country is the highest natural disaster
Sabır ve
rating.
dayanıklılık diliyoruz Halk TV ailesi
Where the fuck is
olarak.
Turkey?
Evvela ülkemizi, insanımızı seviyoruz. Bu topraklarda yaşayan herkesin iyi bir hayat yaşamaya
I
hakkı
mean, it's
var.
like 66, not too bad.
Binalar, binlerce yiten canlar,
It means
binlerce
like
yaralı,
low chance of
binlerce
disasters.
bekleyişini sürdüren aile var. Bu soğukta, dondurucu soğukta, sokaklarda tekrar size iyi akşamlar dilemek istiyorum.
Ülkemize geçmiş olsun ve başsağlığı dileklerimi iletiyorum ben de. Biz TMOP olarak İstanbul'da 4 koordinasyon merkezi kurduk. Ve kısa bir zaman sonra bölgede olacağız bir heyet olarak. Şu anda yardımlarımızı topluyoruz.
Carmen saatler önceki tweetleri çok kötü. Biri de Insta'dan attığı hikayeler.
Evet değerli izleyenler.
This is the guy. İnternet ve hatlar kesik olduğu için tek fırsatımı burada yazmak için kullanıyorum. Enkazdan çıktım ve iyiyim. Annemin sesini son defa enkazdan çıkarken geri geleceğim anne diye derken duydum ve sonrasında sesini tekrar alamadım. Kimse yardıma gelmedi. Açım, montum yok ve üşüyorum. Holy fuck, this is so sad. He says the internet is gone. So I'm using my only opportunity to write here. I got out of the rubble and I'm fine. I heard my mother's voice for the last time when I was getting out of the rubble, and I said, I'll be back, Mom. And that's the last time I heard, and I never heard her voice ever again. No one has come to help. I'm hungry, I don't have a coat, and I'm cold. Hatay'da herkes bir başına geceyi geçirecek. Şu anda bir araba buldum ve ısınıyorum. He's like, he found a car and he's getting warm. Anneme bu havada ulaşma mümkün değil. Geceyi umarım hayatta ve sıcak atlatıyordur. I can't get back to my mom. He says he can't get back to his mom. It's impossible with the weather conditions. I hope she is warm and alive. Haberlerde ne gösteriyorlar bilmiyorum ama ancak Antakya'nın içine girebileceğimiz tek bir ev kalmadı. He says there's not a single, I don't know what they're showing in the news, but there's not a single home that you can sit inside of in Antakya. Bulunduğum bölgede yüzlerce ceset ve yağmur altında binlerce insan var. He says there's hundreds of corpses everywhere around me. And under rain, there are thousands of people. We've helped take a lot of people out. Helped a lot of people out, but we don't have the special tools to be able to get into certain areas. That was only 4 hours ago, by the way. So at that point, it's been like 20 fucking hours. You know what I mean? It's been 20 hours since the earthquake occurred. And he's saying like one of the main areas, there's just nothing. We got an IG story as well. It's kind of crazy that like in a situation like this, usually you just look to the government.
Abi yıkıldı depremde. Anne iyi misin anne?
Oh, he's like, this is him. You can hear him yelling. I think you can hear his mom in the background.
Anne iyi misin? Lütfen. Anne iyi misin anne? Arkadaşlar depremin altında kaldık. Anne iyi misin anne?
He's like, this is from inside of the rubble. Like, I think he's yelling at his mom from inside of the rubble before he got out. Jesus Christ, dude.
Anne lütfen yatağın alt bir yere saklandım da lütfen. Anne yardım edin lütfen. Hatay Antakya Güçlü Bahçe sitesi yıkılan bir binamız var. Lütfen yardım edin.
The building that we just showed you, he was there. Him and his mom were in that building.
Lütfen yardım edin.
This is, I guess, him like when he said he was in a car getting warm. He says he's okay. A random guy pulled him out from underneath a column. He has bruises, you know, but he's all right overall. Annem ben çıkarken 3 kere Fırat diye seslendi. My mom yelled my name 3 times while I was getting out, but I didn't hear from her after that. 14 hours have gone by. This was 9 hours ago. And the government rescue teams had not been around for 14 hours. Kepçe gelmeden anneme ulaşmam mümkün değil. They need not a bulldozer, but like they need heavy machinery. Hatay haberlerde verilmiyorsa diye söylüyorum. Yerle bir durumda. Marketler yağmalandı. Su bulmak mümkün değil. All of the markets have been robbed, so there is no way to find water. Says he found luckily an excavator. Yes, he says he luckily found a shoe his size, and he put shopping bags on his feet instead of socks because he can't find socks. Lütfen Hatay'a yardım edin. 6 tane arkadaşım enkaz altında şehir merkezinde çökmeyen bina yok. Haberleri göremiyorum. İnternet çekmiyor. Says please help Hatay. I have 6 friends that are under the rubble. There is not a single building that hasn't reduced the rubble in the city, in the center of the city. And he can't see any of the news because there's no internet. Deli mi ne sorusuna bak. Paylaştığım arkadaşımın annesi şu anda göcük altında, acil destek, yardım lazım. I'm looking at his stuff.
Hepimize geçmiş olsun. Rabbim beterinden saklasın. Biz elimizden geldiğince arabamızı doldurup yola çıktık. Yaklaşık 12 saatlik bir yolculuğumuz var. Hani algılarda böyle Antalya sanki çok yakınmış gibi geliyor insanlara. Herkes beni aradı dün geceden beri.
I mean, he escaped.
Arkadaşlar yoldayız. 6 saat bir yolumuz kaldı. Deprem bölgesine gidiyoruz Hatay'da.
He's actually going to Hatay. He's going from Antalya to Hatay, to like where the area of need, and yeah, he's going to help, to aid people down there.
Yardım organizasyonu düzenliyoruz. 8 tane tır organize edildi. Birazdan yardımın nerede toplanılacağını sizlerle
He's organized 3 different like trucks, or 8 different trucks to go down there.
Siz de elinizden geldiğince bir şeyler getirirseniz çok seviniriz. Her türlü insani yardıma ihtiyaç var. Bebek bezi, battaniye. Arkadaşlar bahsettiğim yardım tırlarının toplanma alanı burası. Konum olarak
He's showing like çok garip bir sınavdayız. Deniz de normal değil. Sahil yolundan ulaşım açık, çok daha uzun ama yardımlar için bu güzergah tercih edilmeli. He's saying that like you can do it from the beaches. You can drive from the beaches.
Adıyaman'daki dostlarıma sesleniyorum. Yardımınıza ihtiyacım var. Uzun yıllar beraber çalıştığımız muhasebe personelimiz İbrahim Ali Bekar göçük.
Why did you guys send this to me? And they're sending 5 hours ago the Iskenderun liman, the port in Iskenderun where they put the ship over, where they sent that ship to, was on fire. Look, that's the port in Hatay. Son 3 story, okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so they arrived on scene. This is what all the buildings look like. You can't see this in mainstream news because they're like not covering it, but here. Fuck. This is what it looks like on the streets right now in Hatay. There's not a single building. He's saying that there's not a single building that is left standing. The entire fucking city block is just flattened. Okay. He says we found the house. Süheyla teyzemize ulaştık, çıkacağı koridoru kazarak. Açtık, delikten girdim, elini tuttum ama bacağı sıkışmış, çıkaramadım. İş makinesi lazım. So he's saying they went to the house. He found his aunt, but she's stuck. She's basically stuck and they don't have any professional personnel on the ground. And this is like 43 minutes ago. So it's been 24 hours. There's no professional. There is no machinery, and there are no professional rescue teams out there. They were able to get there, but others have not been able to. From a Turk chatter in DM, I geolocated this one to confirm personally this time. Video from outside the Iskender and Otogare during the first quake last night, 75 miles from the epicenter. Hatay deprem. This is like a bus station. 75 miles away from the epicenter. Holy fuck. Dude, look at this. Anyway, they were able to pull out the aunt from the concrete, but her legs are still stuck.
Çok daha vahim. Bir tane bile ayakta bina yok.
He's saying things are much worse in the way that they're reporting it on the ground. There's not a single fucking building that's left standing.
Bütün binalar çökmüş durumda ve binaların altında insanlar hala sağ bağırıyorlar.
He's saying there is people under pretty much every building that has been reduced to rubble, and you can hear them yelling. You can hear their screams.
Sesleri sokaklarda yankılanıyor ama yetişebilecek ekip yok. Bir tane
There is not and unfortunately there isn't any professional team that can help them and get to them.
Binaya müdahale ediliyorsa 1000 tane bina şu an çökük bir halde bekliyor. Buraya yardım göndermeyin diyenlere itimat etmeyin. Her türlü insan.
He says, don't listen to anyone that says don't send any help down here. There's a tremendous need.
İnsani güce ihtiyaç var. Gelebiliyorsanız gelin.
He's like saying if you have the willingness and if you have the capability of coming here, come now.
Bir tane taşı bir yerden kaldırıp bir kenara koyun. Biz elimizden geldiğince bir şeyler yapmaya çalışıyoruz. Göçüğün altından insan çıkarttık sağ bir şekilde ama her tarafta cenazeler de var.
Saying there's like corpses everywhere.
İnsanlara yemek yapmaya çalışıyoruz. Bir yandan göçük altından insanları
He's like, on the one hand, we're trying to give food to the people. On the other hand, we're trying to get them out of the rubble.
Yapmaya çalışıyoruz. Buraya çok ciddi yardım lazım.
There's desperate need for
adres
help.
gönderiyorsunuz. Şuraya ulaşamıyoruz diyorsunuz. Yardım etmeye çalışıyorsunuz. Farkındayım. Ama burası hayal ettiğinizden çok daha fazlası.
People I guess are DMing him addresses to be like, this is where my relative is. Can you please help him? And he's saying like, I know you're trying to help for your friends and whatnot, but the situation is way more dire.
10.000 tane bina vardır çökmüş.
He's saying, I mean, this is an estimation and he's like, it's a made up number, but he's saying like, it seems like there's almost 10,000 buildings that have been reduced to rubble.
Ve hepsinin altından insan sesleri geliyor. Bence yüz binlerce insan şu anda göçük altında ve
he's estimating, I mean, again, this is a random guy, obviously he's there, but he's saying that he's estimating that, you know, hundreds of thousands of people are probably still stuck under the rubble because there's like 10,000 buildings that are reduced to rubble at this point, and they can hear them. The official number is 6,500. That's the official number of buildings that have been reduced to rubble. Okay.
%99'una şu an müdahale edilemiyor. Hem karanlık hem elektrik yok hem de o kadar yeterli sayıda kalifiye eleman yok müdahale.
He's saying there aren't any like. He's saying that there aren't any qualified people down there. Hatay has a population of 1.6 million. If it happened at night and most people live in those apartment type buildings, it's going to be a lot of fucking people. Yeah. I assume, like I said, the only reason why they can't help at this point is because, like, they just don't have fucking resources. They just don't have people. Muharrem İnce Twitter. Bunu gördük daha zaten. Yeah, Japonya'dan Türkiye'ye ekipler geldi. Türkiye'den buraya ekipler gelmedi. Yeah. This guy, oh my god. And here's some wonderful politics. Adıyaman yalnız değil. Adıyaman'ın arkasında reis var. So he says, Adıyaman is not alone. Adıyaman has the backing of reis, which is a loving term of affection or a sarcastic one, depending on who you're asking. But this guy's saying it in like a loving way. The chief, they call him, Erdoğan. His supporters call him the chief. And he's saying that with like a capitalized R. So he's saying like, oh, the chief is behind Adıyaman. The chief is in love with Adıyaman. Like it's a type of, it's a city that the chief is in love with. Ölenleri geri getiremeyiz. Üzüntümüz sonsuz. We cannot bring back the people who died. Our sadness is endless. Lakin Adıyaman'ımızı yeniden onaracak reisimiz var. Bizim teyzemin oğlu. Saying that the chief will rebuild Adıyaman. Insane. I mean, this is like this is the thoughts and prayers of the Turkish government. You know what I mean? Where I mean, they're hitting the thoughts and prayers note. You know how like in America a mass shooting happens and then the fucking gun lobby's like, well, this wouldn't have happened if there were more guns. Basically, the same concept is here, where it's like, oh well, I know that a lot of people died and stuff, but we'll build more buildings. Don't worry, like it'll be sick. Our leader will build more buildings for you. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Oh yeah, here. This is the neighborhood of that YouTuber that we just showed you, by the way. Like where his mom is. Remember the YouTuber that was talking about how he can't reach his mom? It's over. Done. I've never seen anything like this.
Elif Gül'ünmüş mesaj attım. Duydun mu anne Elif Gül'ünmüş?
I mean, there's no buildings for fucking kilometers. You know what I mean? You look at it and you can't even see a single fucking building. That's crazy. All right. People are renting skimmers on their own right now in Hatay. What do you mean? Fox TV'de canlı yayında kepçe enkazda çalışıyordu. Arkadaki kadın dedi ki parayla biz tuttuk bunu. Parayla aileleri için kepçe tutmuşlar. Başında bekliyorlar. Oha. They're saying that they hired they're saying that on the news, on Fox TV, you saw a family that was using one of the heavy machinery. And like apparently they just had to hire it on their own. They like paid someone, a private contractor, to use their excavator because the government's not there. The government's not helping. So they had to take matters in their own hands and hire their own fucking excavator with money. And now they're just like sitting around it. Neyse o kepçeci de hayvan yani. Another road in Hatay. Yeah, completely. Wait, really? It's a Turkish road? I mean, I guess so. The markings look odd for Turkey, but the signs in the car look like Turkish cars. I don't know. The more recent freeways look like that, I guess. I don't know. I haven't been back to Turkey in a very long time. Yeah, I don't want to cover the kids that were prank calling some dude that was under the fucking rubble. I don't have the heart to do that. Göstermek istemiyorum o çocukların yaptığını.
O esnada iki
Lütfen
kişinin de
göndermeyin.
cansız bedenine ulaşıldı. Ne yazık ki bu noktada. Dumanları görüyorsunuz bir yandan. Bu yıkımın başından bu yana bu dumanlar bu binadan, bu enkazdan çıkmaya devam ediyor. Çeşitli bilgiler var. Apartmanın altında bir ekmek fırını olduğu söyleniyordu. Ve
Saying that there was a bread, there's a bakery underneath
Bölge
this
zor.
building.
Ara ara sağanak yağış etkili oluyor. O da çalışmaları güçlendiriyor. Şu an etkisini kaybetti.
I mean, the police is saying that. I mean, they're. I don't know how valid this is, but I guess the kids have been arrested. The kid who like prank called someone has been arrested. I don't want to show it, dude. I don't want to cover it. I don't even want to fucking touch it. Okay, I'm sorry. Please, I don't want to lose my fucking mind. Ayrıca da gördük Bolu'nun başkanını. Evet. Yeah, this is what the roads look like. So they can't even bring help due to what the roads look like currently, and also what due to poor weather conditions. I don't even know. Look, I don't know what the infrastructure looks like. I don't know what like proper road development looks like in a crisis area. You know what I mean? So I don't know how much of it is at fault. I'm sure. You know, I'm sure that they're fucking up. Anyway, paletli araçlar lazım bu durumlar için. the only, dude, we've been looking at this for 6 hours now. The only question I have at this point in time is, where the fuck is the government? We've raised $386,000 so far. We're probably slated to raise $400,000 by the end of the stream. Where the fuck is the military? Where? Turkey has a very large, very sizable, very active military. And the fact that they have not deployed to either clear out the rubble or use excavators or clear out the roads so that like humanitarian aid can come in at a time when it's not just heavy machinery that they need to pull people out of the rubble, but also they need nurses to take care of the people. They need cooks to make food for the people that are on the ground. They need they need as much manpower as possible so they can open up the way for other NGOs and other rescue operations to happen. And I don't know why. This is an extraordinary circumstance. This is a historic earthquake, a historically bad earthquake. And I truly don't get why they haven't utilized like the full resources of the government. Abi, istediğin kadar milyonlarca insan var, yardım edemezler de. Günün sonunda yüz binlerce insanın hayatını kurtarırsın bunu yaparsan doğru düzgün. Is this a real video? Someone sent me this. All the birds before the earthquake began. Is this real? It seems like kind of fake. I mean, it makes sense. Animals, don't dogs like fucking, can't they feel earthquakes or something? And they just fucking start. Yeah, there wasn't this much snow when the birds were, before the earthquake, right? Abi hala Mr. Beast diyorlar. Kafayı yiyeceğim ya. Yemin ediyorum. Allah Allah. Hala chatte Mr. Beast diyorlar. Jesus Christ, dude. Just straight fucking pancaked. Enkazın altından çocukları kurtarıyorlarmış falan diyorsunuz da hemen çocukları kaçırıyorlarmış falan, bilmiyorum yani bunun ne kadar doğru olduğunu. Öyle şeyler biraz yalan gibi geliyor bana. Genelde böyle durumlarda insanlar gazlı konuşurlar. Yani bu doğru gibi gelmiyor. Akut Onursal Başkanı Nasuh Mahruki. Ben bu adamı hatırlıyorum lan. Vatandaş tek başınaydı. Nereden hatırlıyorum ben bu adamı?
İtibaren seferber etmemiz gerekirdi ama ben görüntüleri hep izledim.
99 depreminden mi?
Vatandaş tek başınaydı. Yani bütün bölgelerde insanlar tek başına, yani bölgedeki insanlar mahalleli mücadele ediyor.
Evet.
He's the honorary president of leader. Of Akut, the NGO.
Buldukları malzemelerle, iş makinalarıyla
Dağcı, evet, çok ünlü uluslararası bir dağcı. Yeah, that's right. Didn't he go up didn't he climb Everest? Yeah, he's the first Turkish guy that climbed Mount Everest, and he did a lot of rescue operations. I remember now. Anyway, they're saying
bir şeyler yapmaya çalışıyorlar kendi gayretleriyle.
He's saying that civilians are on their own and they're just trying to help
yetenekleriyle
by themselves.
Ne yapabiliyorlarsa artık. Benim gözlerim açıkçası ilk saatlerden itibaren Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri'ni aradı.
He's saying after the first couple of hours, immediately my eyes were looking for the Department of Defense, you know, the Turkish military. Where the fuck were they? Also, I'm running an ad break again. Okay. Just letting you guys know, there's a 3-minute ad break now. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Yes, I have family in Turkey, but they're in Istanbul. My family is in Istanbul. My family is in Istanbul, okay? Ludwig gave 5K. Did he? Oh, yeah, he did. Look at that. Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Anonymous, for the 12,500. Thank you, Todic, for the 5,000. Thank you, iShow Speed, for the 2,000. Ron Rucci, Raised Mods, Essie, Prizzy 1022, Taxi Panda Bear. Abi orduya ve AFA'da işlerden hareket etmemeleri söylenmiş diye söylüyor. İnanmıyorum ona.
Niçin sizce? Niçin? Yani
Prizzy is my mom.
Yanlış mı hatırlıyorum?
Thank you, ThoughtToPick666 for getting your mom to donate. We're about to reach $4,000 in total raised.
Bilmiyorum, lütfen düzeltin. 1999 depreminde vardı sanki Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri, değil mi? Ki çok da onlar da hasar aldı.
She's saying in the 99 earthquake, she says, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the 99 earthquake, Dish Kaplan Heimdall, thank you for the 5 get the subs. That the military was involved.
Gölcük'teki çünkü merkez yıkılmıştı. Ama ona rağmen sahadaydı. Yanlış hatırlamıyorum, değil mi?
Tabii Gölcük Donanma Komutanlığı çok ağır hasar aldı.
Tabii.
Rağmen
Yeah, he's saying that they were there. They were actively
Türk Silahlı
involved.
Kuvvetleri bir bütün olarak Genelkurmay Başkanlığı seviyesinde komuta kontrol altında bütün Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri seferber edildi. Şimdi burada da
He's saying that in 99 they utilized the entirety of the Turkish Defense Force.
Evet, Milli Savunma Bakanı 3 saat önce bir açıklama yaptı, 3-4 saat önce. 3000 asker görevlendirdik.
This time, the official communications arm of the government said they only sent 3,000 soldiers. Understand, there's like 700,000 active duty personnel in the Turkish military. They've only sent 3,000 soldiers so far to the area. That has to be deliberate. Valilik izni olmadan maalesef asker sahaya inemiyor. Erdoğan'ın TSK'yı etkisiz hale getirmek istediğini buradan anlayabilirsin. O zaman Genelkurmay'a bağlıydı. Şu anda TSK işçilerine bağlı. O yüzden hiçbir şey yapamaz.
Sorarsanız ilk saatlerden itibaren, ilk dakikalardan itibaren 30.000 asker görevlendirilmeliydi. Evet. Sonuçta komuta ve koordinasyon için, koordinasyon ve oradaki asayişin, düzenin sağlanması, bir işte kriz merkezinin oluşturulması için askere ihtiyaç var zaten bölgede. Tabii ki AFAD gelecek, tabii ki belediyeler, işte sivil toplum kuruluşları gelecek ama onların gelmesi işte bugün akşama kadar gelemediler. Şu anda akın hala yoldalar, erişmeye çalışıyorlar. Çünkü trafik kilitlendi. Kahramanmaraş'a ne girebildi ne.
Yeah, he's saying like they need to be there. He's saying basically what I've been saying, which is that the military needs to be there to handle logistics. The military needs to be there to like handle the aid efforts and the relief efforts so that they can open up the area to NGOs and you know, aid in the recovery efforts that way, but they're not there. And the roads are closed off, and people are now having a hard time getting into the areas of need. And you know, yeah, they're supposed to hand out supplies. They're supposed to do all this shit. I don't fucking understand it. We've officially reached 400K. Congratulations. Dude, I have such a bad headache. What the fuck? Why though? Why would the military do this? What do you mean? The military, this is what the military is for, man. Charlie made a video about UN Speed fundraising.
Stinko mode. I was about to hop in the shower, but I started watching a couple of Twitch clips as the water was getting hot, and it just made me upset what was going on about a certain situation that I turned the water off and decided to march on over here like a toddler who just got told that he was put on Santa's naughty list so I could sit down and rant about something. So that's why I'm a little greasy right now. As you can tell, I've got my white t-shirt in sport mode, got some pit stains going on, and I just need to rant right now. I'm fuming. There's fucking steam coming out of my ears like a cartoon character. Why are people so fuck...
Yeah, as of this very moment that just passed, it has been officially 24 hours since the first earthquake hit Turkey.
Fucking weird when it comes to disliking people online, where if someone they don't like does something good, they will find every excuse to hate the good thing they're doing. It is people's complete fucking inability to recognize that a good thing done by a person they don't like is still a good thing. You don't have to all of a sudden hate the good thing they've done. Why am I talking about this? Two very large streamers are doing a really good thing right now, and there's still a pretty decent sized chunk of people that are shitting on them for it and trying to find any weaselly way of making it seem like it's a negative thing. The two big streamers are Hasan on Twitch and iShowSpeed on YouTube. Both are very controversial figures in the space, and right now they're both doing fundraising streams to raise money for people in Turkey and Syria. I'm sure all of you saw yesterday, Turkey and Syria were devastated by a massive earthquake that led to the deaths of thousands of people. And today, both of these streamers went live to collect money for a fund to help out as much as possible. Right now, Hasan has raised over $330,000 for the Turkey-Syria earthquake fund, which is a fucking ton of money in a pretty short amount of time. And somehow, people are spinning that as a horrible thing. iShowSpeed also raised a tremendous amount of money for the fund as well, and he was getting text-to-speech donations that were fucking unhinged, like this.
Pin message. Pin message. Thank you. Y'all welcome. Y'all welcome. Y'all welcome.
Hasan Piker is taking all the money for himself. He lives in a mansion. All the money is going to him so he can buy a new pool for his mansion.
Yo, chat, what is going on?
Nah. Speed, it's a scam. I am being.
It's a scam? Bro, I don't. Oh my god, dog. Y'all see, look, bro. I don't know who.
Imagine hating an internet streamer so much that you will pay money, your own hard-earned doubloons, your own hard-earned clams, to donate it to a different streamer just so you can keep shitting on the one that you don't like, and then cook up your own little tinfoil butt plug conspiracy theory on why what they're doing is actually super shady and the money's not going to the charity, it's going to luxury items. That is a wild concept to me. And then also donating to call the whole thing a scam. Another very wild thing to me. Because from what I can tell, this doesn't appear to be an illegitimate organization or an illegitimate fund. It seems like this is money that's going to be extremely useful to the actual people in need to help out victims and help out. But, you know, for some reason, this is being spun by not a large group of people. I want to make this clear. It's not a ton of people. It is a pretty small, vocal group of people that are trying to find any way of spinning this as an overall negative thing that both of these streamers are doing because they don't like the streamers. Now, I'm not here to be the PR manager or tell you that you need to suck their dicks for this and fondle their balls for such a great selfless deed. I'm not trying to be that soldier in the meme who's like taking bullets while a baby is sleeping soundly right in front of me. Like, it's totally fine if you don't like either of these streamers. That is completely fine. In fact, Io still hasn't even gotten over iShowSpeed's last crypto scam with Paradox Metaverse. She's still very upset about that. She had to jump down. She was so sick from it. Of course, I'm kidding. Even my cat's not stupid enough to fall for a blatant crypto scam like that. What the fuck was that noise? Jesus Christ. Alright. Point is, you can dislike the streamers. You can say, iShowSpeed scammed and I'll never forgive him for it. But then you can still see what he's doing right now and be like, okay.
Dude, I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't done anything wrong in this situation. I haven't done anything wrong in the past other than fucking buying a house where my mom can come and live with me. I bought a nice car that is well within my wealth, I guess. I don't hide how much money I make. I don't do any of that. I hate it. These people are so fucking desperate to vilify me that they like even when I'm trying to raise money for a cause actively, they like go and harm the fundraising efforts. Like there are literally fucking people under rubble right now. Okay? There are people that are currently trying to survive under rubble. They might not make it over the course of the next 24 hours. And instead of turning around and being like, yeah, maybe this time we should just let it go. We should just let Hasan do his thing. They went and actively undermined iShowSpeed and stopped him from donating $50,000. He was like, I'm going to donate $50,000 to this. It's fine. Like, I don't care. We've raised a lot of money. I will donate more money as well. It ultimately doesn't matter. Okay? But like, it's so crazy that like this is how far motherfuckers go. They stopped them from donating $50,000. They said it was a scam. And worst of all, hundreds of thousands of people who are watching him probably think this is a fucking scam. They just lied and said, I'm filling my own pockets. I'm lining my own pockets in this while we're raising funds for... I don't know what to do, man. They're harming other people. They're harming other people because I am the person who's like helping put this shit together. And I'm not a controversial person at all. Yeah, you can fucking cry about like America deserved 9/11 or whatever the fuck all day, every day. But it's insane. Yeah, selfishly lining the pockets. It's not even that like, look, Ahbab is a really good charity, okay? It is one of, like, it's not just that we're fundraising here as a community, okay? It's not the money that I put in personally. It's the fact that alongside a bunch of other streamers, we were able to put together a successful way to raise funds from America and give it to a very reputable Turkish charity when that reputable Turkish charity currently has no way of receiving American funds other than like a SWIFT code. That's a very difficult process. And there were so many people that were working behind the scenes, linking up actively while this shit is happening, while people are dying, so that we can get money as quickly as possible to those in need. Okay? And there are still people who like don't give a shit about any of that and just run to make this look like a bad thing. Haters gonna hate. It's a small group, he said. Why not just ignore them? Because iShowSpeed, I didn't want to make a bigger deal out of it while he was live, especially because I can't directly talk to him because he's banned on Twitch. But the reason why I didn't want to fucking, the reason why it's a big deal is because it's not a couple people. There are like hundreds of these motherfuckers who just do everything they can to ruin any initiative, including this one. Okay? And it works. Like, they got iShowSpeed to just be like, I'm not going to actually donate more than 50. He's like, I was going to donate $50,000. I'm not going to do it, which is fine. He doesn't need to. Anyway, my situation is nothing right now. It doesn't matter. It's frustrating. I shouldn't think about it. I shouldn't get upset about it because there are people who are absolutely fucking destroyed. Their lives are devastated. There are people who are currently under rubble, okay? That's infinitely worse. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know anything.
Big thumbs up. That's a good thing. You don't have to go out of your way to try and find any kind of like fucking wild, outrageous reason why what he's doing is bad. Because it's just not. No matter how you spin it, getting money to people in need after a fucking tragedy like this is a great thing. And the same goes for Hasan. You can dislike Hasan till the cows come home. You can dunk on him on Twitter all you like. You can say El Bozo on every fucking tweet, whatever. But when he does something good like this, you don't have to try and find some kind of crazy way that it's a horrible thing that he's doing. Because again, it's just not. And if we're going to play ball with what I see a lot of people saying, and they said the same thing about Mr. Beast, where it's selfishly motivated, they're just doing it to grow their own brand and look good, it's a PR play. Let's just assume you're right. Who cares? If that money ends up going to the victims here and helping people in need, who cares what the actual motivation behind it was when the result, the outcome, is still a great benefit to people that absolutely needed it? Why is that an issue? Yes, of course you can still question the motives. Totally fine.
Like this guy still, you can fix that by communicating with Mr. Beast for talking, donate issues, and getting more money for Turkey. Like this guy has it in his head. He's like, Mr. Beast is going to solve this problem. And he hasn't fucking stopped. Okay, he's like, no. Mr. Beast is going to solve this problem, and he's going to solve your... solve the issue of like psychos shitting on you for no fucking reason. No, man, there is no Mr. Beast in this circumstance. Also, I fucking forgot to run the top of the hour ad break, I think. Or did I run it? I don't even fucking know anymore. I'm so... Oh, no, I did run it. Okay, good. Like, I reached out to him. People are busy. They're not always like, I did run it. I ran it. Thank you for the 100 gift subs, Gioloroso.
I think that's totally reasonable as well. But at the end of the day, it's still just not a bad thing because the people that need the help are getting the help. It's just that simple. That's how I always view these things. I understand that's not going to be how everyone views it, but it always just makes me really fucking upset when I see people doing a good thing and then still getting shit on for it because people don't like them. I feel like good things can be done by people you don't like, and you can still acknowledge the good things without, all of a sudden needing to do a 180 and love the person who did it. For example, I don't really like Elon Musk. I think a lot of the shit he's done has been like pretty underwhelming, and he hasn't done a lot of things that I think are like good changes, especially for like Twitter and shit. But I always give credit where credit's due. He did an incredible job on Twitter with getting rid of a lot of open pedophiles.
Why don't you donate the amount you've collected so far right now? What do you mean, brother? This money is not going into my pocket. It's going directly to the fucking charities, brother. Oğlum salak mısınız siz ya? What? I'm assuming this is generic BS. You're taking nothing pursuant to an agreement between soft giving and influencer. Influencer may be compensated. Yes, it's generic fucking. It's generic boilerplate bullshit.
The map community,
but look, but like even then, you're literally looking for an angle. You're looking for a cynical angle where like I'm somehow benefiting from this beyond the fact that like we're just raising money for these charities, and this was the most effective way to get money to especially one charity that is very difficult to fund, to pool funds together for. Do you understand? Do you get it? Do you get it? This money doesn't touch me at all. It goes directly to a 501c3 that then sends it over. It's a direct charity.
Attracted person community on Twitter that operated out in the open and flourished for years on Twitter, literal pedophiles, got decimated once Elon Musk actually finally put it in his crosshair. He did a good job there, and I can recognize that while also still not being a huge fan of Elon Musk and the other changes he's made. I just view it as a super simple thing that a lot of people lack the ability to do for some reason. Now again, I want to make it clear, I'm not like blowing this way out of proportion. I understand it's a very...
Also, this is not the first time I've done fundraising or even donate my own money. Like, this is not the first time. It will not be the last time. We've been doing this for a long ass fucking time, and we're going to keep doing it. I don't know. Anyway, I'm Turkish. I lived through the 1999 earthquake in Istanbul. I know how fucking devastating that shit is. I wanted to, raise funds for it. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. And I think people in Turkey probably appreciate it. But it doesn't even matter if they don't appreciate it or not. I don't even give a shit about that. I want people to be saved. I want people to get help. And it's very clear at the same time that like the government is not offering the adequate help. You know?
Pretty small group of people that are shitting on Speed and Hasan for the fundraiser, but even just any number of people, more than like one fucking lunatic, is mind-boggling to me. Like, how can people actually look at that and then just be like, yeah, but I hate the person, so I hate what they're doing, and here's why it's bad? It's just not. Like, it's fucking simply.
And that was the head of Turkey's national.
We do not know how far the disaster.
Few teams, devastation from the eastern.
Okay, we'll cover that in a second. It just ended. Let me finish this video.
You don't have to like the person who does a good deed, but you can appreciate the good deed that was done. And like, that's what it all boils down to. That's what I wanted to rant about today. I don't know if that whole take is super spicy and hot, or if it's pretty lukewarm or cold. Don't really know. I'm hoping it's not a hot take, though, because it seems like it really shouldn't be. But anyway.
Why does Charlie make you sound like you're a villain that's doing good? Because he can't fucking just be like, Hasan is doing a good job. Okay? That's it. Because no matter what happens, like, there is enough people in his community and in every other community that fucking will be so vocal. The video itself is evidence. The video itself is basically evidence. It's fine. I don't want to talk about it any further. Charities themselves are thanking you. Doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I don't even care. I just... Anyway. One of Mohammed's friends reached on Turkey, said every single one of the buildings collapsed and people crying, help trapped under debris. I'm a survivor of the Izmir earthquake. That time EQ happened at working hours. 8 buildings were collapsed. 120 people died. It took weeks to deal with that. Now you do the math. Yeah. Look. The reality is, and I say this all the time to other people who are, who have adoring fans and not a lot of haters. Okay? People are going to hate on you regardless. People are going to shit on you regardless. Just, keep your head down and do the right thing, no matter what. He's also pointing out that it's absolutely fine to hate the shit out of you, but what you're doing today is bigger than you. You can dislike whoever, but it doesn't make sense to hate what you're doing. What was once your home and your people, yeah.
Most point to the westernmost point. It's very hard to react at over such a wide geography. Cities like Diyarbakir.
I get it. It sucks, but I don't think I Show Speed would have donated 50K. It was just for show. Keep doing what you're doing, dude. You're helping a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, a bunch of Turkish streamers did more work than Speed did, let's be real, in facilitating. Like when going directly to the charity, going directly to Ahbab, and connecting us with them so that our facilitator, Soft Giving, would be able to directly give the funds to them with Speed instead of handling it afterwards, after the funds were raised already. You know what I mean?
Adana, Gaziantep, all cities with 1 to 2 million population, smaller cities like Kahramanmaraş as well. Every one of these cities needs support right now. They're all looking for help. And at the end of the day, any state has finite resources. So you have to sit down, assess the damage, and know how to use your resources to reach the people who are most in need. So Turkey is doing as good as it can. As I said before, I don't think any country can be ready for this. You can prepare for this.
Jacksepticeye gifted
nobody
10K.
can say that
Wait,
they're
really?
ready for something like this, because at the end of the day, the power of Mother Nature is just truly awesome and something that humanity
Oh,
cannot deal with.
Jacksepticeye gifted 10K, and Pat
After
gifted
the
10K as well.
7.7
I'm sorry, the
earthquake struck
donos
the
that you're seeing on
Kahramanmaraş
screen are
province
very
in
late.
Turkey. Several countries shared messages of support. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Okay. Where the fuck is the guy, the head of the rescue operations? Why am I not seeing this? Wasn't he?
Says it won't
here.
Live now to a press conference with the head of the Turkey's disaster management agency.
So this is AFAD. This is the government operations. Okay, these are the people that everyone is like complaining about currently. So understand that like they're saying like where the fuck are they? There's no one in Hatay. There's no one in all these areas, and let's see what his reaction is. But like ultimately, there's not too much that he could do either. Like if we're being real, because I mean, I guess they could be doing more, but ultimately their hands are held by the fact that their hands are tied by the fact that there is no logistical support to allow them to basically bring people in, you know. Elemanı niye banlayayım, ne bu?
Let's listen in.
2 earthquakes of 7.6.
The donations do not go to the government, dude. They go to Akut, 2 NGOs that are working on the ground, and Ahbab, 2 NGOs that are reputable, especially Ahbab. That is the one that everyone universally told me in Turkey to work with.
.7 and 7.6 have taken place, and 140 aftershocks have taken place so far. Our ministries are coordinating 47 districts governors and 40 governors' offices in the cities and districts. 16,000 search and rescue and staff and support staff are working, and with the air corridor, the staff is constantly, continuously being carried to the disaster zone through land and airways from airports. Unfortunately, there is also an increase in the number of our citizens who have lost their lives, more than 2,900. Also 15,834 wounded. So far, we have asked for aid from 65 countries. In line with the plans, as teams arrive, they are being transferred to the disaster zones as well. We have 16,400 staff and in addition to that, with staff coming from other countries, there is a very busy effort in the disaster zones. On the other hand, because of winter conditions, for tent and other shelter needs, shelter materials are also being provided to the disaster zones. So far, 65,000 tents and other tent material have been dispatched to the disaster zones. We hope that very swiftly, to the extent that the weather allows, we will use the air corridor more actively in order to send all of our staff to the zone. More than 300,000 blankets and heaters have also been sent.
Gençlik Spor Bakanlığımızda ve diğer Milli Eğitim Bakanlığımıza ait ve misafirhanelerde
at the guest houses of different ministries, our citizens are being hosted for the night, and at the disaster zone, there are mobile soup kitchens. Various NGOs, including the Red Crescent, are trying to help with food for our citizens in the disaster zone. I hope that the number of casualties will not go up, and on the other hand, the whole capacity of the country is being utilized for the disaster zones, and we continue our efforts actively from Adana, Antep, and Malatya and Adıyaman airports are being used very actively in order to increase the number of our staff, and we continue the search and rescue activities in the field. Once again, my condolences to our nation and my greetings.
And that was the head of Turkey's national.
Hatay otoyolu son durum. Hatay'da AFAD. We showed this already. Yeah. Han Uğur son tweet yakında yayında okur musun? Ya tweet'i gönderin o zaman şey yapmayın. Elbistan'da küçük bebeğiyle göcük kalmış almış bir anne ekibime ulaşıyor. Ekibimden Ceren yetkililere ulaşmaya çalışıyor. Oh no. God. Okay. There's a mother in Elbistan with her little baby inside of a dent under the rubble. Reaches the team while Ceren from his team tries to reach the authorities. She tries to calm the woman by talking. Help never arrives. The woman just called again. Her baby froze to death. Still no help. They're still under the rubble. They're still under the rubble right now. Nothing you can do about it, too, because he just doesn't. I mean, these are like fucking, like, these are like YouTubers and shit, right? Like, the people that are down there right now are like celebrities and YouTubers that are trying to fucking help. It's been 24 hours. It's not independent that a streamer with 50 million subscribers starts his stream with the title Prayers for Turkey and want to donate the whole stream. He showed a lot of love and wanted to help us. I'm an adult from this community. He just wanted to help. What? I don't have problems with speed. I never said I did. I think it's crazy that like I think it's crazy that his chatters effectively stopped him from raising money in his community. And also stopped him from giving more money. Which is fine. the latest number from the official recovery government's like official recovery group is really damaging, especially because they're making it seem like only a couple hundred additional casualties have been reported when it's clear that there are plenty more. There are a lot more than just a couple. Okay. And also on top of that, there are thousands of people that are still stuck under the rubble, and the rescue efforts are being held back. Because the roads are closed off. The rescue efforts are being held back because the military is not activated. In 24 hours. I mean, this isn't just like, oh man, this disaster is genuinely fucking devastating, and that's why nobody could have done anything about it. You know what I mean? Ahbab is run by a Turkish musician who's currently broke due to being anti-Erdoğan and being way too charitable to the people in need. Gönlü rahat olsun. No, I know. Ahbab'ın iyi olduğunu biliyorum. Biliyorum. Trying to be surviving here. After 3 hours, I'm going to start to work again as a volunteer. We cannot sleep. Our friends and family still under buildings. The chatters effectively gaslit his mom and made her believe this was a scam. She has his bank accounts because he's a minor. Yeah. It's okay, man. It happens. It is what it is. We're officially about to reach $450,000, so that's good. Son dakika önemli duyuru. Gaziantep'te enkaz altındaki vatandaşların kurtarılmaya çalıştığı bölgede bir başka bina yıkıldı. Vatandaşlar son anda kaçarak canlarını kurtardılar. Bu eski. Yeah, they were trying to do recovery efforts and then the building collapsed. And in the middle of recovery efforts, one of the buildings collapsed and they barely made it out. Profesör Doktor Naci Görür. Çözüm yolu basit. Deprem kuşaklarındaki yerleşim alanlarını deprem dirençli kentler haline getirin. Afet Bakanlığı'nı kurup ona iyi bir bütçe verin. Liyakali kadroları oluşturun. Yerel yönetimlerle beraber deprem dirençli kentler yapın. Yeah, okay. They're saying, you know, build a earthquake-proof towns and create an earthquake management ministry who regulates it. Except, you know, we know what the government has done so far in Turkey with respect to earthquake management and shit. So, you know, doubtful that will be helpful.
Bu araç önce gelecek.
I don't know what's happening here, so I'm gonna scan it real quick for TOS.
İki tane.
Okay, there's no TOS.
Burası Hatay Kırıkan. Bu araç
Önce gelecek. Ondan sonra bırakacağız sizi. Hadi ez beni.
Şurada 200 kişilik aile içeride 200 tane insan.
They are literally actively blocking the rescue guy because they're saying there's 200 people under the rubble right over there. You need to help them. And they're trying to move through.
Buraya gelmediler ve şu araç şu anda kapımızın önünden geçiyor ve
yeah, he's like, we got to go to a different area. This guy, this is the government, AFAD, the government rescue operations team, apparently is trying to move through and go to a different municipality. And they're literally saying that this woman is standing in front of the car saying, you need to kill me. You need to drive over me if you want to fucking, instead of helping these families here. Kim haklı şimdi burada bilmiyorum.
Kapımızın önünden geçiyor ve Maraş'a gidiyor. Buraya belediye başkanı yok. Kaymakam yok, vali yok, polis yok, AFAD yok. Hiç kimse yok, zabıta yok.
He's saying there's no cops, there's nobody. There's no AFAD here, there's no rescue operations here.
Polis yok ve bunlar gidiyorlar. Yani hiç kimse yok. Bakın şurada 2 tane bina çökmüş ve içinde sesler geliyor. Buna rağmen bir şey yap.
He's saying there's 2 buildings that are in rubble right there and we can hear voices and they're not even going
Yapamıyoruz.
there.
Ama bu beyefendiler gitmenin peşindeler.
But they're trying to get out of here and go somewhere else.
Tamam mı?
Kurtaracaklarmış Maraş'takileri.
Hepiniz
Maraş'takiler
gel. Lütfen
insanlar-
ben indim.
Evet.
Aracım çekelim lütfen.
Tamam hadi. Hadi.
Çekelim.
Evet. Hadi. Bu taraf. Hadi. Gelin.
I'm an official volunteer for AFAD. I can't reach my local coordinators for hours. My friends went to Hatay, but I'm still waiting in Istanbul. I'm so helpless, don't know what to do. They might be going somewhere else because it's triage. You know what I mean? There's more need somewhere else. They might be going somewhere else because it's political. But there is one thing that I can tell you with a certainty. The military should have been deployed literally 20 hours ago. It has now been 25 hours since this earthquake devastated a bunch of towns, a bunch of cities in Turkey. And the military should have been deployed already. And the fact that it hasn't been is mind-boggling. I know that the military is supposed to be decentralized in the aftermath of the early coup. What was it? 15 Temmuz. And I think that Erdogan is terrified of the military being deployed anywhere. But off topic and no shade, but I think it's mad funny that people call you rich for wearing a Gucci shirt when you literally work out on $400 shoes. What? Those shoes are not $400. I bought those shoes at retail, dumbass. What the fuck do you mean? Also, why is that even relevant? Motherfucker, I'm rich. I'm rich. I just gave $25,000 like it was nothing. Yeah, no shit. I'm rich. You know what I mean? Like, this is not something that I hide. It's like so strange. It's such a weird thing. Like, it's so odd. He's like, no shade, but like you the aftermarket prices of the shoes that you bought retail are actually $400 and you work out on them. I'm like, what do you want me to do, man? Like, you're not that rich. I mean, but it doesn't matter. Next day, say, will you write off in taxes? I can't. Half of the fucking fundraisers I do, I can't write off in taxes at all because if it goes to like the ALU, for example, Amazon Labor Union, that's not a tax. That's not a fucking taxable charity donation. It's not a 501c3. You can't write that off. And the other fundraisers I can't write off either. It's not my money. Literally no one else gets shade for being wealthy in this industry? Yeah. Dude, I don't fucking know. Anyway, people are just like mad all the fucking time. Okay, there's nothing you can do about it. People are just getting progressively more and more mad, and because they can't do anything about the problems, they can't do anything about the systems, they're just gonna lash out at whoever the fuck responds to them. You know, that's it. Yeah, the more I address the haters, the weirder the comments will get. Meanwhile, like, I mean, another great example of this is like another great example of like people that fucking fling at whoever the fuck will hear them. I saw this already. I haven't even touched this discourse yet. The Hogwarts Legacy game is already out on early release for streamers to stream. And, you know, XQC's held on 100,000 people all day playing it. And of course that was going to happen. You know what I mean? It's a very popular game. So what happened? Everybody was like, don't play it. Don't do it. Don't fucking, don't play it and fundraise for a trans lifeline by playing that game. Okay, I won't. It's too much of a headache. I didn't touch it. But that's not going to stop it from being incredibly popular. That's not going to stop it from other streamers who are otherwise apolitical from playing it. All you did was get leftist streamers to not play it and potentially put together like a massive fucking charity for it. You know what I mean? I will most likely play it just off stream. You know, of course I'm going to play it. I need to. It's a cultural thing. You know what I mean? I'm a cultural commentator as much as I am a political commentator. So. You know, obviously I'm going to get a better understanding of what the fuck's going on in the game itself so I can provide adequate coverage over it. But, you know, it's just like, that's it. You can get mad at me all you want. People probably will still, the fact that I chose not to play it doesn't matter. People will still probably use that as a reason. Because the people, how do I describe it? People don't give a fuck. Okay? They know that if they fucking chirp like all the big streamers that end up playing it, that's gonna fall on deaf ears. No one gives a shit. But yeah, here, this is the top post on LSF right now. Chat harasses streamer for playing the new Hogwarts Legacy game to the point where his girlfriend starts crying.
Flip up, and now it's like whatever. I'm almost like thinking of just like either going offline or like I'm barely into the second combat.
Like
here.
they're literally video game reviewers, dude, and like this is their job. You know what I mean?
Chat, it's just the conversation is just like
maybe we can do like
bothering
a
me.
be right back, like a little break or something.
You can take a break if you want. I'll just stop talking and I'll just go fight and do the combat. Y'all done did it now.
Like, these people aren't bad people. They're not transphobic people. You know what I mean? That's the other crazy part about it. You know what I mean? Didn't you even have people in this community that worked on the game? Yes, of course. It's only because, like, J.K. Rowling is incredibly fucking annoying and is using every opportunity to be, like, a horrifying monster. Just an absolute fucking demon. We're officially at 450K, by the way, which is good. You know, they were defending The Last of Us 2, and you know, they're... Oh my God, this is like Left Gamergate. Big oof. Bro, it's cool. Just say you want to play the Harry Potter game, not that you have to. Wait, what? No, I don't give a fuck. Do you think I play a lot of fucking video games? Don't be a dummy. I'm not like desperate to fucking play the game. I don't give a shit. I'm a political commentator, brother. I don't have to play a single fucking game for the rest of my goddamn life. But the reason why I want to play the game specifically is because it's a cultural issue, okay? This is a game that is like a cultural force, whether we like it or not. Half the reason why the game is like, half the reason why the game has become a cultural talking point is specifically because of all the discourse surrounding it about like whether you are supposedly promoting transphobia if you play the game or not. You know? I knew that this was going to happen. Everyone was just going to play it. It was just going to be the apolitical people that end up playing it. But like, there are plenty of fucking people who are just like, you can't even do negative cultural critique if you're like touching it. You know what I mean? Oh, Girlfriend Reviews was raising money for the Trevor Project while they were doing it, just like I said I wanted to do. Well, turns out, doesn't matter. Fuck you, you know what I mean? Hey, guys, I see a lot of not feeling this choice. If you go to a stream, you'll see that we're raising money for the Trevor Project while we play this game we spent no money on. We'll play it again for free so you can know how it is without having to. But it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Guess what? They fucking bullied them. They bullied them. You know why they bullied them? Because, I'm sorry, guys, and this, you know... just the sad truth. You can't bully actual fucking apolitical people. You have no voice in those communities. The internet is a devastating place for people who are woke or people who are progressive. People who are progressive also have the capacity to over leverage. People who are progressive also have the capacity to go a little too hard. Okay. No one is saying that they're not, but everybody fucking understands that no matter where you go, no matter which circle you go to on the internet, it is not a safe space for you. It is a hostile space for you. So what do? You go to the fucking safest space you can and you fucking chirp and you cry and you complain and you cyber bully people from stopping, doing the best of a shitty situation otherwise. That's it. The greatest enemy of leftists or other leftists? Always. Always. Like when right-wing shitheads say I'm a fucking rich person who's a piece of shit or whatever, it doesn't bother me as much as when I see leftist people who are like, fuck you. You know? Why don't we give a FOD message before earthquake? What? Yeah, misery loves company, baby. That's how it is. No, it is. That's how it works. Don't let him see the 1,000 people that go into Harry Potter parks and Universal every day. Yeah. But now, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Look, I love your content, but this is not it. No, you want me to make you feel good. You want me to make you feel like you're doing an honest thing, that you're doing an earnest initiative. You're doing a good effort. You're actually... Your efforts matter in like stopping other like left-wing content creators, like small left-wing content creators from basically fucking, covering this video game in a sea of other apolitical content creators looking at the video game and not ever even thinking about J.K. Rowling, and audience members that are celebrating the fact that no one cares about J.K. Rowling or even trans people in general. That's the reality. Okay? The only reason, I've told you this already, the only reason why I'm not playing this game, and I know a bunch of other people are not playing this game, is because we know that it's not worth it to get fucking bullied endlessly and called transphobic endlessly when we have massive queer communities and audiences. That's it. Everybody knows, everybody fucking knows how much leftist motherfuckers love to chirp on the internet. They got no power. All they do is chirp, chirp, chirp. And that's precisely why so many fucking people that would otherwise like play it, maybe even raise money for, charities or whatever. They're not doing it. I knew that this was going to happen. That's why I wanted to set it up ahead of time. I got fucking yelled at endlessly and relentlessly on my alt account. Like they were making it seem like I was already transphobic for even thinking about this. And now look at that. Look at what happened. What happened? Now only the apolitical people are playing it, and their audiences probably are like, "Oh man, I hope the game is extra transphobic." You know what I mean? Yeah, if you don't want to support transphobes, you're going to be broke. No, I mean it doesn't. Guys. Me playing the game or not playing the game is a blip on my fucking radar, okay? This, for me, at the very least, is like indicative of a problem in leftist spaces. That's it. Yeah, apolitical, but you know what I mean. It's just like people that don't give a shit, and there are plenty of people who don't give a shit. When we're talking about when we're talking about transphobia, being apolitical is like woke. You know what I mean? At least like someone who doesn't care enough to say anything about it almost. Valkyrie, thank you for the $10,000 dono. And Doodoo Daff, thank you for the 5,000 dono as well. That's awesome. And Co Carnage, great cause and event, dude. GG and the best vibes to those affected. Wow, look at that. That's wild. Thank you. While there are absolutely leftist purity testers, I'm convinced that there are way more trolls who don't care about the issue and are jumping just on this issue to shit on you. The people that are jumping on this issue to shit on me are absolutely within my community. I know for a fact. I don't think I have like 38 month subscribers that are, you know, in my Discord server and shit getting mad about this because they've waited for 38 months. I also feel like we made a bigger thing out of the game than it would have been. Just by saying I'm still going to play it and not fundraise really makes it feel like you don't care about the trans community. While I know that isn't true, it's really hurtful. Wait, what? I think you misunderstand what I was saying. What I'm saying is everyone that fucking plays it is not going to give a shit and keep playing it. But we could have potentially... Yeah, see, that's not a troll. This person is like legitimately not capable of understanding what I'm saying. Like they just did not understand it. If you're not going to play it on stream, then don't play it at all. What's it to you? I can do whatever the fuck I want, okay? I think I'm going to end up saying I'm going to play offline and then never even play it. When the fuck would I have time to play? Thank you for raising money and helping Turkey. I've seen the community come a long way in almost 3 years. It's great that you can organize almost 500,000 in just a few hours these days. Keep your heads up. Keep your head up. Yeah. Anyway. I think a lot of people don't recognize that, like, it's well-intentioned to feel like these people don't care about you or your well-being. It's coming from a place of, like, legitimate fear at a time when, like, legislation is being actively written to erase trans people from existence in the United States of America. And it's truly, truly harmful. Like, they're fucking trying to kill doctors or punish doctors for even, like, allowing people to have gender confirmation surgeries and shit. And, like, that is a genuine problem that exists. And J.K. Rowling is like just one fucking transphobe. Out of all of the corporations that you consume shit from, at the tippy top of those corporations, if you think that like there aren't like insane transphobic racist people at the top of every fucking corporation, I don't know what to tell you. The only difference between them and J.K. Rowling is that J.K. Rowling can't shut the fuck up. She just can't shut the fuck up. She can't just like bank on her fucking IP for the rest of her life and be a person who's like, you know, happy with her cats or whatever the fuck she does. She has to actively be transphobic on the timeline. And that makes you go fucking crazy. Okay? That makes you go insane. You're like, how the fuck is this like adored figure by the liberals so openly transphobic and yet people don't give a fuck? And the secret part of that, the secret thing that you don't want to recognize is that because most people don't care about trans people or trans issues. That's it. That's the sad and scary reality. That's the main reason why they don't give a shit about J.K. Rowling being like an insane TERF. Maybe some people look at that and go, okay, that's a bit too much for me. I think you've gone out of control. But that's just the sad reality. And most of you know this already. So at that point, it's like you have to be more free. You have to, it's like, obviously, I'm coming at it from such a point of privilege. And, you know, you're totally valid for telling me that. But you can't, like, you got to give up on that idea. You got to give up on the idea that, like, you can move the needle by, like, hyper focusing on, like, singular anti-trans individuals. You know, it's just not going to help. It's just never going to help. It's just not going to work. And, you know, the ratings, the Metacritic ratings, and also the you know, the wide positive reception that this game is getting is just proof of the pudding. You know, you're going to see Kotaku articles and people say it's really fucked up that people are playing this game and shit, but ultimately it's nothing. In the grand scheme of things, most people would look at you like you're speaking a different language if you told them that J.K. Rowling is a TERF and therefore you shouldn't play a video game that like she didn't even touch that's based on her IP originally. You know what I mean? That's it. Most people will be like, what? What the fuck's a TERF? Shut up. I don't care. You're being weird. I want to play the Harry Potter game is the most response that you're going to get from normie civilian people, okay? What is that, TERF? What is that, a STI? What the fuck are you talking about? Shut up. And the game itself is like created by fucking a massive group of individuals, some of which are queer themselves. You know what I mean? There's like chatters in here that worked on the game. There's queer people that worked on this game. You know, there's trans people that worked on this game. But listen, you will, like, no matter what happens, like, you'll be able to get a lot of impact here. You'll be able to get a lot of impact in the girlfriend reviews community because they're not transphobic. You'll get a lot of impact in my community. You'll get a lot of impact from like Ludwig's community, Valkyrie's community. Like those are places that you could just eat motherfuckers alive. You could chirp all day and those communities will respond to you. Okay. Because a lot of people are just afraid of even engaging in that kind of discourse and coming across as like mean without even realizing they might be. You know what I mean? I normally, maybe a younger Hasan would take the smoke and be like, I'm going to do it. Fuck it. Fuck you. Suck my dick and make a lesson out of that. But I'm done. I'm too old. I've gotten ass fucked by Twitter weirdos so much that every single time this kind of shit heats up, this kind of shit pops off, this kind of shit like heats up in my chat or on Twitter, you see it. You see the designated haters that come crawling out of the woodwork to say how fucking transphobic I am when they're, you know, taking a moment off from saying anti-trans slurs. You know what I mean? Like a lot of those haters who assume the role of being pro-trans just to shit on me. And you say just turn off Twitter, but we saw the impact of having like this robust group of transphobes that call you transphobic. You saw the impact of that. I can't even do a fucking fundraising with like other large content creators without some of my psychotic haters going into that community and saying it's a scam and like actively shutting off, you know, potentially thousands of dollars that would go to help people in Turkey. So it's not nothing, you know? Hogwarts Legacy game features first transgender character in Harry Potter's wizarding world. None of that matters. It doesn't matter. You know? I think people are just sad that this IP is connected with the hatred they get for being alive and wish the creators would just keep their spaces free of that toxicity when it's meant to be fun in games. I kind of see the point people are making, but I think it ultimately makes any material difference whether people play it or not. Yeah, it doesn't. There might even be a negative material impact on it. You know what I mean? Like the negative, because nowadays a lot of marketing is led by like, you know, political activism marketing. You know, M&Ms are making a gay woman M&M, and then like, you know, conservatives like we're boycotting M&Ms, and then liberals like we're gonna buy more M&Ms. Like, so when people are just like anti Hogwarts, when they're like, oh man, this game is super transphobic, most normies look at that and go, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a game about wizards. There's like a trans character in it. And, you know, so now they're just going to go and consume it extra hard. Transphobic people are going to go and consume it extra hard. You just gave it like free advertising. The new Harry Potter-based open world. In Hogwarts Legacy, when a player asks Sinona Ryan about how she knows a goblin named Logdog, Ryan replies via Game Revolution, hadn't seen him in years when he came in a few months ago, but he recognized me instantly, which is more than I can say for some of my own classmates. It took them a second to realize I was actually a witch, not a wizard. Yeah, there's like a trans character. By the way, of course it's like top of the charts on Steam. It was already going to be top of the charts on Steam. It was the #1 most sold fucking pre-sold Steam game. It was record-breaking when I was like, maybe I should fucking do a pro-trans charity off this fucking video, off this video game. It's an open world Harry Potter game. If you thought that like you were gonna make a dent on the sales, you're delusional ultimately. So it's funny whenever people are like, look at my chat history. What? I love your content. I'm not trying to accuse you of being transphobic. I'm trans, and your original take felt a spiteful jab, which made me feel personally attacked. I love your content. Keep it up. I wasn't trying to be an uncharitable chatter. What? No, I know, but it's not. And you know I'm not being transphobic. Like, I'm not. I'm not a transphobic person. Anyway, my goal ultimately was to turn an otherwise negative thing, which I knew was going to happen. I foresaw it because I know this industry. I'm in this industry. I'm one of the fucking, whether you like me or not, one of the top players in this fucking industry. I knew exactly what was going to happen. It's already happening. And I thought, because it's like impossible to fucking combat it, because it's impossible to do like a full-blown boycott for the most pre-sold game of this year so far, let's make the most out of a negative situation. And yet people did not have the capacity to understand that. Okay? Consumption isn't activism. Yeah, exactly. There is no, you are not able to boycott like meaningless shit. You can't boycott jalapeno poppers, okay? The quicker you learn, the easier it is. You raise money for Turkey instead. Well, I mean, I would do this regardless. But also on top of that, I was going to do the other thing too. Peace and love. The way you're wording it makes it sound like some people you are withholding a fundraiser because of meanie bobinis. People still want a fundraiser. It doesn't matter. I can do a fundraiser. I can just give money to trans causes like I do out of pocket. The difference is discourse would have been happening around this. It would have made a statement, okay? It would have been like, this is impossible to avoid, just like the top of the hour ad break, unless you have a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky, okay? Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. It's just not worth the heartache. It's not worth the headache. People will probably still call me transphobic now because I said that I would even do it. Like, me doing a charity when it's like peak discourse is going to garner a lot of attention, some negative, mostly positive, and most likely raise significantly more money than me just doing a charity while playing another game that would get me fucking 10,000 people to watch. Do you understand? No, you don't. It's fine. That's why I'm the Twitch streamer, okay? I don't know why nobody listens to me. I know what the fuck I'm talking about, not just with politics, but also when it comes to streaming on Twitch, something I do for 8 to 10 hours every single fucking day. Is it sunk in yet that you raised nearly $500,000? Not really. I mean, I believe in the power of this community. It's just like, Lindy SOS said, I also donated to Turkey, but this one is to help pay for a new pool for your mansion. Thank you, Lindy SOS, for the $5 that will go to my building the pool in my mansion fund. Except, I already have a pool. Don't need to build a new one, but. Don't look at the Steam discussion page for the Hogwarts game. You are only allowed to be right so many times in one stream. Oh God, show me the Steam discussion page. What? Hogwarts Legacy developer leaves after controversy over reactionary YouTube videos? They left the project following criticism of videos that defended the reactionary Gamergate harassment movement and dismissed sexual misconduct complaints. Yeah. Did you say Erdogan is not sending the army because he's afraid of a coup? I didn't understand. Abi amına koyayım. I don't know. I don't know why Erdogan is not sending the army. That's all I said. And as far as like being afraid of a coup, that's what everyone else is saying in the chat. But more importantly than that, what I'm simply stating is he is, from what I understand, decentralized military further in the aftermath of the previous coup out of fears that another coup might happen. I am not a supporter of Fethullah Gulen, and I do not like what happened, as you guys know. As a matter of fact, I wrote extensively on the subject matter. I literally wrote it. Another piece of trash woke propaganda. Is it true there's a trans teacher in the game? So glad this game is a trans character. Will you play as good, evil, why? What is this? Where... I mean, this is not that bad. It's whatever. This is normal. Don't look at the comments. The only legitimate reason why you shouldn't play it. Got an 88 on Metascore. Oh. New Harry Potter game looks wild. Oh, yeah, I saw this. This was funny. You discovered a new creature. Please enter a slur for its race. Press triangle to spit on inferior life forms. My favorite take on Hogwarts. Calling all the witches and wizards. Join the official Hogwarts Legacy Discord. Oh, God. Lord have mercy on the mods in here. Yeah, discourse is popping surrounding this. You know what I mean? Is it true that there's a trans teacher in the game? Well, an entire book of convo about this is just deleted. It's amazing how they can cut us off from the conversation. Censorship is quite unreal. And it should anger you. False. It's Steam forums. They can remove what they want. I find a little sus about this in the last thread. Trans Karens boycott the game and say you're a transphobic if you play it. Then more people buy the game. Threads like this start to pop up when you find out that there's a trans bartender in the game. You want to refund it. That's a little sus, lol. Showing your colors just a tad. I ended up buying this game due to the reviews overall and understanding this game is being sold hot because it didn't fall to the demand of wokeness. I was wrong, apparently. I'm now stuck with this purchase. GMG already activated. I probably will end up getting a sex change now. It's all over. They win. No, these are memes. There's no fucking shot. Bigots. Yes, please throw out more talking point buzzwords. Being a bigot would be buying the game when trans people want to boycott the game and then refunding it when there's a trans bartender in the game. Omega lol. Conservatives, another word for no. You're the issue, not my lunatic self. Buzzwords, talking points, all they know. That's awesome. Yeah, the loony left. At it again, baby. It's over. After countless sorties costing the jobs and dignity of a number of devs led at Avalanche, attacks that delayed this game over and over again, after a lengthy, vivid campaign of hate and vitriol that took the form of a boycott, demanding that the masses refuse this game under penalty of judgment that threatened to label as bigots and even killers. After post, this is that even if the game does sell well, it will only be because you all bought it to stick it to the woke activists. Then they go on to pound their chest and say, you're welcome. After insisting that this game will not be good over and over, that we bought a mid-game to prove a point, and now you won't even give it a truthful review because it makes you look bad. It all comes down to this. You lost. Not because you were wrong. Not because we bought the game to stick it to you and the world was full of bigots. Not because you all started a boycott that did more to insult people, including trans people, than it did to empower anyone. You lost because you misunderstood people so deeply. You are so morally bankrupt that you thought punishing... This guy thinks he's like an anime villain when he's like a guy who wants to play the Harry Potter game really bad. Okay, I'm sorry, but if your overarching goal is to play the Harry Potter game really bad, you can't write like an anime villain. You are the furthest away from an anime villain, okay? You're a fucking guy who wants to play the Harry Potter game so badly. Okay? That's bananas, man. Motherfucker thinks he's Sasuke. He's like, dude, he is not... Sasuke is relapsing from like, you know, his entire fucking village being eviscerated, dog. He's not pissed off because he couldn't play the anime game. I mean, the Harry Potter game because like people would be mean to him. Sasuke. People were going to play this game no matter what was said or done. They were going to play the game because it looks well made. It looks well written. Most of all, it looks like we'll finally be able to get to walk the halls of the school we all wish we could have attended as children. Magic will always win over hate. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Hufflepuff rules. I love that. Anyway, but like, but yeah, I mean, it's true though. Oh no. That's so funny. I actually think theirs is funnier than mine. Sorry. We are happy to announce the first trans character in the Harry Potter franchise, Shia, male. Sirona Ryan. The Harry Potter series' first trans character. Wait, what is the... Is it... Oh, Sir Ona Ryan? Wait, like Sir Ryan? Wait, is that deliberate? Because, like, here's the thing. This is the joke, right? Like, it's not even a joke, but it's like, this is what it's tailored around. My wife said there are no Jews at Hogwarts. I'm a Jew, so I assume she said it to be the only magical one in the family. Thoughts? Anthony Goldstein, Ravenclaw, Jewish wizard. Like... She is personally incapable of like engaging in creative naming conventions. Okay. It's like Irish people are literally like Irish people in the fucking in the book are literally like Patty O'McBrien face. Like, I mean, Cho Chang, Ravenclaw, Anthony Goldstein, Ravenclaw Jew wizard. Like, she names characters like 4chan when they're trying to be anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? When they're like, Sheckelberg, that's right. Ha, got him. Like Groypers, you know what I mean? like when Groypers want to be anti-Semitic, like that's J.K. Rowling thinking she's being accommodating. Irish characters had things explode around them too. Oh yeah. The prominent black character is Kingsley Shacklebolt. What? Bro, she's crazy. She really pops off with the naming conventions, dude. She's so good. She's so nice with it, dude. Oh my God. Anyway, yeah, it's like when I want to make fun of Italians and I fucking say that like my name is Umberto Antonio Donato Pecorino. You know what I mean? But that's J.K. Rowling being at her most creative. Anyway, dialogue introduction of the trans character.
Hello there. Nice to see you.
Hello, Miss Ryan. I wanted to thank you again for your help with Rookwood and Harlow the day of the troll attack.
Serona, please. And I was happy to help. Oh, those two are nothing but trouble. Glad you and your friend were here when they found you.
I am too.
Okay, just by this conversation alone, it does sound like they have the same fucking annoyingly slow pacing. Maybe I'm wrong. But like it just pacing wise, this seems very slow, like typical.
You were speaking to a goblin here that day.
Yes, Lodgok. He's a friend.
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
I was surprised that you seemed friendly with the goblin.
I've known him for years. We met when I was waiting tables here as a student, well before I bought the place. He was cordial enough, but we weren't friends then. His mistrust of wizard kind ran deep.
But you're friends now?
We are. Hadn't seen him in years when he came in a few months ago. But he recognized me instantly, which is more than I can say for some of my own classmates. Took them a second to realize I was actually a witch, not a wizard. Not all goblins are like Ranrock and his loyalists. Lodgok is as worried as the rest of us about what's been going on.
In that case, I'd like to talk with him, about Ranrock in particular. Where might I find him?
I assume your interest is to do with the rumors I've heard about Ranrock working with our friend Rookwood.
It is.
If he's not here, you might find him doing business at the Hog's Head. He's a trusted metal trader. You should mention that we spoke. He can, understandably, be wary of witches and wizards, even ones as young as you. That said, if you're looking for information on Ranrock to help rein him in, you'll find an ally in Lodgok.
You seemed unfazed by Rookwood and Harlow the other day. They don't scare you?
They're bullies. Plain and simple. Never tolerated them in my own life, and certainly won't tolerate them going after my friends. Don't misunderstand me. They're dangerous wizards and shouldn't be trifled with. They should, however, be confronted and reminded, whenever possible, that the rest of us have each other's backs.
Okay, this is transphobic simply because it's boring. Okay, I've decided it's more transphobic to put a trans character in the game and then have the dialogue be so fucking mid. Okay? Straight up, don't do that. That's like actually transphobic. It's more transphobic. Okay, but can you talk about how it promotes the British? Okay, but can you talk about how it promotes the British? Yeah, I don't even want to get into that. Some things you don't even need to talk about. You know what I mean? You just let the conversation speak for itself. Absolutely unacceptable. What is this? There's also this. What is the Ackman saying? Remember, no muggles. Like everyone is like really in. They're just nerds. Everyone's a huge fucking nerd. Okay, everyone's a gigantic fucking nerd. That's it. Main character looks like you. I think this is just like custom made.
Have you heard what Ranrock and Rookwood are working on together?
Not much more than the fact that they seem to have some sort of uneasy alliance. Friendship between wizards and goblins is rare enough. But
Hey, Hasan just donated 1,000. That's all you can get for now, brother. What do you mean? Game also does the God of War thing. Characters tell you what to do all the time. I hate modern game design. Wait, is the stream behind saying we hit 500K? We haven't yet, but we're close to it. Bro, it's fucking wild, dude. This community is really something else, honestly. Straight up. Like, dude. Like, the fundraising capabilities of this community is out of control. I mean, actually. Every single time we do charities, I expect a lot from you guys. You know what I mean? I know that it's going to be like... I expect that it's going to be really positive. And then I see like other communities that are, you know, just as vast, just as sizable, just as large. And I look at like how much money they've raised like in like a much longer period of time. And I'm like, fuck, like Ludwig, no disrespect to Lud. Okay. Love him. Thank you for giving $5,000 to the Turkey Syria fund. Like when he trapped himself into a glass box, how much money did they raise? And I gave him like what, 10 grand, I think, or 15 grand. I don't remember. But, how much money did they raise when they did that? Like he did it for so long and he raised 300 grand. It's not even a rose. Yeah. Pokey and Valkyrie also had the charity pinned to the top of their chats. Amaranth did as well. It's crazy. I often forget. You gave him 15K? Yeah. Well, I mean, I gave him 15 grand because I want him to get a tattoo, not because I care about like feeding the children or even Alvius. Let's be real. Come on. I would never. It was 300K in 50 hours, which is awesome. I mean, that's a fuckload of money. It's just crazy that like, you know, we are at the precipice of raising. It's not even a comparison. Ludwig does incredible work. Please do not misunderstand what I'm saying. It's just that like, it blows my mind, and it only when I remember stuff like that where I'm like, fuck, this is like an insane amount of money to raise in such a short period of time. There are so many charitable people in this community. As we reach the precipice of $500,000 raised over the course of only a couple hours, like that's mind-boggling to me. It makes me feel great. So many people pulled in. Yeah, we started what, 4 hours ago? 4 hours ago we started, and now we've officially hit $500,000 in 4 fucking hours. That's crazy. Fuck the haters, you know? Aynı şey değil ama bu acil bir durum. Yeah, that's true. This is a crisis. It's not like ongoing charity. It's just it's a moment of crisis. So that's different. I know. Again, this wasn't to like compare myself to Ludwig. That is also insanely impressive. I hope people don't misunderstand me. I'm sure people will. Also, Ludwig himself donated. He's incredible. obviously, ultimately, it shouldn't be up to you guys. It shouldn't be up to fucking random YouTubers in Turkey, random influencers in Turkey that are going to the area of crisis to take matters in their own hands and help out wherever they can. It should be up to the government. Like, that's fucking nuts. So understand that. You know what I mean? That's crazy. So I'll say it just like I said it with the Mr. Beast thing. Like, wonderful. $500,000 is great. It will help. It will go a long way in helping a lot of people in the relief efforts in Turkey, and they desperately need it. But honestly, it should not be up to fucking NGOs. It's totally NGO complex that for these people to actually see the significance of this money, they need to have something like a Mr. Beast video showing the actual people being helped. You're doing this just because it's right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, people definitely do want a video out of this. Like, they want to see it. You confirm that this is the 1 million incentive? If we get to 1 million, Hasan will not fuck my mom. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe if we get to 2 million. Anyway, yeah, what's the other conversation around this game? I'm assuming I haven't really looked into it at all. I don't know what else is going on with but I guess the discourse is shit, right? It's just like, it can't be good. There's no fucking shot it's good. Come on now. IGN Hogwarts Legacy review is one of the funniest pieces of gaming writing ever. This game barely works. Inventory can hold 4 items. There are 2 enemies. The story and world building make no sense. An insight about how the author is a bigot. But I love Harry Potter, so 9 out of 10. It's literally like you can descendo into an incendiendo and then blow them away like fuckofio. And that's all I ever wanted to do. Like, how much were you paid for this? Okay, I kind of want to read this now. I mean, but that's IGN. That's IGN. That, like, what are you expecting? I saw a video comparing Hogwarts Legacy combat to the combat of the other game. What's the other game that everyone's making fun of too? With like the black female wizard. Forspoken. And Forspoken combat looks insane, right? It looks really, really good in comparison to the Hogwarts combat, but it like kind of doesn't matter because Forspoken is not as poppin' an IP as one of the most popular franchises of all time. I mean, it's like FromSoft, right? I mean, that doesn't look that bad. It kind of just looks like God of War. It looks like every game you've ever played, but not better, obviously. God of War does it way better, but like at this point, it's just like every game you've ever played. Every AAA game looks at other AAA titles and goes, oh, they're doing it right. Let's do the exact same thing. Review. This loaded gun pressed against my temple is a flawed 9 out of 10. It's one of the games of all time. Dude, I was thinking about how to describe my feelings and you put it perfectly. It's one of the games of all time. I mean, this literally looks like Elden Ring. It looks like a shitty reskin of Elden Ring. The first area is identical. But to be fair, that's like, that kind of is a selling point for the game. Like, who the fuck wouldn't? If you like the Hogwarts IP, if you like Hogwarts, if you want to be a fucking little baby wizard, if you grew up with that, like I did, then you probably are like, okay, Elden Ring combat, that looks fire. Why are people mad at you on Twitter for donating the Turkey and Syria earthquake? I don't think people are mad at me. But if they are, that's because they're insane. IGN's review of Hogwarts Legacy is weird because it reads like they wanted to give it a bad review but weren't allowed to. Are you on this? Introducing, have they streamed that wizardgame.com? Find out if anyone you follow on Twitch has streamed that new wizard game. Dude, I'm telling you, this is like Shinigami Eyes makes sense, okay? That's like valid. This is a little bit beyond that, you know what I mean? No, don't like go over there, harass the person or whatever. But like, again, it's just, that's it. That's like, it is what it is, you know? That's part of the reason why I didn't want to fucking touch it. Please let me know. My annoying debate lord friend is trying to give me the soft giving site is paying you. Could you please address this real quick? No, they're not. Of course they're not paying me. Your friend is a fucking loser and an idiot and thinks that because he read like the fine print, like a boilerplate legal disclaimer that they placed underneath the fucking thing, implies that they've actually arrived at some secret, okay? Your friend is a fucking dumbass. You should get new friends. In-game footage of Hogwarts Legacy looks like this. Waiting for somebody to mess around and find out. What? Oh, what the fuck? Nope, not touching that shit. That's terrifying. As a trans person, the worst part is just the apathy towards trans issues and people. People are hurting from the endless attack on trans lives, so this game is a lightning rod to unload that pain into. Since it's tied to the queen turf and the vast majority of people are apathetic to trans issues, I wish I could fast forward through the discourse because it's exhausting as a trans person. Yeah, exactly. And there's the secondary component of this, because get ready for this. As someone who pre-watches shit like this all the time, I told you that this was going to happen. And now the secondary part of this is going to be victory laps, where they're like, see, trans people, nobody cares about you. Yeah, did you notice that? Like, people are going to fucking, we bought the game extra hard. It's like, no, most people didn't buy the game because or against trans people. They bought the game because they love Hogwarts. They love fucking, they love being a wizard or whatever, and they want to, like, fulfill their childhood fantasies and just don't care about J.K. Rowling. Either don't know or don't give a shit about J.K. Rowling being transphobic, because they just don't give a shit about trans people. But all the psychotic weirdos on the right are going to be like, see, didn't go woke and didn't get broke. Fuck you guys, lol. Meanwhile, there's like literally a trans character in the game. You know what I mean? It just sucks, though. It sucks. 75% of the people who bought the game don't even know about the controversy. Yeah, exactly. I've said this so many times. Like, Oh my god, this shit look like Dark Souls for Mormons. Rowling did actually work on the game. Hogwarts Legacy includes the Harry Potter franchise's first transgender character, but sources say they were only added to pivot the conversation away from J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling's gonna hack the game and make a hate crime mod. Played Wizard 101 as a substitute. Brother, I don't care about this. I don't care about this. If I were to play the game, it would be partially because, like, you know, I too had, you know, dreams of being a little wizard when I was a young boy. Okay. But more importantly, it would be because it's like, it's because it is just fucking, it's just discourse. It's a part of it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to play like some other random wizard game. I don't give a shit. Noah J, this is an apolitical streamer. I went on this rant because I saw a ton of vile hatred in my chat after meeting a transgender woman in Hogwarts Legacy. Transgender rights and representation are human rights, period.
Just can't see human beings as human beings and like let.
Yeah, wait till trans Twitter finds out about this though. They'll bully this man into oblivion for even playing the game. All it takes is like 4 to 5 big accounts to be like, oh yeah, well you played the fucking game, bitch. So you clearly want trans people to be murdered, and then it's over. Actually, that's not even true. Trans Twitter is very understanding towards cis content creators who just literally say stuff like, I don't think trans people should be murdered. They're that vicious to other trans content creators, though. Sorry, don't get mad at me, but you motherfuckers eat your own so hard. They're like, yeah, the trans Twitter is actually very understanding when it's like, especially like a cishet white dude. You know what I mean? And he's like, yeah, trans people, don't murder them. That's fucked up. They'll be like, wow, that's a king. That's a god. But if it's like a trans content creator, they'll be like, you can never be right. I fucking hate you. I post just as much as you do. Why can't I be in your position? I have the coding socks. I play Hearts of Iron 4. Fuck you. I should be the one there, not you. Fuck yourself. You are problematic. Unless they're a well-known leftist and they will eat you as well. I mean, not really. I don't catch nearly as much strays from the trans community as much as ContraPoints does. People in this community will probably turn around and say ContraPoints is like still like a trans medicalist or whatever. You know what I mean? Trans people love you. Yeah, but there are still a lot of trans people I see on the internet all the time that say I'm fucking transphobic, which is pretty funny. Whenever they say that, I'm like, okay. Like, sure. Okay. ContraPoints' worst trait is being a Hillary Clinton fan. I agreed.
Let people just live the way that they want to live. To sit here and to say, play the game, I came here to play a game, not be political. If you think other people living their lives the way that they want to live them, and me wanting people to understand that they are people too, if you think that's political, that is a very thin veil. And hey, everyone can change. I'm not saying just because maybe you were transphobic in the past doesn't mean you have to be transphobic in the future. Everyone can.
This is a banger. Hard to do a day of trans visibility when they've all blocked each other. Exactly. You can't. DNI. If you're
change. That's literally like a staple of being human. It's one of the most beautiful things about being human is that you can be raised one way, think one way your entire life, and you can change. And if you say like they're putting into the game and everything like that, like, guess what? Trans people exist in real life just like cisgender people do in real life. So you having a problem with a trans person being in a game, but not having a problem, and it's just normal gameplay for the rest of the game, but that bothers you, that's you having a problem. That's not the game having a problem or being political. That's you having a problem. Every time I bring it up, it makes me lose viewers. It makes me lose subscribers because people don't think it's okay for me to take a couple seconds and talk about equality and human rights. If that's a problem with you, then and you can't watch me anymore because of that, that's fine. I just hope
Revelio.
I just hope a little bit. If I even just changed one person.
I think one thing that would spice up this Discord is if he starts getting death threats from people because he's playing the trans game, the anti-trans game. That's what this like random gamer guy who's like a otherwise kind individual needs and deserves, I think. But there's a lot of people like that. There's a lot of people like that. Okay? That are just like, I don't fucking know. There's a QRT that got mad at him. Of course there is. Because Twitter will do its thing, okay? If there's one thing that Twitter will do, it's do your thing. I don't know what the fuck it is. Don't say that he's Will's friend. No, I know. Noah J, I've met him. He's like he's a great dude. He's not a bad dude at all. I meant random from your perspective as in the political sphere, okay? He's not like he's not random to me, chatters. I'm saying like he's random to people who are looking at political commentary. Another joke stolen, but honestly, it's been a few months, so you can have it. It made me feel good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll fucking keep stealing from you. Especially the 3 minutes I steal at the top of the hour. If you don't subscribe. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. Holy fuck. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Facebook interactions on all trans-related posts by page ideology. Right-leaning pages, 60.1 million. Non-aligned pages, 18.6 million. Left-leaning pages, 16.1 million. Huh. Who would have thought that the number one consumers of like trans content, mentions of trans people, of course, is right-wing content. They don't shut the fuck up. I say this all the time. It's like a brain disease. Anyway. Socialist, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. What do I think of Ben Shabibo's Last of Us HBO take?
Okay, time for
Is this going to be about episode 3? Oh, it is. Yeah, I saw his Facebook post on this, and all I'm going to say is this, okay? First of all, Nick Offerman is the GOAT. I mean, he is gay as fuck, okay? He played the shit out of that role. I mean, I watched it. I was like, God damn, dude. My man had a gay demon inside of him this entire time, okay? So that's number one. Number two, very sad. That's it. He's just, he fucking, it was very, very sad, okay? Also, number three, he's like, it's a zombie show. Why are there no zombies? That was literally his analysis on that Facebook post. He's like, it's a zombie show and there are noticeably very little zombies, hypothetically, in this episode. And I was like, yeah, no wonder, dude. No wonder you fucking made a movie that only 800 people saw on the day of release, okay? That's insane. I actually said that episode had too much kissing. That's awesome. I say not enough. Hasan abi ne zaman aktarmayı düşünüyorsun abi? 24 saat geçti. İlk gece battaniye, çadır, yardımlar, insanlar aç susuz. Arkadaşım, para benim elimde değil. Para direkt olarak oraya gidiyor. Para direkt olarak o kuruma gidiyor. O kurum gönderiyor parayı. Benim cebime hiç değmiyor para. Hatta ben kendi cebimden de para verdim üstüne üstlük. 25.000 dolar. Niye para benim cebime gidiyor zannediyorsunuz? Nereden duyuyorsunuz bunu? Kendi cebime girecek olsa niye link kurayım sizin için amına koyayım? Buraya para verin, hadi hep beraber para koyalım diye. Kendi cebimden niye para koyayım, cebimden çıkan paraya? Manyak mısınız abi? No, I'm not shitting on him. He just doesn't understand. He like literally thinks there's this like discourse going around where people think that like the funds are going to me or something. I don't know why. I don't think he's being a bad person. Ne zaman verecekler bilmiyorum. Ne zaman aktarıyorlar bilmiyorum. Ama expedite edeceklerini söylediler özel olarak bana. Speed embesiyle anlamadı, öyle şeyler söyledi, ondan millet öyle sanıyor. Oh, Speed said that I fucking am getting the money myself. I DM'd him and I told him that that's not the case. What the fuck? I literally DM'd them. I was like, bro. I said, no, it's going to soft giving a US 501c3 that will distribute the funds between Ahbab, Akut, Care Syria, and Care Turkey. That's what I told him. That episode had no reason for existing. It overall served no purpose of the main story. It was super well done and written, but it felt like a side story. Yeah, well, the reason why they put it in there is because it's filler. And also, it's TV. And it was really good filler. It's world building. That's the difference. That's the main difference between a video game and what you can do on a TV show. That's the beauty of the medium. They're like the dude always, the Last of Us dude, what is it? Elliot Druckmann or whatever. Like he always, it's very obvious that he loves movies. He made a fucking movie video game. Or Neil Druckmann, sorry. Not Elliot. I don't know where I came up with Elliot. Anyway, it's so obvious that he always wanted to write movies that he fucking wrote a movie as a video game, okay? So it's clear that he wants to... It's clear that he wanted to just like expand on the world building in a way that he couldn't in the video game, and that's what he's doing in the HBO show. And honestly, that's why it's so good. I loved it. Not even filler, setting up the story of Joel is showing the purity of love in a shit world, and Joel and Ellie will be the opposite end of that purity spectrum. Chekhov's gunning the ending, how love can be pure and lovey-dovey sometimes can hurt so many people too. Yeah, I guess like as a vehicle, I think that's like kind of a not so subtle way of saying that, especially as like the final note literally says it, like he writes it, you know what I mean? In there, and Joel also repeats it where he's like, yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do to save the ones you love. I didn't have anything to live for except for my loved ones. And I'm doing this because my loved one told me to do this for you, to save you. And it's like, okay, I mean, I got it. Better not love you as my own child anytime soon. I hope not. That'd be crazy if that would happen. It's like, well, we played the fucking game. We know, man. I don't know. The episode is literally set up to show Joel's failure in being able to save the ones he loves. Those characters are actually in the game, but have a different, more depressing storyline where one of them leaves the other and he kills himself in a final letter. He describes how much he hates him, so this version is way better. Wait, what? I don't remember that. In the game, that episode would be a heap of notes around the house you have to read, which would have made for shit TV. God, I love Pedro Pascal. Dude, he's so sick. He can make anything work, man. I not even for a second feel like he's out of place as Joel. You know what I mean? He's so fucking good. He's so goddamn cool, dude. It's crazy. Episode 3 reinforces Joel's purpose to be a protector from Bill's letter. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it also signals to the end of the show and why he is doing what he's doing. You know what I mean? Like, why he does what he ends up doing. Come on, it's obvious. Like, also, there's a reason why there aren't as many zombies in each episode, and that's because, like, I feel like if Pedro Pascal was, like, you know, killing as many people, which is funny because, like, the writers talked about this, right? If there were as many zombies that he's, like, fucking clapping. Like, I got very annoyed while watching episode 2, right? Where they're in the fucking classic museum scene and the clickers come in. Stop saying spoilers, by the way. This is a fucking video game that we've all literally played at this point. Jesus Christ. But, like, there's no way you're being spoiled. It follows the original material so perfectly. But anyway, my point is, I was getting frustrated because I was, like, one-tapping. You know what I mean? When I was playing it, I was like, I was doming up these fucking clicker boys. And then when he can't do it, you're like, come on. But, like, that's kind of the whole point. Like, it's building up suspense. Stop saying Kopi and one-tapping. Come on, I'm not that bad at fucking aiming. Shut up. I was backseating a fucking TV show, dude. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, let's hear what this fucking idiot has to say. Things I hate. Gay people.
Okay, so we are going to steer into some dicey waters here. I'm about to criticize an episode of the TV show The Last of Us. So I'm going to say right up front, HBO's The Last of Us, right? This is the one that stars Pedro Pascal. And it's really well produced, written by Craig Mazin, who's a super talented guy. He's the one who is behind Chernobyl. Okay, so first, the things about this series that are good. And again, preface, I've never played the game. So don't care about the game. Don't care
Shocking.
about how true it is to the game. There are lots of gamers out there. You want to watch their videos on the correlation between the game and the show. That's fine. I'm just watching it as a piece of pure TV entertainment. Okay, I'm coming from, I don't care what's canon. I don't care what's not canon. Just coming at it from the view of a TV viewer. So I'm just going to say that right up front. That is not my particular purview. I don't play video games because I'm not a child. I know. I'm just joking. Lots of good people play video games. Okay, in any case.
I was about to say, he knows his audience. Like, come on, brother. You can't be trying to fucking appeal to, like, the sweatiest, like, right-wing Gamergate holdouts while simultaneously claiming that only children play video games, because they're going to get mad at you. You fucking talk about how they're, like, soy-facing Funko Pop collectors. They will fucking lose it on you, okay?
Including Andrew Clavin, who's a mediocre person. Anyway, The Last of Us is for those who haven't seen it, it is a zombie show. Okay, it's a show about a zombie apocalypse that essentially arises because fungi go viral, essentially, and take over people's brains and turn them into zombies. That is the premise of the show. And it's really well produced, and it's beautifully shot, and it's really well scripted, and all the rest. So the first 2 episodes are about Pedro Pascal finding, again, some of this is sort of hackneyed trope, but he is introduced to the other main character, who is a young girl. The young girl is, for some reason, immune to the zombie virus. And so the question is, can he get her to a place where presumably they are going to try to manufacture a cure from her? Right? That's where the show is going, I would assume, because any other place doesn't make any sense. So it is this character, Joel, and this character, Ellie, and they are navigating the zombie apocalypse. And then we get to, so that's the first couple episodes. And they're good. They're really compelling. Again, really well made, really well written.
Oh.
And then we get to episode 3. And this, according to the media, is the...
But it's like, Fenway is a liberal. I liked it because it reminds me of what Joe Biden's administration tried to do to us with the COVID vaccines. He's like, that's why I liked it.
The single greatest episode of television that has ever been. If you read the headlines on episode 3, this is the most important thing that has ever happened in the history of television.
I don't think Ben knows that Ellie is gay. So I think that's why he's popping off right now. He's like, wow.
CNN, The Last of Us, just made an early claim to one of the best TV episodes of 2023. The Last of Us viewership soars 12% to a new series high with heartbreaking episode 3. It's historic. It's important. Okay, guys, it's historic and important. Now,
yawn. Who cares? Yes, dude. Liberal columnists love fucking gassing up TV shows because they got nothing else to write about. It's kind of like a less damaging version of what the right wing does whenever like a trans person sneezes in public. You know what I mean? They got nothing else to write about, so they write like this. Okay? Meanwhile, you motherfuckers lose your shit when M&M panties are not sexy any longer. You know what I mean? Shut up.
Now, why is it historic and important? It's historic and important because it's about 2 gay dudes. That's why. So the essential plot of this episode, which is the problem with this episode, and again, you want to make Brokeback Zombie Farm or whatever, fine. But the problem with this episode is that it absolutely does not advance the plot in any way and actually has no consequences.
Why would you say that? You don't know the story. You didn't play the game. You're just wrong. It literally is like, perhaps if you know the story, if you already are coming at it with the full knowledge of what happens, then you think it's way too fucking blunt and not subtle as far as like detailing exactly how motivations are built for Joel. It quite literally is the story. If anything, it's the main story. It's just, you know, teaching you, the viewer, the uninitiated, how Joel gets to where he is with his intentions. I don't want to say too much. Also, Joel literally got a fucking car. What do you mean? Yeah, Chatter also pointed this out. He got a car. He got a pickup truck. It definitely advances the story. Anyway, it's just funny because, like, Ben, one, doesn't understand anything about this story, but also, two, Ben doesn't understand anything about story writing in general. We know that already. He's written stories. They all suck. His movie that he made for Daily Wire, the Daily Wire movie, got 800 people to watch it. Okay, on opening day. So don't tell me about fucking, we're not even 800 people. Sorry, it grossed $800, right? So I don't want to hear from this fucking hack failed screenwriter about what is compelling storytelling.
So the entire plot of the episode is that Ron Swanson, Nick Offerman, but he actually plays Ron Swanson, but Ron Swanson who likes to nail dudes. So Ron Swanson, a libertarian who hates the government and lives in his basement and is a prepper, but also is gay.
Why is, but that's like unique. him being gay made that character cooler. It made that character way more unique. It's not that it doesn't exist in the real world, but it certainly made the character more interesting than the classic, hoorah, I'm a doomsday prepper. It gave the character layers, which is kind of what you do when you want to write like an interesting story. You know what I mean? The juxtaposition.
Ron Swanson, during the zombie apocalypse, he's having himself a grand old time. For some reason, his town is completely not hit by any of the zombies at all. It's like completely left alone. And so he goes out and gets all of his resources, and then he builds a nice fence around his place, and he sets up all of these booby traps. So if anybody shows up, whether they're raiders, whether they're zombies, they're going to get killed. And then somehow another dude ends up like falling into one of his traps, and they meet, and they bang, and they end up becoming a couple. Okay, so you can see it here, right? There's gay Ron Swanson, and it's complete with like sex scenes and the whole thing. And the entire episode has no zombies, no real threat, and it is about two gay dudes who meet.
Again, Ben has never played the game, so Ben doesn't understand that like there are plenty of fucking moments in the entire in the entire franchise where you never see a zombie, and instead the real villains are the humans all along. Like, it's kind of cliche almost. So it's shocking that Ben Shapiro does not understand like this basic component of a story. It's about how humans can continue being human by finding love, all things considered, in awful circumstances, and feel human again. It's also about how human beings, the raiders specifically, oftentimes are way more cruel than the zombies. The zombies are mindless. They're just following their urges, whereas human beings are motivated by greed, spite, and interest in survival, and therefore behave in ways that are even more violent than zombies, a fact that Joel points out regularly. And we'll say, you gotta, out here, you don't have to worry about the zombies. You need to worry about something way worse. Raiders. You know, that sort of thing. It's not like they're hiding it. They're saying it openly. At that point, it's not even subtext. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? You can't even understand that? Like, the story is bludgeoning you in the head with this obvious thing. It's not something that you need to, like, pick up. It's not subtle.
And have a relationship in which one grows strawberries for the other, and then they die, but not being killed by zombies or under threat. One dies, he gets cancer, and he decides to essentially euthanasia himself, and gay Ron Swanson decides that he is also going to commit suicide at the same time, because Romeo and Juliet, or Romeo and Romeo in this particular case. Get to more on that in just 1 second. First, speaking of rough financial situations, a lot of people have had to take out credit cards because obviously the
oh my god,
you just let trust the money off to most major institutions at this point. They've blown out their institutions. So on my right, protect kickback zombie. It literally has nothing to be shot. Brokeback Zombie. Now, institutions that say they're protecting you, they are not. ExpressVPN.com/Ben. Okay, now here's the problem. It's all really well produced and it's beautifully shot. Brokeback Zombie Farm. Here's the problem with Brokeback Zombie Farm. One, it's a zombie show. There are no zombies in this entire episode. Like none. I understand.
Dude, that's so stupid. There are already zombies in that episode, but like who cares? Bro, what the fuck? It's not like gore porn. It's not like a shoot 'em up. You know what I mean? It's not supposed to be just like Joel being a badass, one-tapping fucking zombies, you know? That's not what the show is about. Ben's like, why isn't it like a Marvel movie? Didn't The Walking Dead also have humans that are more brutal? It's like a well-established trope at this point, I feel like. or like human beings are way more ruthless to one another in the zombie apocalypse than like zombies are. You know, I didn't even watch The Walking Dead. I'm just spitting.
Simplistic critique, but there are no zombies in a zombie show. This is worth pointing out. It literally has nothing to do with the plot of the show. This is a show where this show could have this entire episode could have taken place completely without a zombie apocalypse. It just would have been a Showtime romance between two middle-aged gay dudes who get older, one dies of cancer and the other assisted suicides himself. That would have been the entire, it would not have changed one iota of the show. It is completely irrelevant to the story. And one of the reasons that it is completely irrelevant to the story is because there are no stakes. And the reason that there are no stakes is because, again, we are in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. When you're in the middle of a zombie apocalypse, one of two issues has to come into play. One, the threat of the zombies. Or two, the threat to humanity more broadly. So if you're talking about the threat to humanity more broadly during the zombie apocalypse, what you're talking about is
Okay, but like again, no one, and I mean no one, should ever listen to Ben Shapiro talk about movies, or at least like good movie writing, because he himself is incapable of demonstrating that. Like, what do you mean? A good zombie show is about survival. It's like, bro, what the fuck? A good zombie show is about surviving zombies. It's in the name. It's also about surviving as a mankind. A good zombie show can't have like human beings being cruel. Human beings are supposed to get together in the face of clear and present danger and never fight one another. I hate this. Yeah, a good show is supposed to gross more than $800. Fucking got them. Exactly.
Their population, right? You're talking about there are no people. The zombies are going to take over. Humanity is going to be extinct. That is the entire threat in a zombie apocalypse. Correct? Or in an alien invasion movie.
Dude, he literally is saying it's not black and white. Like, it's not open and shut. It's not clear cut. It's not black and white. It's like too complex for Ben, which, by the way, ironically, it's not. It's literally a trope at this point to have human beings be cruel to one another, more so than the zombies could ever be to human beings, is like a well-established trope in the zombie genre since like 1987. Okay? So this idea is like a new concept to Ben because what? Like, was he born yesterday? Did he just like get out of a coma? I don't understand. Like, what the fuck? That is straight up as a matter of fact, the real villains were the humans all along is like literally at the heart of every zombie show. Like since the first zombie movie, this has been a thing. No, you don't understand. Ben is saying they should be worried about the greater threat to humanity, the gays. It's true. These guys are behaving in a homosexual manner when they should be focusing on repopulating the population. You, my friend, are not a good Christian, and you could never be an Orthodox Jew because you are acting out on your gay desires instead of holding them close to your chest and keeping them a secret, a gay little secret. You should be having sex with women.
Any other sort of species level extinction event movie, like War of the Worlds or something. The question is, how do human beings repopulate? How do they survive? And how do they become successful once again? If you're going to censor an episode like that, what you need to do is you need to have an episode about people who can have babies. Again, there are only two issues in a zombie apocalypse. You could have this whole thing, but the whole thing is these two dudes in love, but they're fighting off zombies. But they never fight off the zombies. It's not an issue. So,
Dude, I was joking. Dude, I was joking. Why did he say that seriously? Bro, that's so dumb. Stop. That's so stupid. Conservatives will take arguments that you make jokingly and say it with sincerity. I was like, what's the most ridiculous? In my mind, I was thinking, what's the most ridiculous thing Ben Shapiro could say here that would be so silly that, like, well, you know, like, he would never say that. Turns out I was wrong. He literally said exactly what I was joking about. Oh, VIP Carissa Jaded, please. Why?
So irrelevant. Or you could have them somehow interact with the main characters. They never do. They interact with the main characters for like 30 seconds. They are both dead by the time.
No. They literally. Oh my God. The code book that Ellie cracks to show how smart she is in episode 2 plays a role in the end of episode 2, which you then find out is tied perfectly into episode 3. When they're playing 80s music on the radio, that means they are the lookout. Like, you know, the gay dudes at the Brokeback, whatever. I forget the character's name. I'm sorry. Oh, it was episode 1. Sorry. Like, they are basically their lookout. They're basically Joel and Tess's lookout. Bill and Frank. Okay? They are their lookout. So when they send music like that to Joel and Tess, they know that shit's popping off. So, no, that literally plays a role that ties perfectly in. That ties perfectly into the story. Because on the end of the episode, you're seeing the code. They're playing like 80s music, but you don't hear it, or it's too late for Joel and Tess to know about it, which is kind of sad because that music basically loops if it's not the 80s playlist starts playing if you don't automatically trigger it as you know, they didn't because they were dead at that point, but we don't know about it until episode 3. It's great. It's fine. Yeah, he had a timer to set up that if he didn't refresh the playlist, it would revert to an 80s in a loop, aka he's dead.
The main characters arrive to pick up guns. So this entire episode is a sidestep. It has nothing to do with anything.
This kind of crap is what makes conservatives so crazy. We do not need to sexualize everything. There's nothing sexual about like two gay dudes loving each other, dude. It's just as sexual as like two straight dudes, a straight person, a straight man, and a straight woman loving each other. It's just a normal love story. You're the one who immediately goes to like, oh, they're having hot gay sex. You know? Yeah, also straight dude sex as well. But like, it's so stupid. This dude is so into like maintaining his quality of life that he's having like Chianti or whatever, like a red wine that he's pairing up with his delicious steaks that he makes and shit. Of course he's going to pursue a love story. It makes sense with basically the entirety of that character. It makes sense with the rest of his character.
Anything. Ellie and Joel could have just stopped by, found the house, picked up guns, and gone on their merry way, and it would have taken 10 seconds. Instead, you get an entire hour-long digression to do, as I say again, La Caja Falls or whatever this is. Okay, so it's irrelevant. Beyond it being irrelevant, it has no stakes. So you want to have like an interesting conversation about love during the apocalypse? The big issue of love during the apocalypse is, what if you have a baby? What happens if you have a baby? Or should having babies be the purpose here. So
okay. Let him cook.
Let's take another example of a show that did this correctly. So Battlestar Galactica had an episode early on, I think it was season 2, in which one of the questions was underpopulation, right? The fleet is depopulating. And so the question becomes, what do you do about abortion?
Dude, he loves this. He's like, he loves the idea. He loves this idea because it's like forcible reproduction as a concept is like being reinforced in his favorite type of science fiction or whatever. That's why he likes it.
So President Roslyn, who's a lefty, she decides that she's going to outlaw abortion because if you want humanity to survive, then it turns out that individual autonomy over your body is significantly less important than actually repopulating humanity. So here's Roslyn announcing that she's outlawing abortion, right? Because again, the stakes are whether humanity survives. It is not whether two individuals fall in love in the middle of a farm, not threatened by anyone, which is the story of this particular episode.
Wait, they were definitely threatened, man. It's still survival. What? I don't get it. Ben also kind of doesn't understand. I feel like he's going to lose his fucking mind at the end of the show. If he's like thinking about this as seriously, he's going to be like the Joel haters. You know what I mean? Like he's probably going to fucking lose his mind when he finds out what happens at the end of season 1 because like that shit's going to piss him off. If he's thinking about this so seriously as like, not that like human beings are complex and that like they sometimes make decisions that they think are the best decisions that end up being really bad for the fate of mankind, that kind of thing. Like that, he's going to lose it, dude. He's going to be like, this is the worst episode in the history of the genre. I've never seen something so bad. It is absolutely terrifying that someone could be so selfish as to make this one singular decision as an individual. Repopulation and saving the planet should be the ultimate goal of human beings. This is liberal Hollywood propaganda trying to undermine our basic human instincts.
Since assuming the presidency, I've made it my mission to maintain the rights and freedoms we so enjoyed prior to the attack. One of these rights has now come into direct conflict with the survival of the species. And I find myself forced to make a very difficult decision. The issue is stark. The fact is that if this civilization is to survive, we must repopulate this fleet. Therefore, I'm issuing an executive order. From this day forward, anyone seeking to interfere with the birth of a child,
whether it be the mother or a medical practitioner.
Bro, I'm not kidding. I think he just simply likes it because she made abortion illegal. I don't know enough about Battlestar Galactica to tell you whether or not this is valid or even important. Like, I don't know, but I think he literally just likes it because there's a leftist woman and you expect her to be liberal, but she is denying women bodily autonomy.
Shall be subject to criminal penalty.
Okay, so, this is like an actual issue. What do you do during an apocalypse? Do you actually try to preserve humanity or not? Two gay dudes falling in love and then dying of old age is not relevant to that particular conversation.
Todd, of course, man. Do whatever you want, brother. King.
And I can say, well, that's not what they wanted to cover on the show. That's not what they were interested in covering on the show. The truth is, it's a much more compelling storyline. I mean, that's the entire plot line of A Quiet Place, right? You have an alien invasion. What do you do when you have a baby? Do you continue to have babies in view of the fact that there's a threat to the children, in view of the fact they're going to have to live difficult and rough lives?
Dude, if Ben works himself up this much, he's going to come out of the other side of this conversation an anti-natalist, by the way. Should humanity survive is a fundamental question that we should be asking. What is the sole purpose of humanity to survive if there's nothing else to survive for and we have nothing left? Should humanity continue to survive or should it cease to exist when all the conditions are pain and torture? After all, a baby can't consent ethically to being born. You never consented to being born. Oh my God, I never consented to being born. Life is a sequence of endless disappointment and sometimes a lot of pain and suffering. Maybe it is unethical to give birth to another human being. Oh God,
lives and all the rest of it, right? But you can say, I see the argument. Okay, well, that's not what they wanted to take on in episode 3. So I have a question. What were they seeking to take on in episode 3? What was the major topic that they were seeking to take on? People falling in love during the apocalypse? What are the stakes? We don't know any of these characters.
He's the only person in Netflix since you enjoy forced births category. Oh, Netflix has him. Yeah, Netflix is an entirely different algo for Ben Shapiro.
Nor are we going to care about them beyond this particular episode, which means that it's basically just a sidetrack. It's a throwaway episode, but it's so important because it has gay people, you see. It's so important. And, you know, the guy who created the video game, of course, is a big lefty.
They were just telling a story, Ben. Yeah, someone in the chat said this analysis makes so much sense when you realize Ben has never been in love. And you're right. Like, it's literally like trying to describe a beautiful picture full of colors to a dog. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to get it. It can't see it, dude. That's it. For Ben, marriage and partnership is just simply not about love, not about mutual respect, not about any of that. It's just about populating the planet, having little Ben Shapiros running around. So he cannot comprehend that, like, in an apocalyptic scenario, two people could find love and find fulfillment in their lives, as a matter of fact, through that love. Because before they get together, one is trying to survive. We don't know too much about his backstory. But Nick Offerman's character is simply just surviving for the sake of survival. And he openly admits that, too. He basically says, like, I had nothing. I was just like I hated everybody. I had nothing. I was just basically existing. I just was living for the sole purpose of living, but like not really much else. But also, what comes along with that is fear. Exactly. I wasn't afraid until you came along, because love and the desire to protect someone all of a sudden can create a whole different motivator for you. It can change you. It can shape you, right? Like, that's kind of the not so subtle point that it's trying to bludgeon us in the fucking head with, which if you knew the entire story, you would basically understand why that's important for Joel. And I don't want to do a fucking spoilerino warning here, but like, come on, figure it out, you know? Figure it out. It almost sometimes feels like the entire existence of mankind takes a back seat when you personally love someone. Okay? You get it?
In season 2, apparently, if it mirrors the video games, from what I've been told, it gets very trans and very lesbian and all the rest of it. And that's their prerogative.
Yeah, that's what... That's our takeaway from The Last of Us 2. Ben is very, very gamer without being a gamer. He embodies all the qualities of the sweatiest fucking losers on the planet who, like, think being the most annoying sweaty person is a personality trait and not a clear-cut personality flaw, without playing a fucking single video game, which is pretty funny. The Last of Us 2 is about being very gay and very trans. I hate it already. I haven't even seen it. It's just like, congratulations, you did it. You popped off. Many of the fucking weird incels also didn't even play the game and had that same opinion. So congratulations to Ben for that one, okay? He is identical to the fucking sweatlord gamers who never even played the game and is basically fucking saying, you know, the talking shit without even fucking doing it. IRL stream with XQC and Hasan? What do you mean? Where is that coming from?
They're the creators of the show. But all of the talk about how this was like an excellent episode of TV that was wrapped into a broader show is not true. And pretending that it is ignoring kind of the dynamics of the show. So there's my critique of The Last of Us episode 3. I know I'm not allowed to say that I didn't like it. You have to say you loved it. And you particularly loved the most, like the most graphic parts of it. Those are the parts you love the most, right? I mean, because if you don't say that, it means you're a homophobe or something. All I'm saying is that nobody actually paid to see the movie Bros. And when you go to see The Last of Us, what you generally want to see is a zombie apocalypse TV show, not two gay dudes dating while listening to Linda Ronstadt and then dying of old age after growing strawberries. I think that...
Bro, this was a 13-minute video that was a banger, by the way, because everyone is just as stupid as Ben, about Ben being like, too long, didn't understand the point, way too gay shit, way too much gay shit. That's it. While he secretly actually loved it. That's the other part of it. He loved it. He fucking admitted numerous times, like, it's beautifully shot. It would work as a standalone Showtime movie. Like, he's subtly giving you hints that he also, like, kind of liked it. But, like, also, it's unacceptable. Ben after episode 3. Okay, stop. No, it's just, I used to kind of not care about representation and pandering like this stuff, but this episode tore my heart out, and the way it pissed me off, so many freaks made me realize that I actually love the pandering and overrepresentation. First of all, it wasn't even pandering. I think that character is supposed to be gay in the video game too. Like, it was just like another, I don't think that I think that was a perfect gay character, a perfect love story in general, because it wasn't about, like, everything did not revolve around them being gay. You know what I mean? Oftentimes, a lot of straight writers' rooms, which is changing now, put gay characters as, like, super one note. You know what I mean? They're just like, I'm gay, by the way, which, by the way, some of you gay motherfuckers are like that, okay? Just for the record. So maybe reality is Austin. I'm kidding. But no, it was great. It was a character that it was a character where, like, being gay was completely secondary, but also created this juxtaposition that was interesting and unique. You know what I mean? That was great. Yeah, it was perfectly acted by a man who historically plays extremely masculine characters too. So I liked it.
And frankly, I think everybody who's like, wow, I was super into this. Yeah, I think some of you are lying. I think some of you are in it. Some of you were kind of lying. Alrighty, guys.
Anyway, another Ben Shabibo banger. Wait, did he actually post this, or did you make this up? So for the record, I have not had Botox. I have not had lip filler. I'm 5'9", and I weigh 158 pounds. And no matter how many people out there tell you that I'm 5'4", I'm not. He did not post this. You just made that. This is fake. He does not have enough awareness. Oh, man.
Our
Hey,
first
Jimmy,
guest tonight.
the rest of it is not
slug
related.
lineup.
Okay, got it. Anyway, Ben's take was hilarious. I kind of want to consume more Hogwarts Legacy content because, like, I do want to see the review. This is the Legacy review, right? Thoughts on mid? I'm not covering the Grammys. I don't care. Aside from the detriment to your mental health and discourse, I still think Ostenox was right on this one. Yeah, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I don't want to hear it. And by the way, I called it. In my opinion, I can get where you're coming from, but you and other big streamers would inevitably bump the game up in Twitch's categories and turn market it to more people. I think it'd be funnier to do Elden Ring because it's infinitely cooler than Hogwarts. I think a lot of people are going to play it regardless of what I say, which is why I'd rather try and make something positive out of the experience, which, by the way, happened. It happened already. It was the #1 seller. It was the #1 on pre-sales. I called it. I called it ahead of time, which wasn't even that big of a lock. It's fucking Hogwarts. You know what I mean? It's fucking open world Harry Potter game. You're crazy if you think it's like not going to be popping. And yeah, at this point, all people did was basically fucking create an environment where the game got a shitload of marketing, regardless, because of the controversy surrounding it. And now on top of that, like, I mean, Hogwarts Legacy has 192,000 viewers. XQC has 85K viewers playing it. You know what I mean? And earlier in the day, when the Spanish streamers were on, it had even more. It was crazy. Like every Spanish streamer was playing it, and it had like this is straight up the platforming Donald Trump scenario all over again. Yeah, which is funny because like I want to make fun of it. I want to make fun of J.K. Rowling. I want to make fun of it, and I can't even do that. I can't even touch it because I know that like. Because, you know, you just, liberals, especially rad libs, have this idea that it's like even criticizing something is like offering more offering more to it. You know what I mean? And that in and of itself is just going to promote it or whatever. Bro, you should spend less time listening to people and more time doing what makes you happy. Yeah, you know what makes me happy? The top of the hour ad break and having you avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you can get one free Prime subscription a month. Another thing that makes me happy is literally not having the endless fucking debate on Twitter. And I know myself. I can't feel my legs. Oh God, oh help. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. Allowing fail people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, by the way. Yeah, a good ad segue is what makes me happy. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I said it last time. I'll say it again. Harry Potter books compete with the sales of the Bible. You are not platforming J.K. Rowling. Exactly. So the hilarious part about that is that, you know, everyone's conversation is just like flailing their arms in like a dark room where you're not going to accomplish anything. The only thing you will do is basically get like other liberal adjacent, well-intentioned, pro-trans streamers from playing the game, or some of them will end up playing the game and you'll call them transphobic, and like, you know, that's one other thing. But the real reason, like I said, why I'm not playing is because I don't want to hear motherfuckers chirp at me. Like, that's straight up the reason. There's no ethical reason as to why I'm doing it. It's high risk, high reward, because if you do the charity stream and make a fucking killing, then you win the argument. Absolutely not. Brother, I don't know if you know this, but at the top of your screen currently it says $541,984. We are about to hit $550,000 over the course of 6 hours. And there are thousands of people on Twitter right now shitting on me for doing this fundraiser. Like thousands. Maybe more than thousands. Tens of thousands of people are saying I'm bad for doing this. I should have funded it entirely by myself. Like, so no, you're wrong. Even if I fucking raised like $3 million for a trans charity, people will still absolutely fucking cut my head off. Are you insane? No one gives a fuck. It's just this. It's this. Chirping. People just want to chirp. They have nothing. Delete Twitter. It made me so much happier. I am a commentator. I'm both in the news, in the news sector, and I'm also an online commentator, which doubly makes it impossible for me to not have Twitter. It's my job. That's why I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? I know you want to virtue signal people into thinking they shouldn't play the new Hogwarts game, but did you know that you can avoid the ads? We already did that. Look at how many people hate Bernie Sanders. Unforgivable. You get canceled if you play Hogwarts? No, there's no such thing as like a real cancellation. It's not a real thing. It's not a real cancellation. It's just people giving me headache because like I will hear it. You know what I mean? I will hear it nonstop. Why are people mad at you for funding a charity? People are insane. There's no other reason for it. That's it. Anyway, on that note though, I know I just ran the top of the hour ad break, but I'm gonna end the stream. I'm tired. We've raised $543,000 so far. I will continue the fundraising tomorrow as well. And you know, I really appreciate you guys. I really appreciate this community. Times like this is once again, times like this is what basically keeps me going, keeps me motivated, is a great reminder that, you know, there is good in the world. And this is how I can keep doing it. You know what I mean? Keep doing what I'm doing. Yeah.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day.
Anyway, that'll be all for today. But we will continue. I'll continue my coverage tomorrow. Hopefully things get a little bit better.
Sunny Los
And
Angeles, California.
that's it. That's all I got.
The stunlock to the stunlock to the topic just begun.
All right. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There